Most online coaches will never hit 10K per month. And it's not because they're bad coaches, it's because they're stuck getting clients. My online fitness coaching business cost over 100K pounds in the first 8 months. And it hit multiple six figures in the first 12 months. And after investing way over 50,000 pounds in myself and spending hours and hours learning exactly what to do to build the business, I'm giving you the exact strategy and systems to do the same. And the reason is I've been in your position. I've known I could help more people. I've known I could have more impact. And I also knew deep down that I wasn't living my life to the fullest. I knew that I could enjoy my life more. I knew that my finance could be better, I could have more freedom, and I could feel more accomplished in myself. So I'm going to show you the exact 6 pillars that are proven to get you to 10K a month consistently once implemented. And yes, this takes time to set up, but once it's in place, the business starts running itself. These exact pillars I've used to grow my business, and they continue to work for me, growing my fitness coaching business, Founders Physique. They're working for guys like Sam, who's done over 5K in the last 2 weeks, and Matty, who did 3K in his first 30 days of coaching, who started with 15 followers, had worked as a plumber for 30 years, and had no tech skills. Or Dylan, who was a gym floor PT and did over £1,000 in his first 3 days after never trying online coaching before. So this is the complete guide to do 10K a month, and this is me in Thailand actually hosting a mastermind. And to warn you, this video is going to be over 4 hours. It's a super in-depth dive on exactly how to build a coaching business to 10K per month. That's 3 times the amount most people earn from a 9 to 5. And you're gonna be doing it from working 4 hours a day. So there is a lot for me to explain. So if you're one of these people that just brain rots all the time and can't put themselves in a position where they can actually build a biz and get in amazing shape, then this probably isn't for you. But if you want to live in places like Bali, host masterminds, have more time to put on yourself and put into your own life, then this is the exact thing you need to watch. And you don't need to be the most jacked guy in the room to do well with online fitness coaching. Matty didn't even go to the gym, but he loved running. Danielle didn't teach people how to get in better shape. She showed people how to use the gym to be more confident. But one thing is important. If you haven't been training or you haven't been into fitness and health for at least 6 months, you need to go and do that first. The next thing is you don't need loads of followers. However many people have told you, you don't need a website. It actually can sometimes hurt your business, and you're not going to be jumping on hour-long sales calls. You don't need to be convincing people for something that they don't want. And yes, the space is saturated, and you might be thinking, why would anyone work with me? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to show you. As someone that's done over $250,000 from online fitness coaching, I'm going to break down exactly how you can put yourself in a blue ocean market and stand out so you can make it successful for you. Because the fitness coaching industry is just getting bigger. If you look at the interactive fitness market forecast from 2025 to 2034, it's getting so much bigger, over double. If you look at another statistic about the global home fitness market, even that is predicted to get a lot bigger. Wherever you look, whatever data you look at, the fitness and health industry is just growing, and people are becoming more and more adapted to online coaching. It used to be like, how does this online thing work? And now it's just, let me get started. People are no longer afraid to work with someone online. And I was speaking to one of my clients, Mitch, about this, who's been in the in-person game for over 10 years. And he told me, even though it's great to get the experience in person, you honestly do not need it to go online because it's a completely different ballgame. So the in-person is going to help you. You're going to be a better coach. You're going to have more experience. But the best way to get started online is just get involved straight away. Because with AI and the future of technology, the online space is where everything is heading. And whether you like it or not, you can either hop on the train or get left behind. So the next thing you won't be doing is you definitely won't be running paid ads, spending more and more money trying to get a client whilst actually just putting yourself in a worse and worse situation. You won't be selling low ticket programs no one cares about. If someone wants just a workout program and not a coach, they can go to ChatGPT. You won't be focusing on a huge following that doesn't convert. You do not need this. However, I will be showing you organically how to get views like this of up to 5 million, 5.2, 400K, 100K. However, it's not necessary to grow your business. I had under 1,000 followers when I was a full-time coach. Dylan has less than 300 followers and he's making over £1,000 every 2 weeks. So just to be clear, these 6 pillars work completely organically and do not require a huge following or hours and hours of time. Oren, who's a uni student and had a part-time job, recently quit his part-time job to go fully online because he did 2K in just under 10 days. That's more than he earned from his part-time job in way less hours. However, when he was building the business, he only had half an hour to an hour a day at maximum to put into it because he was working a busy job and he was busy studying for his third year of uni. However, he still built a successful fitness coaching business by actually focusing on the high leverage tasks that drive impact. And over the course of this video, I'm going to show you for free exactly how to build an online coaching business that gives you your time, location, and financial freedom. So you can start living the life you know you can achieve whilst helping the dream clients improve theirs. At the end of the day, the main thing is that we're changing lives. I know if I can change your life, you can actually be a successful online fitness coach, start living the life that you want, have the freedom you want, help the people that you want, just like I'm doing. My goal this year is I'm going to buy my mum a car, among many other things. But one of the things I find with online fitness coaching and building your own business is the impact you can have. So if we can all give more impact out to the world, then the world will be a better place. So the only promise I ask from you is that you use these tactics for the positive. Don't put these tactics in place and then not deliver the service you know you can deliver. Because this is powerful and these 6 pillars will build your business and you will get clients. So you need to promise me if you're watching this, you'll actually put effort into those clients to build something sustainable and build something that has a long-lasting impact. And these right here are the 6 pillars we're going to be going over. So if you are a gym floor PT, a 9-to-5er who loves fitness, someone who's tried to go online before maybe and failed, someone with no audience, no tech skills and no confidence, or someone who just wants more time, location, and financial freedom, then buckle up. I'm about to genuinely blow your mind here. However, if you're someone that wants to self-sabotage by going back to their brain rot and not actually spending their time to finish this video, it is a long video, but it is going to change your life. And you need to think, is it worth me putting 4, 5, 6 hours into watching something that is going to give me a long-lasting impact, change my life, my family lives, my future kids' lives, or whatever position you're in? Is it worth you spending the time to do that? Because I don't think anyone is posting videos like this. No one is giving away the information like I'm giving, because I want to drive impact. And if I give everything to you guys and I put it on a platter, but you don't take that plate, you won't get the results. So promise yourself you're actually going to eat the food that I give you. You're actually going to take it on board. You're going to watch this through. You're going to take notes and actually implement it to get the results you want. As the main way you can fail is if you self-sabotage. It's like a man sitting on a tree, cutting the side of the tree that he's sitting on. Because when he cuts off this side of the tree, it's going to end badly for him. At least he's going to break his leg at minimum, right? So if you're someone that starts to cut this side off, they tell themselves they don't need to watch this video, or they tell themselves that they don't have time to watch this, or they start giving themselves excuses, then you're self-sabotaging yourself. I'll put you in a position where you can genuinely get all the information, the knowledge, and systems required to actually kill it online. To actually put yourself in a position online where you can build the business, you can get clients, and you can move out the situation that you know you don't want to be in, you know you can do better from. But you cannot self-sabotage. You cannot watch a little bit of this video and then go back to what you were doing before and never come back. You can't watch a bit of this video and think, oh, like I need to go watch some more reels. I need to spike my brain with dopamine and motivational videos. Oh, I need to go do some more research on what reels are going to perform better and look at more potential fitness coaches out there that helps me. That does not help you, because you're not taking action from it, because you don't have the systems and actually approaches and frameworks in place to do that. I'm going to go over those 6 approaches, so just please don't sabotage. So please do not self-sabotage. I want you to be on this video, but if you're someone that's just going to self-sabotage every time, give yourself every reason to not watch this, and to not actually implement stuff, to not consume the things that you know you need, then you can fuck right off. And it sounds brutal, but I can do everything I possibly can to put you in the best position. But if you don't take action and you self-sabotage your life and you don't finish this video and you don't actually watch it with intent to actually take it in and actually implement it, then you're not going to do well. Like, we literally went over Mitch's business. Like, I flew Mitch out, one of my clients. We went over his business and we've implemented stuff that has already started increasing his business even further. It's already taken him to the next level. He's gone home and he said, that was life-changing to me, Ned. He literally said, I'm so motivated after that video because it's so clear to me what I need to do. And the guy was already signing clients. He's already building his business. He's already moving into a position where he's going to quit his in-person job that he's had for the last 10 years. So if that can be useful for him, imagine what it can do for you. But you have to be willing to not self-sabotage, to actually spend the time to watch this through. Because if you don't do that, I can literally for the rest of my life do everything I possibly can to make it as easy as possible for you guys and as possible for everyone. Because one of my biggest aims is make businesses accessible for everyone. I want everyone to have access to be able to build a business. That's one of my massive aims, because business changes other people's lives. The only way you can build a successful business is if you change lives. Literally, that's it. If you deliver something that helps other people, then you build a business, right? So I think the more business owners there are, the better the world is going to be. So please don't be the person that has to fuck off because they're like, no, they're going to self-sabotage. They know they're not going to watch it through, and actually just go through the whole video. You don't have to watch it in one go. That's not what I'm saying. You can break it apart. You can do a little bit now, maybe 30 minutes, and then you come back tomorrow, you do another 30 minutes, and you just keep going through it. And block by block, notes by notes, you get the complete system. So you have exactly everything to do, almost like a 360 circle, and you have every single piece of that pie, right? This is a very bad pie. And you might be thinking, Ned, who are you? Like, why are you telling me this? Like, you've already been super aggressive. Like, you're telling me to fuck off if I'm not going to like fully lock in and not self-sabotage. So who are you? Number one, this is me doing a mastermind in Marbella. This is me doing a fitness and peak performance mastermind for over 6-figure entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs in Marbella. Founders Physique, my fitness coaching business, at one point targeted young entrepreneurs that were earning over 100K a year. Now it actually targets CEOs, like big company execs, so like big tech firms, still young entrepreneurs, but basically people that are more likely doing 100K per month. And that's why we have such a high ticket. But it didn't start like that. When I first started, I was charging £50 per month from my university room. I was flipping burgers. I was completely broke. I literally remember getting home with my girlfriend, counting up the change that I had to see if I had enough money to pay for food and all that sort of stuff. Yes, I wasn't going to absolutely die. I wasn't in the situation where I was going to go homeless. I had a family I could probably go live with. I don't think they would have been very happy, but had a family I could live with. But I was struggling. And to go from a position where I was at university, flipping burgers on the side and really just being a bit cringy to get tips, doing everything I could, to a position where I'll spend £50 without even realizing it at this point, which I know isn't a crazy amount of money, but back in the day would have felt like a lot. I'll go to a shop and spend £50 on a few steaks and I'll feel very relaxed about it. And that position has really changed my life. It's changed how I feel about myself, changed how comfortable my life has been. And I want to give back to you guys and give you the same. So for example, this is July, but in July, you can see here, 9th of July, I made 580, 10th of July, I made 1,200, 11th of July, I made 500, and 12th of July, I made 1.8K. So I make anywhere between 28K to 35K from fitness coaching and a bit of business coaching now as well. This isn't my main thing, but it's something that I'm looking to build up in the long term in the future. So I've done way over 100K online this year alone. At that point, it was July. From online fitness coaching, I've won a bodybuilding competition and a boxing match by knockout and run 100K ultra run in Hong Kong. I earned 3 to 5K a month as an online fitness coach for 18 months, living the life I was traveling, I was doing all this stuff before I really decided to scale the business further, right? And I've also spent over £50,000 on mentorship, ads, and other things to invest in myself. Not only that, but I've traveled to Bulgaria this year, I've traveled to Marbella, I've traveled to Dubai, I've traveled to, right now I'm in Romania. I've also gone to Thailand, Bali, a bunch of places, I can't even name it. I think I've been to over 10 places this year alone. And not only that, with my fitness coaching business, I've had way over 100 transformations, way over 100 transformations. As you can see right now, I have over 61 active clients. We've had crazy transformations. For example, Nick ran the London Marathon. Look at this weight loss transformation. Moses lost an absolute ton of weight. And we basically just helped. These were in the earlier days when we were helping more like normal 9-to-5ers and normal guys get in shape. But like, look at JJ, for example. That is absolutely crazy. Alex was a business owner as well, and he was traveling the world as we got him in amazing shape. And yeah, we just helped so many people. Look at this one. That is crazy. I love this. 18.5 kg fat loss. So we just helped tons of people basically get in shape. And as you can see, I don't want to go too zoomed into these, but this is literally the behind the scenes. And we've had like 3K deals, for example, 4K. Now it's even more. We actually charge 3.4K for fitness coaching, but that is only because we target very high level individuals. As you can see here, £37,000, 3.7K in one day, 10K, 3.4K, etc., etc., etc. And I grew my following from 359 followers to 23.7K followers. I think it's at more now, 24 point something. And this was from fitness coaching alone. As you can see, founded Physique, my fitness coaching business. And yeah, look, this older cat is actually mad. Me showing people how to do dumbbells with, I don't know what the thumbnail is, lifting outside. Like, when people talk behind your back, just remember they're behind you for a reason. So yeah, just like complete transformation, complete change really. And the results have been crazy. Like, the results from transition online have been crazy. 4.5K closed today. Sam saying 2 times PIF, so he's done 595 times 2, so about 1.2K in a day. Jack getting a client on for £500 in the first 36 minutes of speaking to them. Back-to-back 6-month closes, so he's got 2 clients at 695, so that's 1.4K for Oren. New year, new client. Like, this is recent as well. This is 7 days ago. I'm not showing wins from ages ago. I wanted to keep this as up to date as possible because I didn't want to start showing you guys stuff that was old. Because I see these mentors all the time showing stuff from like a year ago. I was showing clients that they worked with like 2 years ago that are now doing crazy numbers. But you haven't worked with them for the last 2 years. That's not true. You showed them some things and now you're piggybacking off their success that they've done without you. But these are guys that we're generally working with, and these are guys that have also just implemented the pillars. So New Year's new PIF, CAS 2.4, 9.6, another client for 695, another 2, this is a separate one, 2 PIF for, yeah, another one. This is for 3 months today. This one is 2 PIF this new year already, 2 times 595 again. £1,000 in 10 days for Archie. They just keep going. New client wins, first PIF, like PIF is paid in full, like someone coming on board. £1,000 in less than 24 hours. Client renewal, so people staying on board because we have such good fulfillment systems. First ever high ticket client, £895. Another win, that's 17 online clients for Matty. In person to online transition, Sem, in December, so he's only been working with us for 2 months. He went from about 500 a month to over 5K in about 2 months, but he has converted actually 4 out of the 6 clients basically that he had in person to online, and had such a high rate of doing it. And he said, from me with the help of Ned. What a legend there. And yeah, we got more client win, another client win, and girls, 1 client wins, 2 more clients closed tonight. 4995 closed in 45 minutes. High ticket client, another one. This was Sam's first high ticket client, 595 for 12 weeks. First renewal, 2 clients signed this week from Sam. Basically just like a stack of wins, like 3K here. And I've even done the testimonials with these guys on my YouTube, like Archie, Josue, Jack, Oren, Matty, and I have so many more to do. I just need to actually get the time to catch up with all these boys in between all the wins. But if that doesn't convince you that you should spend the time to watch this video to put yourself in a position where you can get to those 10K months, I have absolutely zero clue what will. But if you are still interested, we're going to be helping Mitch, which is one of my current clients, and I'll show you his account right now. So this is Mitch, and we're going to be transforming his business as I go through these 6 pillars. So not only will you see each pillar, exactly how I do it, exactly how it works, but you're going to see it applied to Mitch's business specifically so that you can see what an example would look like so you can implement it more easily yourself. The first pillar on the 0 to 10K roadmap is self-actualization. And this seems like the woo-woo and you don't need this bullshit, but it's actually insanely important if you want to be successful. And I'm going to go over it very briefly because we've got a lot to go into. But if you don't focus on yourself, then it's impossible for you to focus on the business. So it's like an essential part to it. So at the start, basically what you need to do is drive so fast that you can't think. And it seems stupid because, like, if I can't think, how do I know I'm taking the right action? What most coaches do when they start, they're thinking so much about where they want to go that they're not taking enough action. So driving really fast, as if you've got like a Formula One racing car, not a Fiat 500, forces the driver to become a great driver. So you go from this granny into Lewis Hamilton. And that's because when you have speed, you have to adapt because you're making so many decisions, you're taking so much action, you just get used to the new way of moving. And then you become used to the speed and can make clear decisions whilst moving really quick in one direction. And the exact same thing with Formula One is with business. Like Lewis Hamilton gets used to a new speed. He's now more comfortable at that speed than we would be. If we were driving that fast,
we wouldn't be able to do it. Really, let's be real.
Yeah, you'd be shitting yourself as well. And what you're trying to do is take yourself mentally from the granny into the Formula One driver. And the reason why this is because at the start, everyone starts overthinking. They think about the future outcomes, which are impossible to predict, but it's hard to know why they're impossible. So I'm going to try and explain really briefly because this is super important. Because until you start taking 100% of the actions you know you're capable of, you're trying to predict the future based on the lower version of yourself, that 1.0 version of yourself. And the higher version of yourself that you step into when you move away from the comfort takes different action and therefore gets different results, which therefore means you can't accurately predict what's going to happen until you start taking the actions of this different version of yourself. So you're thinking this whole time, what about if I do this? What about if I do that? What about if this happens? If I take this action, or what do people think about me acting as a granny and not taking enough action? But whilst you're doing that, you're thinking as this old version of yourself. So you're trying to think about the reality that you're going to be in when you haven't actually started as this new person, which would then think of a different reality. The way I think about now, the way I think about my goals is so completely different. And I remember you even saying this when you first started working with us. Like you said, I signed like 2 clients straight away. What was it?
Yeah, I got 2 in-person clients almost straight away just from reading the mind map and the master vision document as well that was sent to me all through the course. And it just resonated with me. And because it resonated with me, it resonated with the clientele that I was trying to attract as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's mindset, right?
Exactly.
You start stepping forward into the 2.0 version of you, which is why we do something called a master vision in Transition Online. And then that allows you to understand the actions they would take. And then it helps other people to take those actions as well. That's super cool. Basically, whilst you're in this 1.0 version of yourself, whilst you're taking actions as the 1.0 version, which might be not posting on socials, not actually going out there and looking for clients, not investing in yourself, not like doing a bunch of things you know is going to move you forward, then it's impossible to predict your future as the higher self because you haven't actually started operating as that individual, basically. So therefore, giving you the beliefs of the 2.0 version of yourselves then allows you to build the clear picture of where you're going in life, right? So once you start taking actions as that 2.0 version, which is quite obvious what to do, really it's work more on the business. For example, watch this whole video. Don't just click off it when you start to see mindset stuff and think, oh, I'm too good for that. Because you don't know what's good for you yet because you haven't taken enough action. And once you start taking more and more action, you start posting more, you start signing more clients, you maybe invest in yourself, or you just start doing things that you wouldn't normally comfortably do. You can then more accurately predict where you're going to go because you're acting more as a person that would get to those results, exactly. Right? When you're acting as a person that doesn't really take much action, all you think about is the failure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like what can go wrong, what can happen, because you've not yet become the person that can actually succeed. Because business basically comes down to 2 essential key elements, right? And going back to the granny and the driver, right? There's 2 parts to it. 1 is the driver and 2 is the car. Think about business like this, like any online business, really. You have the founder in the center, you have the model, the strategy, and the resources that surround the founder, right? The model is the car. So like that's the actual build of the car, right? The strategy is the steering wheel and the resources are the fuel. Stuff like strategy includes the development, the sales, the operations, the funnel, the basically approaches to building business. The model is the niche you're going into, the transformation that you're giving, and like the mechanisms that you might be using. So for example, a model might be within online fitness coaching could be women's weight loss. A different model like Matty's doing, for example, is running.
Yeah.
Or another model might be more focused on mindset, like Dylan's doing. So there's different models, but they all have really roughly the same potential, unless you're going to try and go past 1 million a year, which for most people watching this, you're not trying to do that most likely. Or maybe you are in the future, but this isn't necessarily talking about getting past 1 million a year. We're focusing on 10K a month first. And then the resources is like the capital that you have to invest, the information, the people around you, and the tech, right? And most people have enough resources to build an online coaching business. This whole video is going to show you how to get your first few clients, right? You could use this video and then get some clients and invest in yourself if capital is an issue. And if information is an issue, then if you actually spend the time to watch stuff like this, you're going to be able to get the information. If people is the issue, you can reach out to so many fitness coaches now, so many mentors now, so easy online that you can access those. Tech is an issue because we all know for sure, like online training softwares are maximum $50 a month. If you're watching this, if you can access YouTube, you got a mobile device, you can afford $50 a month. So we all know that we have the resources, the model, and the strategy to get there. So then the next most important thing becomes the founder, because you can't connect any of these things if you don't have the founder connecting them. So what happens is, if they're willing to do it, get access to the supercar. Like most people can switch from the Ford Fiesta, which might be trying to get free information, trying to basically gather as much information as they can or knowledge as they can. And if they can get the capital to invest in themselves, which like a lot of people can, maybe you can't, but then you've got videos like this, you can get access to the supercar. You can get access to the right model. Fitness coaching is a proven model. Like it's worked for me. It's worked for tons of people. Like a lot of the people in transitional line are getting from 0 to multiple thousands a month in their first month, right? It's a proven model and people have seen this stuff all the time. Like I'm sure if you're watching this, you've seen a lot of other people crushing it with fitness coaching. And the steering wheel is there, like what to do, because you can watch videos like this, which are super in depth. So you can at least get your first few clients, and the resources are there because it's so accessible online, right? You don't actually need any money properly to start online fitness coaching. So one of the biggest things it comes down to is the founder, right? And the reason why I wanted to show you this is to show you how important it is that you're looking at yourself and you're taking responsibility on yourself. Because as soon as you realize that the world doesn't owe you anything, the quicker you realize that you can get as much as you want from the world when you put the most in. And let's say the person's here, this is where they want to get to. This is where they're currently getting to. They want this. Let's say this is the goal, a little crown of it. And this man's sad. They want this, but they're not willing to take the pathway to get it because they only want to take the pathway here. And if you want something, you have to be willing to take the pathway to get there. If you want to be successful online, you're going to have to take risks. You're going to have to step out the comfort. You're going to have to actually post on socials, for example. And if you want to keep working a 9 to 5 or doing something you don't enjoy, then yeah, you're not going to have to step out your comfort. You're not going to have to take risks. But you are going to have to know that you're not doing what you know you're capable of doing. You are going to have to realize that even though you want this, you want to live in Bali or you want to have the financial location and time freedom, where you can not only give time freedom for yourself, but you can, for example, support people like your family. I'm going to buy my mum a car this year, right? And you want this, but if you keep taking the same actions towards getting to this, you're obviously going to keep getting the same results. It's a super important thing to remember, because if you don't do that, you won't ever move anywhere with your life.
I agree. It's like, if you want something that you've never had, you have to try something you've never done. So it's always a path that's least walked that you need to go on for yourself anyway, just to try and progress yourself onto that point.
Yeah, 100%. That was actually a really cool quote. I need to include this in the stuff. 100%. So once you've actually done self-actualization, you've realized where it is you want to go, and the action steps for this is create your master vision. And if you want access to a master vision, I'm not going to give the in-depth one that we give within Transition Online. But if you want access to a master vision so you can actually plan out what the 1.0 version of you looks like and the 2.0 version of you looks like, you can join the community below and we'll put all those things in there. And once you actually map out your master vision, you'll understand as well the sort of actions that the version of you that doesn't become successful will take, and the actions that the successful version of you takes. So then you know the difference. And when you know the difference, you know when you're acting out of line of the goals you want. And then that means you can like self-correct yourself, just kind of like you've done. Yeah. Now that we've finished with the voodoo stuff, this second pillar is probably one of the most key ones. Like most people don't do the second pillar right, and it causes the whole business to not be functional, because you can do the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth pillar perfectly, but not this one right. And what will happen is you'll have to grow a huge following to compensate. You have to spend so many more hours on the business, and you'll end up with clients that are just not happy with you because you haven't delivered what you promised you were going to deliver, right? And the second pillar is about building in a blue ocean market. It's about creating an offer and ideating your offer in a way that actually positions you in the best possible light, but also means that when you deliver your services, people are generally happy with it because you bring on people you actually want to work with and you give them the results that they actually want. And this is a super important part of it. So in terms of building out an offer, there's a few key parts of it. And I actually invested over 6K, so 4.5K US, UK, just to learn how to build an offer. Literally just this one small thing. And this massively helped. Even Sam, he went from, well, like zero, struggling to sign £100 clients, to this month he's going for 10K. And it's been 2 months of him doing fitness coaching. Yeah, he's trying to do 10K now. And he will hit 10K. He literally the other day did 1.2K in a day. He's doing multiple 1K plus days. And that's because we completely revamped his offer. His prices are about 3 to 4x, but his clients are way happier. Like he said that my transformation will never be bad. Like I'm finding it really easy with my clients. They're super happy, and he's getting more and more people referring him as well, which just making it easier and easier, right? And the whole way an offer works, and this might be something you want to write down, is value is created when pain is alleviated and desired outcome is achieved. It's a super simple thing to think about, but what happens is the actual value received is the dream outcome times by the perceived likelihood of achievement divided by the effort and sacrifice times by the time to it. And that is the value someone receives. If you think about, let's say, Ozempic, which is now being a bit cancelled, but the reason why Ozempic had such a high hit rate, and these sort of drugs aren't going to take out PTs. I know people on these sort of drugs that still have PTs to make sure that they stay healthy, because then when you start to come off this drug, everything starts to go downhill. But the reason why Ozempic did so well is, if you think about it, the dream outcome is to lose weight. The effort and sacrifice is you take a pill. That's it. The time delay is literally within the first 3 months, you start noticing progress. And the perceived likelihood of achievement is extremely high because it's backed by science. Yeah, backed by science and all these medical institutions to work. The only reason why effort and sacrifice is higher is because it has health risks, right? It has health risks and it has high financial things to it, especially with some people. If you are overweight and you have more health risks and then you take Ozempic, you just have to have more tests and stuff to make sure that you stay healthy. So it has costs just like a trainer does. And then the perceived likelihood of achievement also slightly reduces based on the fact that people sometimes don't trust medication that much. So then sometimes they're thinking, what about if it doesn't work for me? Or they've seen on Reddit that it didn't work for someone else. So the perceived likelihood of achievement isn't 100% guaranteed, but it is still extremely high. And this makes the value received super good. Yeah. It makes it so that people would pay for it even if it was 2-3x the prices. And the Ozempic's expensive. They just kept putting the prices up because so many people were buying. So you want to make your coaching as close to this as possible. And the thing is with coaching, it's completely natural. For one, it's a lot healthier and it's a lot more maintainable in the long term. You don't want to be on Ozempic for the rest of your life. You just don't, right?
It's not sustainable.
So it's always the better option, the coaching, it's obviously. But the closer you can get it, so it has almost like an Ozempic effect in terms of its value, the better it's going to be, right? Which is super important. And to explain perceived likelihood of achievement, because this is something that a lot of people get confused. Like, do you understand what I mean by perceived likelihood of achievement?
Yeah, like are they, by doing what you're offering them, are they gonna get the results? Are they in turn really what, like, do they perceive that as something that they're going to be able to go and do?
Yeah, so it's not actually whether they're going to actually get the results or not, because you know if you've got good fulfillment systems, they are, if they put the effort in. It's how do they perceive it?
Yeah.
Do they think they have a good chance at getting the results, if that makes sense? So it's almost like this is what it feels like in the consumer's eye. It's like perceived like achievement is, let's say you have to get a score of plus 10, right? Are you more likely to do with 2 dice or 10?
10.
Yeah, of course. It's fucking easy. It couldn't be easier with 10. Like, you just roll them randomly, you know you're going to get plus 10, right? Because you know you're going to get a minimum of 10, even if they all land on 1. And then with 2, you know that you've got to get at least a 5 and a 6, 2 6s, and really the perceived likelihood of achievement is a lot lower.
Yeah.
So you've got to make it as, you've got to basically add as many dice as you possibly can to your coaching, really, is what it is. And the more dice, the more ticks you give, the more perceived likelihood of achievement the client has to be like, okay, this is definitely doable. I want to work with this guy. And what you're doing with your offer and your socials over time, which is basically your offers like the core, and then you're building on it with the socials, is just giving them these ticks. Like, boom, another dice, another dice, another dice. So that if they jump on a call with you or they're in the DMs and they decide to roll it, they know that when they actually invest in you and they roll those dice, that they're going to actually get plus 10.
So that could be like the dices are like your systems, you know, like the systems that you operate through when you're, you know, getting them on board and whatever else. That's going to really help to obviously sell the likelihood, because their perceived likelihood of achieving it is just going to, yeah, like also, so 10x and
100%. Like, one dice might be, you send them, for example, when they go to book a call, it's really easy for them and you show up 5 minutes early. And that just is a really simple thing, but adds a dice. Another dice might be a really good client transformation that they resonate with, which makes them think, oh, I can do that. That person's that same position as me. Another dice might be you doing a bodybuilding competition and the person really admires people doing a bodybuilding competition. And it just shows to them like, oh, okay, this person has done that. You can easily help me do this. Another dice might be you showing on your Instagram that you're not perfect, that you don't always eat food that you've prepped, you've done everything with, that you're willing to eat a cookie, yet you've got 6-pack abs.
yeah.
And that just adds a dice for them to just be like, oh, okay, right. I thought that was an issue. I thought if I worked for Mitch, I was going to have to do that. But now I've seen he does that with his life. Yeah, okay. Another dice might be they see like live talking videos of people that have worked with you.
Yeah.
And that makes them see that, okay, these testimonials, these transformations, they are real, right? So you're just adding on to that all the time, again and again. So, for example, a really good way to add dice is transformations. And if you have no transformations, the alternative is to use your personal story, run a reverse guarantee to generate clients and monthly income quickly. And the way you do a reverse guarantee, the reason you do a reverse guarantee is because if people have that, it makes it less risky if they don't roll a 10. So you're basically making it so instead of it being 10 plus, you have to get a 6 plus, which is a lot easier. And the way a reverse guarantee works is there's more complexities to this, but you do it so they put a capital and investment up front. And then if they get their transformation, then they get the capital return.
Oh, right.
And then the way that works to make it so it's actually secure for them, you also have a contract which shows if they do all the things you said and they don't get their transformation, they also get the refund. So if they do everything you do everything you say, which they'll be motivated to do because then they'll be in shape and they'll get a refund, then they'll get a refund. And if they do everything you say but they don't get in shape, they'll also get a refund. You'll keep working with them for free until they do. So either way, they're going to get in really good shape as long as they do what you say. And then there's like nothing for them to lose.
It's a win-win for the person either way they'll look at it, really, isn't it? Because, you know, they're either going to get in the best shape of their life and get some of the capital back, or get extra time to work with the coach. And also get the refund.
Yeah, exactly. They
Just
get
cut the boot.
the only reason why the perceived likelihood of achievement is lower is if they don't do the things that you outlined, they don't get the capital back.
But then it's on them, right? So it's the accountability on themselves.
Yeah, so then the perceived likelihood of achievement, the reason why it's lower, it's like a 6, is the 4 that was them trusting you is now removed. But you'll find with a lot of fitness coaching things, a lot of the points that they're nervous about that makes them feel like it's less likely to achieve is because of the action they know they take. They know that they're not accountable. They know that they don't put in the work.
Yeah.
So that's where a lot of it comes from. But you're just making it slightly easier for them to be like, listen, like, I'm not going to be the thing that doesn't make this work for you.
Yeah.
So you can relax a bit. If you're willing to take a step forward, which if you're wanting to get in shape, you're going to have to at some point, you might as well do it with me. And all that does is put you in a position where you can get loads of testimonials. You get loads of transformations really quickly at the start. I'll put 25 transformations, but that's just a random number. What I'm saying is if you have 25 transformations, the perceived likelihood of achievement for the person is going to be super high. So at that point, you can also charge more. So yeah, so confidence increases how likely the prospect believes they are to achieve their transformation. When the prospect is confident that you've helped other people, that you know what you're talking about, and that you can help them because you've helped people in their situation, they believe they can do it much more. So then that means the perceived likelihood of achievement increases, which makes the offer better. So that's just like one example of it. And you want to apply this to everything. So in terms of the dream outcome, how can it be big? Instead of just helping them lose, for example, a tiny bit of weight in 6 weeks or feel healthy on 6 weeks, you help them lose a decent bit of weight and look more shredded in 6 weeks. That's much more appealing because the outcome is a lot bigger. So people are worth sacrificing more to actually get that. And instead of it being 9 months, how can you make it 3 months or 6 months? And it might not be possible. There's like physics and laws to this of what actually you can do. But you want to narrow it down and make it short as possible. And then effort and sacrifice, if you can take something they thought was going to take 12 months and you can make it 6 months, and they thought they was going to do 5 gym sessions a week, and you do 3 gym sessions a week, and they can also have the weekends where they can have like cheat meals, then you take it from 5 days a week to like strict diets to then 3 days a week at cheat meals, and then 6 months, then the effort and the time delay becomes a lot lower. So the goal doesn't even need to be as big, and the perceived likelihood of achievement doesn't even need to be as big because it's a lot more sexy. So what you want to do is just think about what you can increase and increase that. Like if you haven't got many testimonials, focus on the time to focus on the effort and sacrifice they're going to need to put in. Focus on where you can get it. Because if you haven't got many testimonials, you most likely have a lot of time. If you have a lot of time, that means you can make stuff super, super personalized for the client. You can make stuff really efficient. You work with people really one-on-one online, which means you can get them the best results possible, which is definitely going to mean it's going to take them less time and less effort. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense.
How do you think you could do that for yourself?
So for myself, to implement this myself, dream outcome, probably more to do with like the whole weight loss sort of journey, and go down that route. Because obviously they're going to look better when they are leaner. So it's like, instead of saying that they need to put on X amount of muscle and eat this much protein and be focusing on too much of the nutrition, which is overwhelming to begin with, maybe just starting out, like you say, with something more sexy, something more like that fits with their livelihood a little bit more, rather than taking it like a second job that they're going to be doing.
Yeah.
I think, it's just giving them like three workouts a week, perhaps. Just kind of help them out with shortening the time frame of what they've got going on in their head in terms of thinking that it's going to take them a year to do, and actually show them that, from testimonials or from my own journey, that actually that journey, if you follow the right steps, isn't going to take it quite as long as that. Yeah,
definitely. Right. Like, because once you understand your audience, they might be thinking that it's going to take them 12 months and 5 gym sessions a week, right? Which is, I don't know how many would that be? It's 240 gym sessions over a year, right? And if you can do it, so it's 3 gym sessions a week, that's 72 gym sessions in a year, right?
It's a lot more appealing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's way more. It's a crazy difference.
A lot less leg days.
So the person might already be sort of like problem aware, solution aware, but they don't realize that they can make it a lot faster and easier process for themselves. So they already know how to train, they already know what to eat and those sort of things. They just don't know it very well, and they don't have the accountability to do it really consistently. So all you do is you come in show them that it can be done like this, and this is what you've done for yourself and the other clients. And then it means, okay, now maybe I'll actually think about getting a coach because I'm seeing value. It's a whole lot, because I'm seeing value in the fact that this can be way easier for me.
Yeah.
So if you have a really good offer, it can actually turn people that already know loads about the gym, already in a good position, to actually getting a coach because they see the value in it because of how much of an impact you're making.
Yeah.
When if you just position it as like, I help people get in shape, they don't see the difference between them getting in shape themselves and you helping them get in shape.
Yeah.
And when you get more specific with it, like how much weight they can lose, what it's going to do to them when it comes to dream outcome, like not just what they're going to look like, but how they're going to feel.
Yeah.
Like, what's it going to do for their life? Like actual specifics so that they can understand that. Because it might be the dream outcome's the same, but all you do is like highlight it better and help them understand it better. So then it feels bigger.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So you actually give them the same result, but you just make it feel bigger by the way you highlight it. And at the end of the day, that still helps people. Because if you're doing that, that's going to make them more motivated. And when it comes to health and fitness coaching, what you want to do is just put people in the position where they're most motivated. So even if it is still the exact same goal from them that you're taking them to if they're on their own, if you're then training them and they're more motivated, they're more likely to get to their goal. And what's worth more, like money or health and time?
Health and time, you can't buy those things back, can you?
No, 100%. Exactly. So basically the way that it goes as well in terms of action taking, which is important to know whilst you're building out your offer, is most people sit in this section here, which is like the lack of action stage. And imagine this yellow stuff here as all this yellow stuff here is the pain, right? The green is the goal, is the enjoyment of life. And the red line is the pain threshold. Most people sit here, like they watch TV every night, they eat junk food.
It's a comfort zone, isn't it?
But they're comfortable.
Yeah.
They haven't got enough going on, but they realize that they're actually in pain with how they look. And there might be like a few hours in the day when they think, oh, like I need to change, right? And those few hours in the day, because of all these other comfort things, the TV, the food, the smoking or whatever it is, because they're so much they're much bigger parts of their day, they like push this down, right? And they push this down and down and down, even though it's having this huge impact on their life, huge impact on what they do with their life. They just push it down so that they don't cross the pain threshold.
Yeah.
Because the pain threshold is when they've got to change. But as a coach, what normally happens is, and as anyone doing anything, is you're like kind of putting a mirror up to someone and they look at themselves in the mirror and they realize their situation is worse than it is. But people don't take action in this stage. It's a lack of action stage. It's not where people are happy. Definitely not where people are happy. It's where most people stay, not just in fitness, but in life. Like people do this with business as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
They have a job that they have, keeps them comfortable, but they're not really in enough pain to take serious action to get out of that job.
Yeah.
So then the job almost blinds them because of it.
Yeah, and they're just stuck on the hamster wheel of just, subconsciously always being in that loop, that cycle.
Yeah, it's easy to do. But you even said it to me a while ago. You were like, I just realized I
just need to do something. Yeah. It was just, I need to take that step. Because you can stay in that lack of action for years and years and years if you're not careful. I mean, I stayed in there for a long time myself, and it was just, when you know it's time to be done, I just wish I took action sooner. But I guess that's hindsight, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's this.
That's hindsight. And what happens is when you're doing fitness coaching, these people, they'll know. A lot of people that aren't in shape, they realize it because it's such a big part of your life, because you can see you're not in shape. Other people could see you're not in shape. You start to feel insecure about it, that it's very hard to push that pain down. Like it's hard to stay in this lack of action stage.
Yeah.
But they do it because they don't know what to do or they don't want to take the effort to get out of that. But when it's with business, it's easy to convince yourself you're okay. Like, especially as when you're in good shape, it's easy to look in the mirror, feel a bit confident again, go and do a bit of PTing work or go to your 9 to 5 and feel a bit better, like you're being productive. And then it's like on those set few days that you're like, what am I doing? Like, I know I can do more. Or you see someone else who I think, oh, what do I do? That was what it was like for me. as well. And I think it's like that for a lot of people. But what you're essentially trying to do for someone to take action and work with you, or even just for them to get in the best shape of their life, you have to take them out of the lack of action stage into the pain stage so that they can enter the enlightenment stage. And this sounds really weird. And the pain stage, I say pain, but it's more like discomfort, really. I'm not going to try and spell that, but discomfort. Like pain's a really dramatic way of saying it. Because as soon as they cross this pain threshold, they then want to take action. That's when they want to take action, because they're like, I cannot stay here anymore. And this happens by your content. This might happen by in the messages. This might happen by being on a really short call with them. Like, it can happen in so many different ways. But the main way it's going to happen is with your content. So that starts with your offer. And the reason why I'm talking about this, it's so important to understand key things about your prospect. Like, what is their discomfort? What is their pain? And if we go to here, you can see like some of the messaging data AI prompts that we look at is like complaints, the unwanted feeling, the hell island. Like, yeah, we've got positive one, heaven island, aspiring identity, but some of these are negative. Like, what pisses them off? Like, what makes them feel guilt and shame? What are their judgments? Like, what is it that causes them to be in hell island, right? Like the place that they don't want to be. And it's super important to know that, because you need to understand it for your content. And we're going to get onto that in the next pillars. But if you don't know it here, you can't target it. Because once you can target it, you can, one, get people to realize they have it. And then you can, two, help people get over it, right? Get over the actual discomfort, realize they have it, and actually start making a change. And a lot of the people I've worked with, what's happened is, instead of targeting that top 3% of the market, because basically what the market looks like is you have the market, there's this tiny 3%, which are problem and solution aware, right? And that's what most coaches target, this small 3%. And they're the percent that convert really easily. But they're just looking for logistics. They're looking for the coach with the best pricing, this and that. They're ready to buy. But a lot of these people as well, they just go in person sometimes.
Yeah.
And a lot of them go online now. It's becoming more and more popular to go online. Like, we're seeing big industry data showing most people are now looking for online options because it's more convenient for them, because they haven't got to plan the time.
Exactly. We want to go into the gym and
they just go and they want to go, and not plan it with a coach. Like, people are getting used to online. Yeah. So it's just getting way more popular. Like, even older people I've noticed with my fitness business are just more and more went into online, where I used to get more questions about it and a bit more hesitation. Now there's like no hesitation.
Yeah, it's almost like it's becoming the norm now, isn't it? Like with coaching, like it's better in the sense that it's accessible all the time, and just they can kind of work at it in their own times, which is ideal for them.
100%. And you're doing it in person still.
Yeah.
And I bet in person you see people come in with the apps online.
Yeah. And well, they're either referring to YouTube, like to watch what some influencers doing at the moment or whatever, and things like that as well. So it's kind of like, they've all got like an idea that what they need to do. But again, I think it's just more around the fact that it's the accountability that they need from the online coach, which is better than just anything else that you can get offline.
Yeah, 100%. Exactly. And then basically what we're going to target, because a lot of online coaches target 3%, it is 97%. And in this 97%, there's 3 stages, stage 1 to stage 4. Yeah. In the whole market, that's 100% of the market. Stage 4 is they're problem aware and solution aware. And then they know what sort of solution they want. So stage 4 can sometimes mean, often means they're like, they want to get coached by you, right? Like, they literally want you as the coach. Stage 4, they're problem solution aware, and they know that you're the solution, right? A lot of them sit though between stage 3 and stage 4, right? The ones that are in that 3%, which can be good because they're going to be really easy to convert, because they'll know that they need a solution. They'll be willing to invest, and they just want the solution. And it might be you, or it might be another coach. They might have a few people that they have an idea they want to work with. But the people we want to target are stage 1 and stage 2. We don't just want to target these people, but what this does is it opens us up to like all that other percent of the pie, right? It opens us up to all of this. And most coaches, most coaches don't know how to do that. And that comes from actually targeting the people that are in this lack of action phase, which have discomfort, have pain, but they're either not even problem aware. They don't even realize they have this issue, even though that they are unhealthy.
Yeah.
Like one of the guys I trained, Moses, he was like 20 kg overweight. And he literally said to me, my content made him realize that he had an issue.
Right.
And I ended up working with Moses for 6 months, right? And I think he paid around £2,000. And he got off all the medication he was on. He was on all these blood pills, like on loads of medication for many different things that the doctor said that he needed, and he was going on more and more and more. And when he realized from watching my content that he had an issue, he then became problem aware.
Yeah.
And because he became problem aware on my content, he then started becoming solution aware through my content. And then when he became solution aware on my content, he had moved from stage 1 to stage 2. And then he became solution aware, and then he knew that he wanted like a solution, more of a solution to the problem. So he started becoming like solution aware in a way that like he wants a coach. And then he entered stage 4, where because I had been the one who'd given him all this awareness, he wanted to then work with me.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to compete for Moses because he wasn't looking for a coach. I made him realize that he needed one.
Yeah.
So it then puts you in a whole different section of things. It's really important to think about this. So then once you make them like basically discomfort aware, you then want to start like providing them the solutions so that you can help them and take them all the way to the stage of enlightenment. Like the stage of enlightenment is most likely after you've coached them, and the issues they're going to have, the pain they're going to have is going to be all the way down here. So they're not going to have much pain, and they're going to be like way closer towards their goals. So most people think the goals is up here, but actually the goal's at the bottom. You have to reduce the pain to get more towards your goal, if that makes sense. Like the less pain you have in your life, the closer you are to your dream life.
Yeah.
Really. And then this gets bigger and bigger. And that's essentially what you're doing. Like as a coach, you're just, a big part of it is getting to people towards their goals, definitely, but it's by reducing the discomfort they have. But for someone to reduce the discomfort, you have to first open their eyes up to the fact that
Show
they
them, yeah.
actually have it. Because they know they have it, but they're just leaving it subconsciously.
It's almost like burying their head in the sand, right? Like they can feel that there's something not quite right. There's something that they can do, but they just, well, they know what to do, but they just don't want to take that step. So then it's like pulling on that emotional, like when you're taking into the pain, it's making them feel like an emotional connection to that problem within themselves. So yeah, it just,
so that they become willing to take a step.
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Exactly. And a lot of actual fitness coaches do that with the business.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like they haven't fully accepted that they have a problem, but if they actually look deep enough, they realize they really don't enjoy the life they're living. And that if they don't make a change, then they'll always stay in the stage where they're comfortable, but they're not happy.
Yeah.
And until they allow themselves to become super uncomfortable by realizing the situation they're in, the fact that they don't want it, they will never put themselves in a position where they make enough of a change to like enter the enlightenment phase, which I feel like I'm in, where you're like doing stuff like traveling, like you're helping loads of other people. You build more of the life that you want. Like you can start buying stuff for other people and all that. Like I flew you out here. Do you know what I mean? It's nice to be able to do that sort of stuff. Like it puts you in that enlightenment phase. So going on to how to build a bit of an offer, just like a really brief example. This would be like a low value offer, something someone wouldn't want to go in. And these are the real basics of building an offer. But basically, let's say someone wants to get a movie star physique. So shredded, like 6-pack sort of thing, with like big arms, like rounded shoulders, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah. And then they've never tried before. I suppose say that. And let's say the coach has never coached before, and they're clear to the client that they've never coached. Like it's clear to everyone that the coach has never coached, and the effort and sacrifice is 5 times a week. They have to gym. They have to track all their calories. They can't eat any unhealthy food. They got to do regular cardio, and then they can't go out on the weekend, right? And the time delay is 12 months. So the perceived likelihood of achievement is low because they're like, fuck, this coach has never coached before. Maybe the coach is in insane shape, but he's never coached. And he's not like, or she has not provided anything to show that her story matches with the person that they're speaking to. So not only have they never coached before, they also have done nothing to make the person feel more comfortable that they've never coached. Because you can be in a position where you've never coached, but people have confidence in you. For example, Leah. your first client. Like the reason he had confidence is because he knows you're going to put loads of effort in.
Yeah, exactly.
So it makes his perceived likelihood of achievement higher than someone that's coaching loads of people because he knows you're going to put the effort into him that he needs.
Exactly, yeah.
So if you haven't coached before, you can still put that in a position where you have a higher perceived likelihood of achievement because of that. But unless you position it correctly, then you'll have a feeling of like, oh, he's never tried coaching before. This is going to be bad. And then the movie star physique is the exact same, but the effort and sacrifice is a lot, like 5 times a week, tracking calories, cardio. Like even if someone said that to me, I'd be thinking, oh man, that sounds long. I've got to do 12 months of that. I don't think I could do 12 months of that, right? So then the value they've created is super low because the offer that they have isn't good, right? And then let's say on the other side, you have move star physique, so exact same goal. But I will take you through the exact program and accountability that helped me get a movie star physique from XYZ. Like from being overweight in this position, like 30 kg overweight when the doctor said like, if I keep going this way, I'm going to get diabetes, to then being in a movie star shape. And then even if you got no testimonials, it's like, damn, look, I did that.
Yeah.
Fuck, okay. Man, that makes me a lot more confident. And you're only going to have to do 3 times a week in the gym. You are going to have to track calories, but you're going to do easy cardio. So stuff like walking, this and that.
Yeah.
And because you're tracking calories, you can also have cheat meals within your calories. So it's not nothing. You still got to do it. And we all know people. I've trained loads of people where this has been plenty.
Yeah.
And Moses was doing this, exactly this. And he lost loads of weight, right? And the time today is going to be 9 months. So 2 months less. This is medium to high like value because the position that you're going to get them in is insane. The confidence is relatively high. Yeah, they don't think you necessarily coach others, which makes them maybe a little bit think about that. But your positioning of what you've done and the fact that you're going to take them through the exact process you've gone through to get where you are gives them loads of confidence that they can follow you into that journey. If you're going to work with them one-to-one and you're going to take them through exactly what you did, that gives loads of confidence, especially as the fact that the stuff you're going to take them through isn't too complicated, isn't too much. So they also know that they're more likely to stay accountable to this because it's not that much, right? And the fact that they got to do it for less time, even though it's still a decent amount of time, also increases the confidence they have because they're like, fuck, I've got to do 9 months. When someone says 12 months, 2 years, something like that, it feels like a long time. And a lot of people try and sell high ticket programs. And they're like, oh, okay, so if I charge 200 a month and I do it for 6 months, which is what, 1.2k, that's a lot more valuable than charging 300 a month and doing it for 4 months, right? Which is 1.2k. But that's not necessarily the case, because if you can get someone that result in 4 months instead of 6, it's actually more valuable if they're going to pay the same amount to be in that shape in 4 months rather than 6 months.
Yeah.
And that's why people like entrepreneurs and business owners love working with me.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't focused on necessarily how much of my time they got. I was focused on where they would get to, which is all they cared about. It's all anyone really cares about, right? And the reason why people want your time is it just makes them feel more like they're more likely to get there.
Yeah.
So it increases the perceived likelihood of achievement. Do you have any questions on this setup?
No, you don't. I think that's a really kind of straightforward way to kind of navigate that in terms of comprising that offer. Yeah, it's just, I wish I knew it before. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, just wish it was under those things.
Yeah. Okay, so let's break it down a little bit so also you guys have an example of how it would work exactly for your offer.
Yeah.
So who is it that, just give a brief version, like who is it that you want to help?
I want to help.
It's men, right?
Yeah, men kind of between the ages of 24 and 40, I guess, is my target audience.
Yeah.
Typically somebody that's either tried before and failed and looking to kind of come back and not miss the mark this time, or someone that's just tired of being as they are right now after trying it themselves and maybe not actually getting anywhere as well. And just, you know, whether that's training or nutrition. Okay,
well, if that can be, it's what you got to be careful of. So like, are you going to do people that tried before and failed? Or are you going to be doing people that have tried before and failed and people that want to try that haven't yet?
Yeah, I think I don't want to close the door on anyone. So I'll probably go for the second one. Probably like for...
Okay, well then that then means nothing. because then that's everyone.
Yeah. I was going to try to put it in
saying that. I see this with loads of coaches as well. It's like they'll put stuff into their bio or into their coaching offer, but they'll basically put loads of things that then just encapsulates. Yeah, that encapsulates everyone.
Yeah.
So then it's just like, if you haven't added any value to that, or you've not made it any more specific. Like if you're doing that, people that have tried before and failed, and people that want to try, like that's just basically anyone that wants to get in shape. Really.
Exactly. Yeah.
So men 20 to 40, and is it like more weight loss or muscle gain focus? Would you say?
I'll probably say weight loss to begin with, because I think that's going to be the key, and then
okay. So let's go with weight loss to start with. Okay, and then you probably want to dial this in. Like if you're going to go 24 to 40, a lot of them are going to be dads, so you could target dads, but you don't have to. That's just like maybe something you could do. Like if you were a dad, that'd be a great way to do it. Guess your dad to a dog.
I'm a dog. Yeah, yes, that's the same.
So basically, what you'd want to do for that to increase the value is like a low value for that. Is most of these people are going to be working 9 to 5s, right?
Yeah.
It says 9 to 5. So if we just copy this, we put this here. Okay. And then we think about what needs to happen for them to get there. So if a dad's to actually lose weight, they have to do some form of nutrition, and they're going to have to do some form of training, right? The biggest issues, and this is me assuming, you wouldn't want to assume, you'd want to actually do a market research process, kind of like taught in transitional line. And I can put a bit of a market research process below in the free community as well for you guys. So just to help you build out your offer, is you want to understand what it is they struggle with the most. So it's probably time, most likely. Time, accountability, even though they might not accept that. And then also stuff like nutrition, because they're moving maybe a lot, like they're going from one location to another a lot. And then maybe it might just be like distractions, like beers, like you still want to hang out with mates, like they're having food with their kids or something, so they can't like perfectly cook really healthy things, those sort of things. So what you could say then, if that's the case, is one of the things with effort and sacrifice is when it comes to time, is one thing I'm thinking is instantly just instead of hour-long workouts, not just the amount of times you go to the gym, hour, 30-minute workouts, which maybe they used to do when they were younger, is now 45-minute workouts, right? So that cuts that in half. And then instead of tracking, what they can do is have like a broad understanding of how many calories they need to eat a day. Or instead of tracking, you could say something like photo tracking. So like you can literally get that specific with it. So instead of them tracking fully, all they have to do is take a photo, because there's software that can do that now, right? So photo tracking. So it makes keeping up with nutrition really easily, so that they can still go out for beers. Like, so they don't, without cutting out beers and dinners up, right? Because they can still do that. They just got to do it within their like calories and tracking amount that they have to do. And then if they, time, accountability. And then another thing we might know is that they're going to work 5 times a week. So what you can do is you can do a 3-day-a-week program, and then 3 days per week. And then, if they're going to work 5 days a week, they could do Saturday, Sunday in the gym, and then 1 day within the week. Or maybe they can go after work because it's only 45 minutes, right? And then another thing is like you could do easy cardio 15 minutes a day. And the way that you would do this is you don't need to tell them, let's say, this on a call. You can do, but the main way is you position it within your content. Yeah, for example, you could say it's after my 9 to 5, I don't go do an hour-and-a-half gym session that I used to do when I was younger. Now I do 3 45-minute sessions, and this is how you do the same to lose weight. Yeah. Or like something like that. Like that's off the top of my noggin. But that way, then you start in your content targeting them with the stuff that they actually want. Yeah. Because then they're thinking, oh yeah, that's doable. Like I can do that. And then on the call with them, they're going to jump on the call knowing they can do it. Because the call isn't necessarily just about you say, oh, you can do 3 45-minute workouts. They should know that stuff, understand your offer before they jump on the call. So it might, let's say movie star physique, it might be like, they might even just want something like a strong dad bod.
Yeah.
So
feeling better in clothes or something like that. Oh no, that's not true. But
Yeah, that's Chewbacca. Strong fat dad, but like not shredded, but no excess body fat. Look better in a suit, stuff like that. And just understand in depth. Like you want to understand in a lot of depth what it is that they want to achieve. It might not be that they want a strong dad, but I'm just assuming that.
Yeah.
But it might be that they don't necessarily really desire to be super ripped.
Yeah.
Like movie star physique, they might want that. You don't know, but you want to have a look at that, right? And then perceived likelihood of achievement, what you can do is, these might be dads, like you said, people that have tried before, now failed. So these might be dads that have tried when they were younger, were in good shape when they were younger and have lost it. So you could be like, when I was XYZ, I was XYZ. Then I hit XYZ and started, for example, falling off a bunch of these things, right?
Yeah.
And then now I'm in my 30s. I'm in the best shape of life in my life.
Yeah.
I'm in the best shape of my life. Here's how I did it. I was working a 9 to 5. So this is more of an example of like a real / story thing.
Yeah.
But like, it's just an example of how you'd want to position the perceived likelihood of achievement. So you would position it as like, I've done it myself. You've coached lots of people in person. I've coached, would you say over 30?
Yeah, easily. Probably 50. Yeah.
So I've done it myself. I've coached over 50 to do it. Yeah. And then you could also add, I've been training XYZ years. So let's say you've been training for a long time. So let's say even say 10 years, and I've tried and tested all the best approaches. Like even that small thing, like I've been training for 10 years, adds a load of extra onto that. And lots of people, they miss out on these things, like these small things that they have, they don't even think about and they don't add it. And then this is the sort of content you'd create. So when I was XYZ, I was in the worst shape. I was in the best shape of my life. I could bench 120 kg. Then I got a 9 to 5 in my 30s and I started to go downhill. Now I'm in my late 30s. You're not in your late 30s, yeah. It's just an example.
Early 30s.
Now I'm in my early 30s. I'm in the best shape of my life. And here's exactly how I did it while still working a 9 to 5. And that's just basically breaking any limiting beliefs and increasing the perceived likelihood of achievement that they could achieve it. Because you know you've done it yourself. You coach over 50 people here, and you've been in the game for 10 years. You've been training for 10 years yourself, gone through ups and downs, and you figured out the best approach. Right? And then the effort and sacrifice is, how long do you feel like you could actually make it take? Let's say your thing was a bit more specific than this. It was, because I don't know your offer well enough, it was for someone to lose 10 kg to cut 5 kg.
Yeah. How long would that take? 5 kg? You do it in 6 weeks.
I mean, that's crazy. So 6 weeks. Yeah, it makes it super high value because it's such a short amount of time. You've been doing it for so long. The effort and sacrifice isn't that crazy. Where they're going to get is like whatever situation that they're wanting to always be as a father. And then for them, they feel like they can definitely do it because you're in their position, but you're where they want to be. So they just got to catch up to you and follow what you're doing. And then just the time to do it is super quick. So it makes sense. And you want to make all of this into your reels. So then, for example, you could do one. So like, let's say, a client that did it. It took XYZ 6 weeks to drop 5 kg whilst working a 9 to 5, eating the food he loves, spending time with family, and only training 2.5 hours a week. And this would be like a proper call out video. It gives you like an example of what to do.
Yeah.
Another example is you could literally show on your Instagram 45-minute workouts for men to lose weight. And that's going to target directly within your offer.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. That's going to target the people you want. Obviously, it's super important that you build out a really good ICP, that you have one of these and you've actually done like an offer ideation template. Obviously, yours will be super in depth as well. Anyway, whether you've done it through this or different offer template, but it's super important you really know who you're targeting. And then that way it'll make it way easier for you to build a good offer because you'll understand what they want, what are the things they don't want to do, and what makes them feel like that they can't do it, what stop them from taking the actions to do it again. And then time delay is just something you want to get as short as possible no matter what. Yeah. And once you've built out exactly the way you want to position your offer so that you have loads of value, you then want to make sure that you anchor the price correctly. And loads of people, they build a sick offer. It's really good. It's super high value. People are willing to pay a good amount for it, but they just miss out on so much because they don't price anchor correctly. Yeah. So it's just like, you have something great. You could deliver it in a great way. Mm-hmm. People pay a lot for it, but they're skeptical because you haven't price anchored it. If you just want the sales call to be as easy as possible so that you get like less no's, I do my best to do all that, less no's, you get, well, obviously, of course, more yeses, but then also like no resistance, and maybe even people like in the DMs just being like, okay, like I've literally had people join 3K for 3K programs in the DMs. Just like sent them a link sent, and then
talking point. Yeah.
joined. Literally, I've had multiple people do that.
Yeah.
So I've been on the way to Bali. I had someone just join right as I was getting on the flight for 3K.
That's nuts.
And then by the time I landed in Bali, I had 3K on my account. That's for sure.
It's just because everything that you had in place was just, they had no questions, right? There's no, there's no query in their head. It's just so straightforward.
Yeah, no reason not to. Like the value was so high, perceived value of achievement was so high, and then the price anchor was just really good. So they knew what to do. So kind of going to go into price anchor. So let's say you have like different bottles of wine. Like this is just different bottle of wine. You got the decoy price is basically what I'm going to go into. So when you position this bottle of wine as $30, people think, that's expensive. This one's $10, this one's $30.
Yeah.
That one's 3 times more. Like we've all done it in shops when you're looking at like food, or like you're in a restaurant, you're looking at one steak, one's £50, the other one's £150.
Yeah.
Depends on what restaurant you're in. And you're thinking like the £150 one, like, oh, that looks nice. Like grade 9 Wagyu, like that looks crazy, but is it worth me getting that over like the £75 like, I don't know, T-bone steak? And I'll just get a £75 T-bone steak. Like the amount I'm going to draw isn't that much. Yeah. But then if they have a £300 decoy, right, which a lot of these restaurants do,
yeah,
they then have the bottom rump steak. They're like, oh, I don't want to go for the lowest. And then they have the £125 like grade 7 Wagyu. I'm like, I'll go for that one. Yeah, that sounds perfect. So what you want to do is position your offer like that. So adding a decoy price actually allows you to sell more of your main offer and people be happy with it. For example, for fitness coaching, I had a 15K offer, a 3K offer, so actually 3.4K. This is pounds. Yep. And then a 1.8K. The main two people who join would be the 1.8 and the 3.4. Guess which one the people bought the most?
3.4.
The 3.4. The 3.4. They were both for 6 months. The deliverables were just different, and the guarantee was just different. Very, very occasionally, people would do this one, and it would be like.
I was going to ask, did anyone go for it?
Hardly any. I had like very occasionally. I think I only did maybe 2 of these in complete total, and it was like split up over a long period of time. So it was basically a completely different type of program, and I actually didn't make that much money from these because the cost of doing it was super high. Because like it came with physical deliverables that I would get people to come and do stuff for example. Like they'd have like meals sent to the house, supplements sent, sometimes even stuff like cleaners and shit like that. Like it was kind of mad to save them time so they could put more effort into going to the gym, for example. Where with this one, like this was just online coaching. Like literally just online coaching. I wouldn't pay for anything. Maybe when they joined, I'd send them some sort of supplement pack and stuff to the house. But the most people went for this one. And yeah, the bonuses would be stuff like supplement packs, for example, or like welcome bonuses, more one-on-one calls. But the reason why people went for this is also because it's just price anchored correctly. Yeah. Right? That's literally part of the reason. Yeah, there was a lot more value in this one. The perceived likelihood of achievement of doing well in this one was a lot higher and is a lot higher than this one. But people did really well in both. It just depends on how much support they wanted, right? Yeah. So actually having a decoy can be super useful. And the way that I would go about it is most people try and build like so many different levels of offer, like gold tier, platinum, bronze, silver. I would focus on one offer, which will be your decoy. Yeah. No, which will be your main offer. So my main offer was the 3.4. That's where like I was like really getting insane transformations. We're getting insane transformations from the 1.8. That's so a large investment for a lot of people. But my main offer was these two. But the one I really was my main offer that I trained the most people on, and there was just like the full shebang for online, was the 3.4, right? And that's the offer I'd focus on. So 3.4 I'd focus on. And that's the offer had been building for a long time. And what happened is the 1.8 was the 3.4 deliverables. And then I created the 3.4. I increased the prices to 3.4 because I became better at what I was doing. I had more transformations, I had more proof, started targeting more of a premium market, building more of a premium buy ecosystem, that I could start charging 3.4. So then I left my 1.8 offer, but then kept the pricing just with lower deliverables. Right? Yep. And then literally I was doing the exact same thing as the 1.8, but charging 2.44 for it. Yeah. And that was literally just because I was better at what I was doing. So technically I was giving more value just by having more experience and then being more confident because I had way more testimonials, right? Because how confident someone comes into something actually has a massive impact. If they're super confident, they always get better results because they go in like, fuck, I'm going to absolutely smash this. So then they take full action. And then the reason why I would focus on one offer is you build something out really well to start with. You build out your 1.8 or whatever your coaching offer is. Maybe it's 200 a month, right? And then from there, once you've got this and you maybe got 3 people on it, you can then add a price anchor knowing that your main one's really good. And your price anchor, the bottom one, what I would do is just make it like the same as this one, but just take a few things out. Yeah. So let's say you do 1 call a week. This one, which might be £75, or maybe a little bit more than that. You don't want it too far off the top one. £125 is 1 call a month, right? Instead of 1 call a week. So they get 4 extra calls for this one for an extra £75, right? And then your next level up might be 500. So it's a lot more. But then they can have, they get a call every day. So 6 days a week, basically. They get a call and they get a quick one-to-one check-in with you. This is just a really brief way of doing it. There'd be loads of other different deliverables. But you focus on your main one first, you build that out. And once you have it built out, you've had 3 people through it. First, you want to make sure you validate your offer. You actually do get test transformations and stuff through it. Once you have that, you then build your decoys by just adding stuff on and then charging more and reducing what's delivered and charging less. And then you have your 3 main offers, but you still focus on this core one. Like I wouldn't even offer this one sometimes until I've offered this one, depending on what the prospects was like. Cool. So sometimes I would just tell them about this one and this one, and then it would just be like a lower decoy. Because if you see here, this still seems really good. Yeah. When you've offered them it for 500. One thing I wouldn't do is offer them the low decoy, this one, and then tell them you also have this option. No. Because then that's going to seem super expensive.
Yeah.
Of course.
To go kind of plug into their psychology a little bit, you know, with the whole, when it comes to purchasing something, it's like you need that median sort of mid-range option that's always going to kind of attract people more so than anything else.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, which one are you going to be able to help someone more with?
Yeah.
4 monthly one-on-ones or 1 monthly one-on-one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's definitely the 4.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely 4. So you have to have good intentions with everything. Like you never have an offer just there without any good intentions with it. Like the reason why my like high level decoy offer didn't make me much money, so I knew it was expensive, so I wanted to have really good stuff with it. Yeah. It was there to be a decoy offer, but I also wanted to deliver the value it was. Yeah. So I still had good intentions with it, and it's super important to do that as well. Otherwise, if you believe there's no point in having those offers, you'll treat them like there's no point.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. You won't pitch it as something that they should actually join. And what you can do if you have 3 offers is if you're like someone seems super committed, they like are so consistent already, you can pitch them the higher one and the lower one at the same time, like I said before. Because most likely if they want to go for the higher one, let them live a little bit. Let them take the higher one. Don't take that one away from them. If they want it, they can afford it, let them go for it. Yeah, it's no problem. You can just help them even more. But they might just say, oh, I want the lower one because I'm already really consistent. That's not an issue. Yeah. And how do you feel like you could apply that for you?
I feel like I could have actually applied it on a sales call that I had with someone the other day. What I ended up doing was I didn't have like 3 options. Like I had my offer that I have anyway, that I've already got people on my online business with now. But it was more around, I didn't have enough option there for them to feel like they're making the right choice. It was more around the fact that I was like, I knew that product would be the best for them. And like sillily in my head, it was like, that's the one they should go for.
Yeah.
And then because of that, I didn't divert him off to anywhere else to kind of think, oh, well, maybe that is going to be the best option for me. I was so set on selling like the package itself because it was everything that they needed. I didn't let them come to the decision themselves. It was like, I was just like ramming it down their throat. Like, you will take this. But, yeah, that's the, so I think by having that variety to what you can offer somebody, it allows them to kind of click in their own mind as to what they actually want to do and feel like they made the decision, even though you've technically geared them for that decision anyway.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, there's my intentions there. It's like you're giving them the thing that you know will happen the most, which is the right intentions. But when you position 3 things, or even, you mainly want to do it with 3, and so I say you can go for this one, or that one. It's not, do you want coaching or not? It's which one do you want?
Yeah.
And it puts the whole call or the DMs or however you're doing the conversion into a different position. It's choose one that works for you.
Yeah.
Not choose yes or no.
Yeah, exactly.
So it puts them in a position of like, in a position of decision, not a position of like, do I move with this guy or do I not?
Exactly.
And that's why when you're in the sales call, you're in the DMs, you say like, which one is most suited to you? It's not like, does that make sense or does that work for you? It's like, which one's most suited? And they're like, that one's most suited. And it's like, okay. And what we're going to do is move forward with it, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are you charging at the moment a month?
At the moment for my online, it's 150 a month.
150.
That's my main offer, yeah.
So you got 150 a month. You can have your upper version as, let's say, 300, which is quite a lot more.
Yep.
But within that, you could send them supplement pack when they join.
Yep.
You could do 2 weekly one-to-ones with them.
Yep.
So it's 8 a month. It's quite a lot. You could do, I don't know what else. In that, you could even include that you organize for them to go for a massage once a month at a massage parlor, like these random things. You could then say it's not just like weight training, but you're also going to give them flexibility routines. You're going to help them with their habits. You're going to do X, Y, Z, all of these different things. You're going to pay for like a blood work kit to be sent to them every 3 months to get their bloods so that you can understand for your supplement protocol, all these things. Then the other one is 4 sessions a week. You help them get in better shape by giving them better workout programs, helping them with their nutrition, they're helping with their supplements. And then the lower one is they get 1 check-in a week. They get to have your WhatsApp. They get your training app for the workouts, the nutrition, the supplements. But they only get to actually speak to you for 30 minutes once a month. Yeah. And the lower one is 100, and they could actually just pay an extra 50 to speak to you 4 times a month. And it makes it seem so much more sexy because it is.
Yeah.
It's so worth them upgrading.
Look at that £12.50 investment each week more. Yeah, to get that.
Exactly. If you look at McDonald's, they do it.
Yeah.
I don't go to McDonald's much. I don't put my hands up, but they will literally have, how they'll do it is that you can add stuff on or you can change for so little. So let's say you want to get 2 nuggets. Yeah. It will be, I don't know, off by heart of McDonald's, like, but it will be like £3.25 for 2 nuggets. Yeah. Or £4.10 or £3.90 for 4. Yeah. And it's like, it doesn't cost them that much to get the extra thing. What costs them a lot is to get the client. Yeah. So to give them an extra 2 nuggets doesn't cost them much pennies. No. To get the client costs them pounds, right? Yeah. Or maybe like £1, £2. And then what they want to do is get you to pay as much as possible when they're there. So they make it seem stupid to not keep upgrading. Yeah. Which is why you go to McDonald's thinking it's going to be cheap. And then you add loads of stuff on because it feels like a no-brainer. Yeah. And you want to make your offer feel the same stuff. Cool. Mechanism method is super important, but in terms of pricing, we'll go over that again. Like we're going to go over that down here in terms of offer pricing because most people do it wrong. Yeah. And there's 2 ways to do it wrong. They either lose money or they lose clients. They lose money like Sam was doing. He was charging £100 a month. He had about £500 in client revenue every month. And he didn't want to go online because one, if you're charging monthly, it can be scary that some clients will just drop off at any point because they're obliged to. They can. Like if they want to leave, they can just leave, right? So that was one of the issues. And that meant he was unconfident to quit his job. He's now fully quit. Sam's doing like where for 10 on towards 10K now a month from coaching in 2 months as well, which is crazy. But and same with Matty actually. Matty was trying to charge people £80 for a running program. No one was taking it seriously. No one was actually following it. Mm-hmm. In his first month after joining, he did 3K in his first 30 days. and he actually tripled his prices. So he was doing about £200 for the program.
Yeah.
And everyone was taking it seriously. He was getting insane results and loads of referrals. So there's two main ways. If you get your pricing wrong, you can lose money. One is it's not equal to the value you provided. You're almost overconfident, like arrogant in a way.
Yeah.
You haven't looked at your offer enough, and you just thought about what do coaches charge. Because 150, what you charge, right? That might be super like cheap, or that might be super expensive, depending on two things: who you're targeting and what you offer.
Yeah.
So like you can offer 150 and it'd be super cheap and people would just be saying yes, 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 yes. And the reason why some coaches are like kind of stupid with it is they lose clients because the people they're targeting and the offer they're like actually providing isn't worth the 150, but they just looked online what the online coaches charge.
Yeah.
And it says 150, right? So the way you have to think about it is what is it you're doing? Who is it you're helping? Like what sort of income do they have? Like what sort of position they're in? And if you're targeting students, by the way, Oren literally targets students and he's done 2K this month and we're like, he did it 13 days into the month, right? So if you're targeting people like students, people have more money than you think they do if they want to get it together. If it's an important enough thing for them, they will get it together. Because Louis had that issue. Do you remember? I don't know.
I do, yeah.
He was consistently saying
Yeah.
that he couldn't sign people because they didn't have enough money.
Yeah.
Oren said, I've done like £1,000 in the last few days. And Louis was like, oh, okay. And then he signed 2 clients.
Yeah.
And they were both students, right? So people have more than you think, but being aware of their sort of like pricing limits and stuff is super important. You're not going to charge a student 3K for fitness coaching. You're not going to do that, right? And then the second thing is like, if you're charging too low, they don't take it seriously. So you don't get any testimonials really. So then you don't get any referrals and you don't get new people coming in from the marketing because they don't trust you as much because you're signing clients, but you're not getting transformations.
Yeah.
So too low causes a massive long-term issue in the fact that you don't sign any clients because you might bring people on the short term, but you don't bring people on long term because your trust goes down and down and down as you get worse results. Charging too much for what you actually can offer also causes an issue because you don't get anyone signing up because you're not actually like in a position to be charging that much.
Yeah.
So either way causes less clients and less money, basically. And sometimes if you charge too little, people are saying yes, yes, yes. You think, oh, my coaching's so good. But then you could be earning way more from that.
Yeah.
And actually be getting better results because people take them more seriously. But instead you're leaving loads on the table because you haven't actually overthought about pricing. So we're going to get into that. And I was saying to you earlier, right? I literally had a mate that came up to me that he had paid £25 for a program. And the guy, the basis, someone's coaching him. They've done the whole marketing thing. They've got him on Instagram. He's got on, I think, even a call with him. Right. He's paid £25 for a program, right? Because his coach obviously doesn't have much confidence in himself or understands how to build an offer or whatever. I said the program looked insane as well. He was showing me on his phone. It's like a website program. And I was like, how's it be going? And he was like, it's been over a month and he hadn't even done it once because he doesn't respect it. He doesn't like differentiate that program over something online or on ChatGPT. He doesn't care about it. He's not emotionally committed to it. And the easiest way to get people emotionally committed is to step into the discomfort and do something they wouldn't normally do and take action they wouldn't normally take, which is invest in themselves. Yeah. And when you get someone to invest in themselves like an actual decent amount, they'll take it seriously. That same guy was speaking to me about my coaching, which is 1.8 to 3.4, even up way past that for fitness coaching. So that coach, because he's not looked at his offer, looked at his pricing, and also done actual self-actualization to realize that he's worth more than that, the program looked insane, that it's causing him to not only lose out on money by not charging him much, but he'll lose out on that client to me. Yeah. Because that person will most likely he's going to join me instead of that guy. Yeah. Because he's not getting the results he wants from that guy, but that's because he's not putting the effort in. Exactly. Because he's not committed, right? So it can cause so many long-term future issues. It's not always that just charging less means you're delivering more value. So many people associate, and it's really bad. Yeah. So next thing is like mechanism over method. So the method for coaching is not that complicated. Like, what do you do if let's say I want to lose weight? What do I do?
Eat less calories
and move more, right?
And move more. Yeah.
Yeah. The actual science is simple, and it's the same with business, really. Like, if you want to earn more money, you do right? And the first stage is that's what you do, right? It's a bit more complex in business. There's more moving parts, right? But the method, like everyone has, the way you do things, the mechanism, only you have. And what happens is like when everyone has it, it becomes basic. And this is the exact same house, but the house has a different interior. The floor's redone, it's repainted, the windows have been redone, and it looks a lot better. Like, which house would you pay more for?
Pay more for? Yeah, yeah, definitely big.
Yeah, definitely B, of course. And B will sell for a lot more. This might be worth 200, and this is worth 300. So what you need to do is repackage your stuff with your unique mechanisms. So repackage your service to make it unique and exclusive to only you. This part, exclusive to only you, couldn't be more important. That way you don't have to compete with other fitness coaches. You cannot charge 1+K up front if you look like every other fitness coach. Because the person that charges £100 is going to take your client, even though the transformation is going to be worse because the client's not going to take it as seriously, right?
Yeah.
But they don't know that to start with. They're not going to be thinking that. They're going to be thinking how I'm going to get away with it cheaply as possible. So you have to repackage it. This is what every other coach looks like. This is a bad example, but yours needs to look like this. Look like a different box. What's in that box? My box is weird. If you have something come in your post that's an Amazon box, or you have something that comes in a fucking chest with a lock on it, which one are you going to be more excited to open?
Oh, the locker chest.
Yeah, you're going to be thinking, what is in there? Or I just like want some gold or something. So this is super important. So some of the things that you might do is you might have certain habit protocols that you follow, that you do daily, that for you might be part of the reason why you're in amazing shape. Yet not everyone does that.
Yeah.
So you want to package that up as, for example, let's say you could say, you could call it a 365 easy habit approach. I mean, that's a really easy habit protocols. This is a really bad name.
We'll work on that.
Protocols. And what's important about this is it's not, I mean, this is a little bit searchable, but it's not super searchable. You can't Google this. If you call it like, for example, habits for weight loss, it's so searchable.
Yeah.
Let's say you give it a unique name, like, for example, automated habits. It's not super searchable. Like, it's hard for someone to search that and understand exactly what that's going to be, right? Which means that's unique to you. And the only way for them to really get access to that and fully understand it is for them to come to you. So you can give them so much value on this stuff, but the only way they can really implement it and understand it is for them to come to you. So it differentiates you. When if you just say, I help you build habits, people can like search up habits they need for the gym.
Yeah.
I help you build automated habits that work for you 365. Obviously, that's a bit too much for a promise. You're not going to be able to do that. The habits don't work for someone. And you'd want a better name than that, not automated habits, because that's still searchable. Then it gives you a unique approach that someone can't just go and shop around for. So it makes you stand out from everyone.
Yeah.
So you want something that changes the way you do it. For example, I had
it's like almost like you need a bit of mystery around it, don't you, for them to want to buy it.
Yeah, kind of. So I had the adaptive shred approach. And like, if you search adaptive shred, it's going to come up with so many different things. I could do a lot better than adaptive shred. But it worked really well with my audience because it was busy people that needed it to be super adaptive.
Yeah.
So like that name was more basic. We had more like unique names for other stuff, but it's super important in fitness coaching to differentiate yourself with a unique mechanism. And the adaptive shred approach had specific things within it. Time hacking, ATP calibration, smart recovery cycles. ATP calibration is basically just like taking stuff like creatine, supplements, sleeping well.
Yeah.
But it just sounds, when you say ATP calibration, I can put multiple things underneath that and it just sounds more sexy.
Yeah.
With Transition Online, you notice I don't do that as much. Like I've literally put price anchor, you can search that up. I've put Blue Ocean Market, I've put like value equation. But that's because right now we're looking for people that don't want the fluff. They're literally just wanting to fully like get in and make a change. We're not looking for like mass market. We're trying to get specific people that want to get really good results, right? That are already kind of bought into stuff. Where with fitness coaching, really a lot of people are unaware and you just want to get them in a stage where they stop being overweight. Like, however you get them on board, you're going to put them in a better position. Is the way that you kind of need to think about it. So then the next section, like I said, is offer pricing. How much you should charge massively depends on your ICP. Like, the ICP you have right now, for me, this ICP was like the young entrepreneurs. So they had a bit more money, but how much you charge depends on the ICP. Where you really want to get to is the level 3 price point. Like, you want to get there as quickly as possible. So if you're confident, skip to this. And this is the high ticket price point where people do more upfront, larger deposits, but the same monthly cost as level 2. Level 2 is like someone will pay 100, maybe to 250 a month, right?
Yep.
That's what level 2 is, and it's monthly. But really, if you can get it so that you understand what your monthly is, let's say 150, and get it times by 3 or 6, then, and let's say you do 450 and you bring it down to 395, give them a discount for doing it monthly, or it would be for 6, that would be 900, and then you'd bring it down to like 795, so they get £100 discount for 6 months. That's better, because then you get better transformations as well, because you have people for longer and they're committed. So then obviously if you've got this up front, you can just be like careful with your finances, and the cash flow is super positive for you.
Yeah.
So it helps massively with the business. But really, if you can't do that, then what you do, and you're really nervous, you can start with like basically the thing that I mentioned earlier, or any sort of like £100 to £200 money back.
Yeah.
So you could do £100, and if you don't get in shape for your life, you get your money back, or like some sort of risk return. So really, they don't have any risk of actually attempting.
Yeah.
All it is for, all the actual investments for, one, so you get used to and confident enough to start charging, even if you are going to give it back, and 2, so you get people that are more committed. You don't just want to get tons of people on for free. I see people do this all the time. Never get people on for free.
There's no perceived value in that.
There's no perceived value. No perceived value. Literally exactly that. Have you ever trained someone for free?
No, I actually haven't. I trained with them if that was the case, but yeah, never just been like, oh, I'm training for free, because I value myself more than that as well, because it's my knowledge and whatever else up and time, therefore than anything.
And like energy, like you're getting the effort into the person, right? Louis was charging loads of people for free, and so was Dylan, and Matty. They were all charging people. There's quite a lot, and Jack actually, were all doing people for free. And they was telling me the same things, like they've never got any transformations. Louis trained literally about 10 people for free, and he's got hardly any transformations because none of them took it seriously. Now he's got a few people that he's actually coaching.
Yeah.
He's going to get insane transformations. He's even telling me that they're taking it way more seriously, right? Because they've actually paid. So never charge people for free. If you want to do it for free, then do some sort of money back.
Yeah,
so whatever happens, they get their money. You either put them in a position where they do the work, and then they get the money back when they get in shape. They do the work, and as long as they do the work, you'll work with them for free until they get in shape. Then they get their money back. Yeah. Or if they don't do the work at all, and keep their money, because then like that's their fault. And then you have the slightly higher price point where you do monthly, and then you have the even more one where like they pay for the monthly that you started, but they do it up front. And then level 4 is like you have your 3 offers, basically. Like I said, you have your upsell offer, you have your downsell offer, and then you have your like main offer, basically, which is going to be like the middle price. So let's say 1.2, then you might have your like 800, and you're like 4K, if that makes sense. Like that. Depends on the person. The way that I would go about this is, if you're just starting, you're super unconfident, you can go for level 1, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're just starting, you're in really good shape, you know in yourself that you can actually help someone, go straight to level 2. Train 1 to 2 people on level 2, and then do a level 3, but with a big discount. So get 1 to 2 people on level 2, maybe £100 a month, maybe even £50 a month if you're nervous, but ideally something like £200 a month minimum. Yeah, I think it's worth it for online coaching. It's £50 a week. Yeah, they get your time, they get your programs, they get your support on WhatsApp and all this sort of stuff. And then you want to go, from what you can do is start with 50 a month, go to 100 a month, then go to 200 a month. So like every client you get on, you put it up in price. Like literally each client, you get your first client on for 50, second client on for 100, third client on for 150, fourth client on for 400. And then what happens is, wow, you feel motivated to get people on because you know you're giving them a better rate.
Yeah.
So it actually makes sense for them to join earlier. And you have that intention in your head. And then once you're doing 200 a month, yeah, don't keep getting more clients on for the 200 a month and staying at the monthly, because it doesn't give you that financial stability, but also doesn't put the client in the best position to get good results. So build some sort of like 4-month offer, and then extract a month, for example, so they get a really good discount. So it's like £600. So then you go back to 150 a month, for example, but then you're getting it up front and you're getting used to getting it up front. And then you feel more confident in charging it up front because you know that you're giving such a good discount.
Yeah.
Where if you go from the 200 a month to then charging £800 up front, there's no real incentive and you don't feel as like confident to pitch it. When you have a client paying you 200 a month and then you then build an upfront offer where it's like 800, where it's 595 a month, so 600, so they're £200 off.
Yeah.
You feel like really confident to sell on that because you know they're getting a really good deal. And then what you can have is they have the 595 for 4 months, sorry, not 6 months. And then you have this 200 still available, but as your downsell, right? And then your upsell at that point would just be more months. So you can make it really simple. That'd be £400 would be an extra 2 months, right? So if they're doing 595 already, an extra £400 would be 1,000, right? But instead, you could do like 8. You could do like 795. So then they get 6 months for 795. So it's just over £100 a month. So then instead of going for £200 for the month or £150 for the month, they can have it for £100 a month. But you're guaranteed to have that income for a whole 6 months. You're guaranteed to have a client for a whole 6 months. So it makes it more beneficial for you because you'll get better transformation and more upfront, and more beneficial for the client because they get more of a discount, and they're going to get a better transformation, right? And what it'll also do is make you more used to charging a high price point so that you can change your own perception of what you're willing to charge.
100%. Yeah.
And then it'll mean you'll get more committed clients and you'll be a more committed coach because you'll know you're with them for 6 months. And then also you'll start to be more willing to charge more. So it'll change your own perception of your coaching. You'll feel more valuable because people are willing to charge that. And then you'll back yourself up and your own beliefs up by getting good results. And then eventually you'll be able to then change the 795. As I mentioned earlier, remember earlier I mentioned you have your offer by 1.8 became like 3.4.
Yeah.
So then that 795 that is actually really cheap for them, only 100 a month because you're getting such a good deal, would then become the 4 months. So that then becomes the 4 months. And then what would happen is the 6 months would be 995, and you feel like you're giving them even more of a discount because now even your upfront is 200 a month. So when your upfront is 200 a month, your downsell would be even more expensive. So it'd be 250 if they wanted to come on monthly, because for 4 months for 795 is 200 a month, right? So then 250 to come on monthly, 795 to do 4 months, which would be 200, and then it would be about 150 a month if they come on for 6 months, which would be about £900, right?
Yeah.
So then 900. So then you're like, it's like a super no-brainer to just go for the 900.
Yeah.
And you just keep adapting your prices like that, up and up and up. And where you want to get to is to the point where you're charging at least £1,000 for the coaching. Because when you get to £1,000, I know you want to help everyone. You want to help the people that don't have as much money. But when you get to £1,000 for the coaching is when you're really going to start moving online, because you get really committed people. You get those referrals. You're not constantly having to try and get every single person every month.
Over the line to sell to them.
Yeah, because you're only going to have to get 1 to 2 people a month.
Cool.
Right? Because you have like recurring revenue from people that finish the program and then go on monthly. And then you'll also have like new people join.
Yeah.
So you only need to get like 2 people a month, let's say, and you could be adding 3-4K a month.
Yeah.
Which means it's like 1 plus every 2 weeks. Where if you stay at like the 250, you're going to get so many people, because you'll find those people drop off, that you're constantly chasing more clients. Yeah. And it just becomes this big sales system rather than an actual coaching, like your business. So it's not as enjoyable to them. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Okay, so then basically the action steps from here, I'm literally writing everywhere, is first build a blue ocean market. And I've put actually some action steps in the free school below if you want to join on how to build a blue ocean market. The offer ideation template, which is this template here, fill that in, get really clear on the points of your offer, like what are the 3 biggest daily frustrations, what's that agenda, the basic stuff like that, like why is 90% of the market still stuck, like questions like that. And then go through the program and pricing template, so like actually understanding exactly how to like price your program that you've created, and then the USBP template. So what's your unique selling point? What maybe mechanisms you have? What makes you different? Why can someone not go for someone else? Why do they have to go for you if they want your approach? Because yours is unique and it takes you that way. And once you've done that, we can move on to pillar 3, which is kind of the next stage to building your 10K a month business. So now you realize where you're at as a person, who it is that you want to help, how it is you're going to help them, what it is you're going to do, and how much you're going to like price your actual program. You know that the amount you're basically charging is relevant to basically the amount that you're giving as well. You feel confident in your offer. You have the different tiers and the different packages. You know exactly how you're helping the person you're targeting, and you know why you're helping them, right? What their pains, their situation, what do they want to do, what's their day-to-day look like, what are their common things. You now need to start looking at actually signing a client, right? So that's where the third pillar comes in. This pillar has the most complexities to it, but it's one of the pillars that once you get moving can just become like a system. Like all of them you can kind of systemize, but once you've done the blue ocean market, you don't need to do it again. Really, you can just stick to that. But it's like a one-time activity. But pillar 3 and 4 have like, and 5, they're multiple. You have to keep doing them. You have to keep moving them forward. So with pillar 3, what it is exactly how to build a lead flow ecosystem. So if we go up to the lead flow ecosystem section, there's 4 different types of lead flow ecosystems you can create that we're going to teach, because the way that we teach it is to bring people in to our ecosystem, nurture them with certain content so that they become bought in to us. So more like a culture way of doing things. Like if you see within the transition online community, it's like a very strong culture, right? 100%. I mean, you're literally here with me.
Yeah, I'm here living it.
Yeah, you literally live with me. So there's four types of ecosystems that we build. Those you can do a LinkedIn lead flow ecosystem, YouTube lead flow ecosystem, Facebook, and then Instagram. The reason why we do Instagram is I find for online fitness coaching is the best. Josue does LinkedIn, Leo did YouTube. So the main reason that I focus on Instagram instead of LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook is because I just find Instagram is the best. Like Josue, we did LinkedIn, Leo, I did YouTube, and Matty, I did Facebook. Josue, he's signing clients for around £1,000. So LinkedIn, and he does corporate professionals, was really good for him. Leo, he has a really high ticket offer, and it's like $1,000+ per month. So we had to do YouTube for him, and he has to like really nurture people. And then Matty, he does running coaching. And the reason why we did Facebook is because he's working with people that have busy jobs. They don't earn crazy money, but when they were younger, they probably spent quite a bit of time on Facebook. So now they're still using Facebook because of that. And that was crushing as well, because we did a lot of stuff targeting his local area, even though they were online. So there's different reasons for different ecosystems. YouTube, obviously you use YouTube within the Instagram ecosystem. You tend to use it within the Facebook, use it less within the LinkedIn. But YouTube, like if you have a pure YouTube ecosystem, it's normally because you're focusing loads on nurture. Like your clients are super high ticket. You need to nurture them so much. So he was still doing other stuff like Facebook and Instagram, but most of the focus was through YouTube. Where if you see YouTube is something we use within the Instagram ecosystem to actually like aid the funnel, if that made sense, because Instagram alone isn't enough. And then you've got Meta ads, which you can do Instagram follower ads and lead form ads. Lead form ads aren't applicable to this funnel. Like it doesn't make sense to run lead form ads with this funnel. What typically works best if you are going to run ads is that you do the Instagram funnel with Instagram follower ads. And then when you're scaling a lot, you actually do lead form ads. But just to be clear, if you're watching this as well, and for you, Mitch, you do not need to run ads for such a long period of time. Okay. Like you just do not need ads. Like I don't ever recommend ads for people getting into it, because you're basically going in with no experience, a bit like a 15-year-old going into the gym. That's skinny, doesn't know how to pick up a weight, and then just slamming steroids.
Yeah.
And like, even if you're doing that, all you're going to get is acne, like feel like shit, hormonal disruption, and you're going to get way less of possible effects, which is like looking jacked.
Yeah.
So if you do want to do ads, then there's mainly 4 types of approaches. You have mirror ads, value ads, awareness ads, and credibility stack ads. And then within that, you have 3 main CTAs, which is free value, follow, and then work with it. But we're not going to go into ads as much because it's a bit less applicable. And then in terms of the structure, it's different depending on the type of ads you run. And these are all follow ads. Loads of people, when they run follow ads, what happens is their Instagram ecosystem doesn't perform well. So then they're like, shit, my natural organic content isn't doing well. Let me boost this post. And they just randomly start boosting posts, like spending like £5 a day, £15 a day. Sometimes even like they'll spend 100 to 200 pounds on random things and be like, ads doesn't work. Like, no wonder ads doesn't work. You're just randomly boosting posts. You haven't even got a funnel for the ads to work within. Yeah. And of course they don't work. And even once you have the funnel for the ads to work within, you have to be specific about how you actually go about running those ads. You don't want to just be wasting money, right? Yeah. And if you run ads incorrectly, you waste money, which is why I recommend you do really well organically. Like, I was making way past 10K per month, pounds as well. So like what people online would say is about 13, 15 a month before I even touched ads.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't need them. And then what happens is when you set up the organic really well, it kind of works like a skyscraper, right? Like, let's say you got your skyscraper here, and then you've got your penthouse suite, which is like this. Just got my man chilling here, having a sick time, looking over his crazy view. And when you try and run ads, it's like you try and build that penthouse suite before you've got any foundations. So they're on these like mad foundations, and now your guy is like absolutely shitting himself. Like, what the fuck is going on? That's an awful joy, basically. So the way I think about setting up the organic is like, if you are building a skyscraper, you first lay the cables, you lay the foundations, you lay the concrete, you set up all the first floors of the apartment, and then you pop the penthouse suite on, and then that just makes the whole skyscraper 10 times better. It all rents on more and it's worth more, right? And that's what it's like. So the way of doing it is we're going to just like exclude this little part here, even though, as you can see, it drops straight in the exact same way as the organic drops it when you do it correctly. So the great thing is you set this up organically, and then you just drop the fucking ads in and just pump it out even more.
It's just basically enhancing what you've already worked on and what you've already established with your...
Yeah, the funnel and system that we have set up is super important. Like, we're going to go over, for example, your page specifically. From what you have right now with your Instagram, if you ran ads on that, it would not do well. You'd probably just be losing money consistently. And the main thing is organic works in 2 ways. This is super simple. So you have social media and you have in-person / referral. It's really the 2 main ways you're going to get organic. It's just 2 both times, but 1, 2. Obviously you have like cold outreach. So like, this isn't the 2 ways that you can get clients. Like, the actual ways you can get clients is like ads, cold outreach, warm outreach. Like, there's like multiple different ways, right? Yeah. And these are the 2 main ways that most fitness coaches and PTs get clients, is through social media and in-person / referral, right? The really good thing is that over time, as you build your coaching business, the in-person / referral gets stacked by the social media. So when you first start, if I go over here, you basically have 0 people, right? And that means you can get 0 referrals. You have no one to refer you that's been within your coaching. When you start to build, you start to realize how many referrals you get per person if you're tracking it correctly, which is like more stuff we do in Transition Online, because it's a bit more specific, a bit more high level. So let's say you realize that one person gets you 1.6 people, let's say. Sounds specific, but that's like on average. You now know that one new client is worth the value of 2.6 clients, right? And you can kind of predict that. So then it means with your socials, what you have to focus on is basically getting the amount of clients that matches that. So as you build, you know that's going to happen. So then you can be like, instead of I need to get 3 clients this month, you know, 1 client is worth that many. So you know that 3 clients would actually be worth 2.6 times 3. So you actually have to get less and less people as you go on. So the more people you get on, the more referrals you know you're going to get per month. So it just becomes like easier and easier and easier, and you have to get less and less people on, because then you also get people doing renewals and all that sort of stuff. Another thing is, as you build your socials, people that would have never been a client before and might have known you from the past, or like met you once in person, maybe seen you in the gym, will then start coming to you as a client. And the first thing I see, like with you, for example, is when coaches start the online coaching, when they start their online business, then they instantly, the first thing they get is 1, online clients, but also an influx of in-person clients. Because all the people that have seen them in person that wouldn't have worked with them before just get like a tiny bit more nurtured. And then what you can do is, when you're earning enough income from online, is where you can do what we did with Sam. Me and Sam, he had about 10 in-person clients, and we got about 60 of them to come online for the same amount as he was earning with them in person. So 16% of that, and he was going to just get them to all go. He'd already told some of them that he was like going online, he couldn't work with it. And I was like,
No, you can't shut the door.
so me and him like just revamped his offer so that it made sense for them to go online with it.
Yeah.
And then that then means, like, whilst you're building the online and the socials are getting you more in person, if you can roughly know that probably anywhere between 40 to 70% are going to go online, you can also know how much of an impact that's going to have when you fully transfer.
Yeah.
Which is also a nice statistic to know, because you can like, it's scary when you go online thinking that you're going to lose all your in person. Yeah. But if you do it right, you don't have to do that. So the first thing is, you have the in-person / referral at the start. That's probably going to bring you some quick cash as well, because you're going to have people that end up coming through that would know you. Now that you start posting online, they take you seriously, and actually someone they're going to work with, right? So that gives you quick cash, but it's not the thing that you don't want to rely on that long term, because it's not very sustainable. I couldn't work online like I am now if I was always having to network with people to like bring on friends, right? So then you have the second thing, or the organic, which is the real / content, which in this case is all through Instagram mainly. That's where we're finding people. So all of this is to get Instagram followers. So the real / content and the ads is just to get qualified Instagram followers. And the main thing is loads of people think that optimizing their profile is the thing that's going to make their business grow. Optimizing your profile, right, and your Instagram posts and your reels, right, comes from your blue ocean market, which we've already done. But the optimizing your profile part, what that does is it just increases the amount of followers you get for the amount of reels and posts that you do.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. Not only that, the reason why it's so important is it increases the amount of qualified followers you get. Because if your account is aligned correctly, it'll actually put some people from following you off.
Yeah.
And then the right people from following you, it will just give them more reason to follow.
Yeah.
When your account isn't like optimized correctly, you tend to find you get loads of people follow that aren't right, and you don't get that many qualified followers. Or you post a reel that does super well. I don't know if you've experienced this. It doesn't get many followers.
Yeah, no, I've definitely had that before. I think before, because my Instagram was just more personal than anything else. It was still obviously about PT, still coaching and whatever else. It was more geared around me. I think a lot of the audience that I have now are not aligned with actually purchasing. Do you know? Yeah, it's more they're not like serious about it. I think it's more of just the way that they check in, see what I'm doing, and then it's like, all right, cool, he's doing that, and then they're off. So yeah, I've definitely found that just from what I was, well, obviously not having my profile optimized, posting reels that weren't necessarily adding value or nurturing anybody, and my Instagram posts weren't exactly well, there was no carousels.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I've literally been through your whole account. I've even looked at like what changes you need to make and the sort of things that you need to have as your highlight posts and your highlight reels and everything. And it relates to everyone watching. Like, basically everyone needs to set themselves up this exact same way as how I set myself up with the fitness coaching to, like, I mean, I did way over 6 figures in my first year of properly doing it right. And it's what loads of people miss out. And it's just going to make everything 10 times easier. So basically, when you get followers on Instagram, they're cold leads. We're then trying to take them to a position where they're warm leads. And then after that, we're trying to get them to buy ready leads. The reason why I can get 3.4K programs sold in the DMs is because they're so buy ready. They're so bought in. And I've had multiple times. I've even had like 5-minute calls. It's technically a sales call, but can you count it as a sales call? It's 5 minutes. I've been sitting outside of my girlfriend's house in the sun in Bristol, sitting on like sipping on a cup of coffee and closing deals for 3.4K in like one thing. And then we're just straight into the coaching. It's just like, hop on.
Yeah.
You ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Do the link. Investment done. It's still coaching.
It's because like everything on your socials is like already geared them up for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Aligned for it, right? Now it's slightly different because I'm also helping people build their business, even though I'm still doing fitness coaching. And really, we get so many referrals and renewals now that I have to spend less time on the organic like socials on this side because I have that consistently just running in the background with the fitness coaching, and I get more time to spend on like reels and content targeting like the new recipe. Because I really am enjoying helping people grow their business as well. Like I'm going to post stuff like this if I don't enjoy it, right? And then for me as well, I don't have to actually do much of the coaching because of the fulfillment systems I have in place.
Yeah.
So I have like, other coaches. So then it means I have time to actually now start coaching other business owners. And we'll get into all the fulfillment systems, how just as a solo coach as well, you can do it all without spending much time whilst giving really good results. But we'll get into that in the future. Let's first get some classes. Yeah. So once you got the Instagram follows, you want to take them to buy ready. And the process that you follow, and it's very actually simple, there's just complexities within it, is you use stories into the DM process. And then basically you have this, they sometimes go back to story through the DMs, back to story through the DMs. And then that just like gears them up and warms them up into booking a roadmap section. What you then do is you use YouTube and nurture assets to further warm them up into that. Most likely, it's going to be very hard to organically just book someone straight to a roadmap session, especially if you're doing high ticket. If you're doing low ticket, where you're at right now, your YouTube's less important, right? But I would start building the YouTube to already put yourself in a position where if people aren't sure, they can start getting nurtured, right? Cool. And then what happens is you post stories that gets people to message you or gets people to be more likely to reply if you reach out to them, so that you can like get in a combo with them where we'll go into the conversion process, but you can go and actually go through the DM conversion process and get stuff like their current situation, like where they're at now, what they're struggling with, where they want to go, their goals. Ryan's not amazing. And then like from that, you can assess one, if they're going to be a good fit, and two, you can actually start booking them in for a call. And for that, you need a good setting flow. You need a good setting process, a good setting flow, and most likely SOPs as well. Like we have to outline that flow and how you're going to do it, right? So the way that the YouTube works is you might have nudge assets on there, such as a VSL, which we'll go into. I know you already have the VSS. Yeah. It's a really good VSL. I like it a lot. And basically what this does is it shows people about your program, provides some insight and provides some value, is a basic way of saying it, so that they get more nurtured to actually having you as a solution. I don't know if you remember before about the different stages. So I know you got that 97%.
Yeah.
The camel car quickly, but basically the YouTube helps you target that 97%. And what it also does is there's a lot of data to show that if someone's watched up to 7 to 9 hours of your content, then they're basically guaranteed to buy. Like guaranteed. And if you think about that on a like Reels perspective, let's say we get a calculator up and you do 7, let's just say 7 times 60, then that's 420 hours, right? And if you think about a reel, how long is that? I say 30 seconds. So let's say 2 is a minute. Then you need to get them to watch 840 reels for them to be like a 100% buy ready lead.
Yeah.
Right. But if you've got 420 minutes, that is, then let's say they watch even 6 of your 60-minute videos. Oh, no, that's just one. Let me go back. So let's say you got 420, but then they watch 6 60-minute videos. So then if you do minus 60 times 6, then they have 60 left. So then that only means that they have to watch like, I mean, that's still a lot, 120 of your videos, right?
Yeah.
And the chance that they're going to watch the full 120 of your videos are a lot less. but they're a lot closer towards that guaranteed buy
Yeah.
than if you just get them to watch reels. Like if you get them to watch reels, then they're going to be so far away from that guaranteed buy. Like not everyone you're going to get on a call with is going to be there. It's more of a spectrum, right? You're going to have some people that have consumed like 10 videos and are literally going to be like, they're going to buy. And most likely they'll just buy through the DMs. You're going to have some people that have watched 5 videos and they most likely will buy through the DMs. That's meant to be an M. But if you just get them on a call, it will just act as that extra time and it will just basically get them over the line. Right? And then you're going to have the people that just watch the reels, which is going to probably be like 5 minutes total time if you actually think about it. And then the chance they're going to buy is a lot lower. So then that depends on your close rate and it might even be like 30%, depending on how like good your reels are.
Yeah.
So then you can take that 30% all the way up to like 90 by just like getting them to consume more of your content. And that's also why we do the YouTubers buy. It allows us to get that 97%. And it also allows us to turn people into like proper buy ready leads, not just warm leads, right? Another thing you can do is you can use TikTok, reels and like stories in your bio to push more people to the YouTube, because what would happen is this is where you want them to end up. What you can also do is use TikTok reels and TikToks and TikTok, your bio and their stories to push more people to the YouTube. And the reason why you do that and not push them to the Instagram is because they're just going to have the same content on the Instagram as on the TikTok. So if you put them to the YouTube, this is essentially where we want to get people to turn them buy ready. It just brings more people into stuff like your VSL, which is your video sales letter. And that's going to actually book calls for you. And that's going to book calls for people that actually want to work with you and they're going to buy from you. Another thing is to use YouTube Shorts. These are really popping at the moment as well. So you might get a video that gets 1K on Instagram, 500 on TikTok, and these are like low amounts, right? And then it might get like 30K on YouTube. I've had videos that have got like 3K views on Instagram that have got 160K views on YouTube from the exact same video. And all it's taking me is an extra 30 seconds to post it. And now I don't even do the posting to the different platforms myself. So I don't spend any extra time.
Yeah.
So I post one to Instagram and it gets posted to Facebook, TikTok and YouTube. And it will also soon be posted to Threads and Twitter.
Okay.
So then I'm just repurposing the content I'm already using and getting way more from it and just generating way more awareness, because different people use different platforms and sometimes people use different platforms for different reasons. And that's a whole nother thing. But in the early stages, you can't adapt to that because you don't have the time and like the resource and the manpower to do that.
Yeah.
For me, I have like editors and all that sort of stuff. So it makes it easier and easier. But especially when I was starting, I'll just post the same stuff to everywhere.
Yeah.
I still do that now, but I'll also create extra stuff for different platforms. So basically that's what you want to do. And like, as you can see, the YouTube to the VSL. So the more people you can bring in from like TikTok, even Facebook, everything, and pump them all towards the YouTube using the exact same content.
Yeah.
So it means you get way more from the piece of content. If you think about it, if you have one piece of content and you post it to one platform, that platform gets you, don't know what this, let's say 5,000 views. But then you have one piece of content, still the same amount of effort, but you post it to 4 platforms. There's 5,000 on the original, 2,000 on TikTok, 1,500 on Facebook, and 3K on YouTube. That same piece of content is getting you, 11,500 views. So it's not getting you 2x, it's getting you over 2x the amount of views you would originally be getting without any extra effort. Yeah. It's like the easiest way to just add extra followers and views. So the roadmap session, you need to make sure you name it as value. Even if it's a sales call, for us, we call it roadmap session. But for us, we do like map out. Ours kind of is a value call because we map out more what it is that someone's going to need to do to build their coaching business, right?
Yeah.
At the end, we have the option to join if we think it's right for us and if it feels right for them. We're quite like invite only at the moment, but we do the same with our fitness coaching. Except the fitness coaching, we push a little bit more just on the sales side because most likely someone's going to be a fit. Yeah. Like we're unlikely to have someone where we're like, no, we don't want to get you in shape. But like with a business owner right now, because we're doing really well with the fitness coaching, we're not taking loads of business owners on. We don't just want to get anyone in there, so we're a bit more careful. So with this now, at the moment, we actually are mapping businesses out and like giving them the steps that they need to do. And then if at the end they want us to help implement it, they want our help to implement it faster, we do that. But with the fitness coaching, what I would do is position it still as a help call. Because the thing is, even by challenging their mindset, you're going to have benefit. I've paid someone all the time. I've paid multiple people before just to do calls with me about mindset. And most calls are mindset based.
Yeah.
And what will often happen is if you get someone good on the other end of the call, they'll challenge your mindset. And that's the most ideal thing. Like most people see all these sales videos that, oh, fuck, I don't want to be sold to. But at the end of the day, like you've had it as well. Like when you get your mindset challenged, I've challenged your mindset many times. It massively helps you level up
100%.
because you realize what it is that you're thinking that's causing you to not take the actions that you should be taking.
Yeah.
So with fitness, it's even more beneficial because most of the time it's not rocket science. It's just accountability, right? So technically, if you're doing a call and you're going into their mindset to actually try and bring them onto the program, but tools to help them is super beneficial for them anyway. So what I would frame it as is not a roadmap session because that's a bit more technical, like road mapping exactly what you should do to like build the business. I would name it something like a deep dive or something.
Oh, yeah.
Depends on your funnel. Like, cause deep dive sounds quite intense, right? Because it's like, seems like people might be put off by that. But what you don't want to do is just have it as like a chat. Well, it would affect the show rates because people will more easily, we found anyway, and we've done a lot of testing on this, more people will skip out on that call because if they have something small come up in their life, they'll just skip it.
Yeah.
But if it seems super valuable because it is super valuable, they won't skip it.
No.
Because there's actually a value equation to the call booking itself. You have to think there's a value equation for everything. Like there's a value equation for someone to subscribe to your YouTube channel, for someone to book a call. So you had to make everything valuable. So even with the call booking, you can think about the value equation I showed you before. Like you can literally look at this and think about how can I make this as sexy as possible for the call bookings? How can I make it as worthwhile as possible for the call bookings? Like we literally give people a free fucking roadmap on our call bookings for Transition Online. So with the fitness coaching, you want to do the same. So you could call it deep dive, or you could call it like a free masterclass or something like that, because you're going to go to masterclass of fitness, anything like that, right? Because whatever value you're providing on the call, because the call will be valuable, is what you want to name it. If you do a free masterclass, then you've got to give them some sort of free information. That's a bit technical if you're going to do it, because you don't want to disappoint. That's one big thing you don't want to do. The next thing is once they've signed as a client, you have fulfillment. And then the first thing you want to do is focus on onboarding. And the big thing is onboarding. Book that initial session in ASAP, within 3 days of the client joining, and make the process really clear. So when we have someone join, whether it's for fitness coach or transition in life, they have a one-to-one with me or someone directing the team that they know they're going to have a one-to-one with, most likely 2 people. And for us, whether it's Transition Online or Founders Physique, it's so important to have a clear process of action. Like I want someone to join and then know exactly what to do going forward, like straight away. Yeah. Like if you have someone join, right, they step in here and let's say it feels like this big chasm and then they don't know where to go in the chasm, it's horrible. Like they just feel like, what have I joined? Like, where's the clarity? When if they join and you have this big chasm because they're getting into this new thing and you're like, follow this pathway down here. And you're like, okay, you've hit there, where you need to go is down here. And I know this seems weird because sometimes when you take action, it feels weird. And then you need to go here. And then you need to go up here. And it's really clear for them. And all they do is just follow the route, right? Yeah. And they just keep going. So like for us, whether it's Transition Online or Founder Physique, we do a call with them instantly. And it's either with me or, like I said, like a really high level member in the team or my business partner or something. And then they get straight on with it. And often we'll do a call with both. So it'll be me and someone else. So it's just like so much support, and they'll be put in a chat where they instantly have that support as well. That's really, really important. Like you want to make sure that they know they can reach out to you for anything, because then they feel much more secure. They're going to feel like the decision was correct. It's just going to confirm that it was correct because it was. And that will mean they'll get better results because they'll be more confident. That's super, super important. Your onboarding is really, really important. And we'll go into that more in the future. But I just wanted to cover that because loads of coaches do this part really well. They get loads of people on, then they have really bad fulfillment. And in my opinion, that just destroys everything.
Yeah, it's reputation and all sorts.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not for example, in our community, loads of the guys post stuff for me. They keep people accountable.
Yeah.
They tell people to post content. They show the content they're posting. Yeah. They show how they got a client on. So if you actually deliver really good fulfillment, then your community starts doing the work for you. Mm-hmm. And it's the same with Fans Physique for me as well. And it's the exact same with any other fitness coach. When you have enough people, for example, we had this guy called Steve, JJ, Jordan, all of these guys in Fans Physique. They're now been through the program, but they were in it for years. And they were in it like, JJ was in it for like a year and a half minimum. 2 years actually. They used to just like hype up the community loads. So they would be like, make sure you got your workout in, guys, all this sort of stuff, because they were so bought in, because we helped them so much. It just becomes way more self-sustained.
And they want everyone else to have that as well, right? They want that good feeling, that sense of achievement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. That's exactly it. Like they want everyone else to feel what they're feeling because they're getting positivity out of it. They almost want to give back to you. They want to help you, right? And then the next thing is like influence. So does all this make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel like this relates to your business, and where do you feel like your weakest spot maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. For me,
it looks a bit mental, right?
It does, but I know where we're at because we've talked through it all, which is good. But I think for me at the minute, I need to have more natural content out there on the YouTube. I need to be posting more regularly on my Instagram. I could definitely start using TikTok a lot more because I'm not really using that, and I could kind of make those videos shorter to then obviously have the longer form content on the YouTube, where then people can buy into my personality a little bit more and whatever else. And at the minute, the only thing on my YouTube channel is that VSL. So if I was to then, I don't know, pop workouts on there or whatever else, that's going to really help for people to just see what I can offer them and how I coach and kind of do the work for me, really.
100%. I would say the biggest thing with your IG, I massively agree with that as well, doing the YouTube and like giving more, because then you don't need as many followers as well, because you warm up the ones you have, is just post the exact same stuff you have to TikTok, to Facebook, to YouTube Shorts, because right now you don't have the time and stuff because you've got other more high leverage things to do than create different content for different platforms. When right now, obviously with the YouTube long form, that's different content. Aside from this one, just post the same short form content to all of them.
Yeah.
And then you just maximize the time that you're putting in. That's going to be super important to you as well. But yeah, I agree with that. And the big thing is with this is when you have this, identify where it's going wrong. Like what we have is, if I go into Figma, I actually have my whole funnel laid out depending on the part of the funnel. Okay. So that I can see exactly which part of the funnel is breaking and which isn't. For example, for the lead flow funnel, I literally have it mapped out exactly how it is, so that if any part is breaking, I can just go straight in, be like, oh, okay, it's here, that's cutting off. Where are we losing the most people? And then I can fix it. And then instead of like trying to work the whole thing, I can identify where it is, because if it's the VSL, I know it's from the VSL onwards. Where if it's all the other stuff, I'm trying to look at everything.
Yeah.
So another really great thing to do is actually map out your whole funnel from A to B, so that you can see where the leak is coming from. You can see where the pipe is turned the other way, and you need to put it back in place. 100%. It's not necessarily the first thing you would do, but it's definitely something I would do. And I would advise like the people I work with to, for sure. So the next thing is influence, right? Like you have to have influence for things to change. Like you wouldn't trust me now to even listen here if I didn't have a level of influence.
Of course, yeah.
Right. And that comes from the fact that you trust me because one, I've given you value, but also because like I've shown loads of social proof, etc. And you've bought into my journey for me to basically have that trust so that you actually take the value on board. But a really basic way of looking at it is you have this influence, you have this one route, which is trust, value, and then influence happens, right? Because without trust, the value means nothing. I was saying this to the community earlier. Yeah. Like, if you are giving loads of value, but no one knows why they should listen to your value, it doesn't do any influence. It doesn't have any impact because no one takes it on board. They have to trust you before you give them value. I think because of the whole Alex Hormozi thing and like give loads of value, give value, then everyone starts thinking, okay, all I need to do is give value. If I go to YouTube, and I go to Alex Hormozi, the first thing you'll see is like the stuff he's done. Founder of acquisition.com, co-founder of School. And both of those things, because of his brand, he's not had to put as much. We know are like high level things. Like people know what School is now that are interested in people like Alex Hormozi, and people know what acquisition.com is. But if you also look at his videos, the first thing he says is like how much he's done. So
here's something completely insane. Yes. Okay. You're gonna have to hear it anyways. I was able to take home more a year than the CEOs of McDonald's, IKEA, Ford, Motorola, and Yahoo combined as a kid in his 20s.
He literally just stacks value of why you should listen to it. I picked any random video then. I literally, was this planned?
No, not at all. I didn't even say we were doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And I haven't really said what we're going through to us, but like that's why you have to build the trust before giving value. This whole video will be on value. It's a 51-minute video. He's not going to be still speaking about what he's doing.
More output.
So he's speaking out about the technical stuff, right? But before he goes into the technical stuff, people have to have a reason to listen and a reason to trust it. So I think what's happened is everyone's been talking about this value thing so much that they now put the value up here, and then they think, oh, all the hours are going to be wow weird. They think that the trust comes here. So they're looking at it like this. Fuck, well, this is gone a bit nuts. But anyhow, they're looking at it as value first, trust is built, influence occurs. Well, that's not how it works. That's never how it ever worked. The value builds on the trust and it creates the influence, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to have influence and someone has a guard, they have their guard up, they have a lack of trust and skepticism, then no amount of value will solve that. So like the influence is here. Like it's still available. You still get that tick box influence, but it's being blocked by this like lack of trust and skepticism. So all this value you give, all these workout programs, all these tips, all these free lead magnets you give away, like cookbooks, whatever, it means nothing.
Because they haven't bought into you yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, mate?
They don't trust you. Which is why at the beginning of this video, if you're watching, I literally stacked all of my wins and stuff. It's not for me to be like, feel better about myself. It's for me to get you guys to listen, because this is very good value. This will build your business. This will put you in a great spot. But only if you watch the whole thing, you actually concentrate on it, because it's a long video, and you actually apply it, right? If you don't do any of that, it's not going to be valuable because it'll have no impact. So this is a super important thing to realize, right? Like, where do you feel like you can increase your trust right now, knowing that the value comes after the trust?
I mean, yeah, I think just all over. I mean, I need to start putting up more trust. I need to put more testimonials up. I need to put more about my own journey up in terms of like where I was, not where I am now. Just so people see that, you know, you're not some esoteric kind of like being that no one can try and aim to be like. So yeah, I think, you know, just making yourself a little bit more human, making yourself seem a little bit more realistic. Do you know what I mean? Because everyone likes to put themselves on social media as being like some sort of amazing person, where and like, yeah, you just need to be more
Genuine.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, genuine, right? Like, how different would you say I'm in person that I am in the community and online?
I don't know. You're just you. You know what I mean? You're literally just you. It's not like a fake bravado, nothing. It's you know, how you are in the group is exactly how you are in person. How you are on the call is exactly how you are in person.
Yeah,
you know?
I literally am the same, and on the same amount of like politeness and everything as well. Like, I wouldn't say I'm fucking crazy polite, but I wouldn't say like I'm like not rude. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm rude or anything like that. It's literally like you have to have a genuine approach to social media, otherwise people will see through it. And what you said is exactly right. Like, if you post more about your journey, people are going to buy into that. They're going to trust you more. And then when you post those workout videos, they're going to then take them more on board.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why physique stuff actually comes into play. So these flexing videos, you spam loads of them, nothing. Because then you start to get a bit of trust because of your position in your physique. You don't really get much influence because you don't actually build on that influence by giving any value.
Yeah.
Really, or giving any journey. Because if you're in insane shape and then you give journey, so people know you're not on steroids, they know you started skinny or fat or whatever, then that reinforces that trust by being like, oh, he's there now, but he was never there before. And then that means when you give value, people will take that value in because they knew you were in that position before that. So yeah, we're going to start with the Instagram and actually what you would do. So the first thing you need to do Start by focusing on volume over quantity. Quality is very important, but like I said over here, you need to drive so fast that you can't even think about what it is you're perfectly doing. Like when it comes to posting on social media, especially if you're not confident, you need to post so much so you're not even thinking about what other people think. Because you're posting every day, maybe even twice a day, right? And obviously you don't want to post like complete garbage, but you don't have to overly complicate it to not post garbage, right? And like you can go into a lot more detail in terms of social media, but that's a really key point. And then over time, you focus on increasing the quality and maintaining the volume you already do. So there's two parts of it: setting everything up correctly and scaling what you've set up. So an optimized profile just equals more results from the effort you put into your content. If you know you're going to do loads of quantity, then it makes sense to have a really good profile, because unlike the posts, which then when you get into quality, take a lot of time per post, with the profile, it's more like a one or like once in a month thing that just builds and stacks and gets better and better. So you might as well do it, because this increases the quality massively and the amount of conversions you're going to get, but it doesn't take loads of time, which makes it like a high leverage task, right? And you want to focus on whatever is high leverage. So part one, how to set up your IG correctly. Important to optimize your profile. You need to know who you're optimizing for. Refer to the offer/promotion market documents that you created. So if you remember, we went and we did the RCP sheet, all those sort of things, the USP, etc. And you have to do that before you do this. Otherwise, you're going to end up optimizing stuff for an audience you don't even know you're targeting yet. So yeah, the profile order. This is your account now. And what we're going to optimize is these 7 things: the profile picture, username, name, bio and bio link, highlights, pin posts, and pin reels. And then by the end, you have a completely revamped profile. So the first thing is a profile picture. When did you take this profile picture?
Last year.
Last year. Okay.
I so much bigger, right?
You really, I don't take that, man. No, you're jack, nah. So the pros of it is you look in great shape. I just said that. It fits inside the circle. The camera quality is good, and it's a photo of you. The amount of times I see like Canva logos and it says like X training or something like that, and it'll be like this crazy Canva logo. And it's like, we know you created that in Canva. You're not Nike. I don't represent anything with what that image is.
Yeah,
there's no relevance. Like Nike spent years and years and years building brand recognition, right? And you can do the same, but it doesn't make sense to do that when you're better off building personal recognition to start with, right? And we're seeing it becoming more and more important in terms of personal recognition, when massive like tech companies and huge founders, even like Jeff Bezos, are focusing more on their personal brand. They're literally hiring creative directors for their personal brand. That wasn't a thing 5 years ago, even 10 years, even 2 years ago. But it's becoming more and more important, because like genuine personal brands are growing because the trust is low, right? So it's so important that you do the same for yourself. Like it's not Founder's Physique for me. If that went away and I renamed it, it mean nothing.
Yeah.
It started off as Ned Sainsbury.
Yeah.
It's had multiple names, right? And the name changes depending on the audience I'm targeting.
Yeah.
And then I start to, like, Founder's Physique now has credibility, so I wouldn't change it. But like, you don't need that. The main thing that you need to build is credibility around this pretty fits, right? You're like, what?
I would expect to feel the last time you've met.
Sleeping with this. So yeah, basically the core issues is you're taking the photo of yourself. It lowers the authority and makes it look less professional. That's one of the main things. The second thing is the photo is very plain, has like grey and black colors. I'm not too fussed about that. Like it's not too big of an issue, but you're better off having like a more like popping, attractive photo. The second one is the face isn't clearly distinguishable because you got the beanie on. It's a second, like it's through the mirror, right?
Yeah.
And it's like you can't really easily see your face. And this would look like a lot of other gym bro pics because it's a very accessible type of photo to take. You look in the mirror, you take the photo, right? And that's what I said. It looks like a lot of other PTs and gym bro pics. The camera quality is actually good. Like your phone has good enough camera quality, right? Most phones have good enough camera quality. That's not the issue. The main thing is just like the way that you've taken it. And the reason why this looks low as authority as well, and looks like loads of other PTs, is all the new PTs that are like, oh, actually, I need to get a photo of me, not the Canva logo that I created thinking I was being productive. they will then go ahead and take a photo, and the first photo they'll take will be in the middle.
Yeah.
Right? So it just blends you. When a really good Instagram profile needs to show the vibe. Like if you look at these, this is clearly like a very upbeat energy vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like a very like businessy vibe. Like where do you feel like he's sitting? Like what sort of area?
Like Kensington or Mayfair or somewhere.
Yeah, like yeah. Right? London, what about this guy? Where do you feel like in life?
This guy will be on a beach somewhere. There's like Bondi actually, the little pull-up bars in the background.
Yeah, this guy's literally Bondi.
Is it?
This guy's Bondi and this guy's London.
Yeah.
Right? And Iman Gadzi's whole profile is about him being like a classic wealthy person.
Yeah.
Like not just like rich, because you see loads of those guys online driving fake Lambos. His whole persona is that like he has real English wealth.
Yeah.
And he like is like stays in London. Like he's literally got him with a Porsche and a horse in the front of a place in London. And his profile photo massively lines up with his account, right? Yeah. Like when you see this profile photo and then you zoom out and look at this account, it all lines up. Like him in like nice clothing in front of a helicopter with a Porsche and a horse, like literally in a city, right? Doing that. It's like has a very businessy vibe. And then with Alfie, he is in Bondi. And if you look, his highlights are yellow, high energy. Like he's in like next to pools and stuff, probably in Bali at that point. He's out on runs and it's a high energy vibe. So the profile photo links directly to the vibe of his account. And this means as well that if someone follows him, they might come straight through that little add button that you now have at the side of Reels.
Yeah.
And when they follow him from that add button, they come back to his profile. All they're going to be is pleased by the fact that it lines up. It's meant to be a face, right? And if someone has to think about something or something isn't aligned, that will then cause them to potentially like unfollow.
Yeah.
Right? Or if the profile photo is not very good, like this one, for example, in the nicest possible way, it's going to mean they're less likely to follow.
Yeah.
Because there's less reason to. They connect with it less. So absolutely no hate to any of these people I speak about. I was literally just looking over profiles and just seeing what I don't think works anymore. So this guy, he also does the same thing as Transition Online. He helps fitness coaches scale their business. So I'm sure he's very, very good. I think he's called Dan. I don't 100% know. Like I said, I literally am just pointing him out because of his profile. But he has what used to work. And it used to work really well. Is you have your face, right? Not to draw his face. And then you have like a background. It doesn't have to be yellow. Right? You get people doing blue backgrounds, red backgrounds, like green backgrounds. And it makes you like pop out, supposedly. It makes you like stand out more from all these other ones. But what sort of vibe did you get? Like if you see this,
it just looks like AI, really, doesn't it? It doesn't look like authentic. It's not like a genuine. You can't. His personality is not coming across in that photo. From it's more just like like every other coach online kind of thing.
And once that make you think, like if that was in your DMs or you saw that with
it's just sales. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not like it's more that you'd feel like it was just them trying to get something out of you. They don't actually care about what you're wanting to achieve. It's more about just like sell.
Yeah, 100%. Because here, you might be an energetic person that's like, oh, I would love to move to Bondi or somewhere like Bali. Mm. And then you have like alignment with them. You bond with them.
Oh, that's
right?
it. So yeah.
You feel connected. You know what I mean? Or like you might be someone that really wants that like wealthy money lifestyle in London. So you bond with this guy. Yeah. Or like you look up to it, right? Where with this, there's not much to look up to because there's no personality to it. But it also creates this like barrier. Like you're here and they're there. And it feels like this barrier between you because it's like a block with the personality.
Yeah.
He's not letting you in, right? And right now there's a bit of a trust recession. When I say a bit, it's actually growing. And it's not an issue because it always happens. Like trust always decreases within the audience over time. Like way back in the day, people being way less like fussed about getting sold to because it wouldn't have been as pushed, right?
No.
Now it's getting pushed more and more on socials that it's becoming more of something people lean back on.
Yeah.
Everyone probably watching this video has had people DM them.
Yeah.
Like everyone's had like reels or someone trying to sell them something. And because of that, like you have to build more trust. Like audience trust is at an all-time low because of being over-promised and undelivered. And that's the reality of it. Like loads of business coaches have promised this, and this, and guarantee this, and just don't deliver. Loads of fitness coaches promise we're going to do this, and this, and then never check up on their clients. And because of that, like overall audiences go down. So like it might even be that people heard of someone else that's had a bad experience, and that puts them off, right? So in the nicest way possible, I'm sure this guy's still a great coach. You can go and hit him up. His profile is horrible, and it used to, his profile photo anyway, and it used to work in COVID. Worked extremely well in COVID, and there's a lot of coaches out there helping fitness coaches that still teach the stuff during COVID. The game is so good still. Fitness coaching still massively works, but it doesn't work the same as COVID.
You got to move with the times, really, don't you? You got to move with how it's all progressing and naturally going on.
Yeah, exactly. Like right now it is more saturated and people do take a bit longer to buy, yet people are becoming 10 times more used to online coaching. So like online coaching has become super normal for people. Where you used to have people saying before like, does online work? I'm not going to type that out, but does online work? Now no one's saying that. No one's even thinking that. Like they're very happy. Even people that are in their 50s, 60s that aren't used to it as much, they're super, super keen to get on online. Another thing is that the fitness coaching and like fitness market in general is just growing massively. It's like still growing huge. Like the fitness and health market for like products, services, everything is becoming one of the biggest globally. It's becoming massive in the US and it's becoming bigger in other European countries and even in less developed countries, right? So it's just going to keep growing. And that's why the buying process is a bit longer, because it's becoming an actual genuine buying process. Where here COVID was its takeoff period. That's when it was like insecure. It could have completely flopped or it could have kept going insane. Instead, it kind of steadied out, which is a good thing. It just shows it's going to be an industry that's around a long time, which you would think is normal. And COVID basically just forced people into a position where they had to get someone online. Right. So it's not that online coaching is worse now, but it's just that it's a different sort of market. It's gone back to normal. And the second thing, and I actually was mentored by Charlie Johnson. He was one of my initial mentors, and I met up with him in Dubai. He's a great guy. Obviously not as good of a mentor as me, but I've actually had some people in my community come from Charlie Johnson's community, which is kind of cool. And they've said that they really like transition online, but I'll leave it there. And the only thing that I would say with this is they both look the same.
Yeah, like carbon copies of each other.
Carbon copies.
Do you reckon they were like he was part of Charlie's like mentorship? Do you reckon?
Probably, but both of these are like, that's both COVID time things that you do that worked in COVID, right? And the thing is I didn't even mean to find Charlie's when doing this. Just when I was looking at other coaches and stuff, and I was looking to find all these backgrounds, because I'd actually seen this guy before. And I saw the background, I thought, I hope he's not teaching other coaches to do that, because I know he teaches other coaches, right? I happened to find him. And I was like, this is crazy. Because imagine if you see both of them in your gyms, how's that going to make you think about the both of them?
Well, they're working together to try and come in here. They're working in cahoots with each other.
Yeah, but they're not. That's the thing.
No.
They're completely separate, which shows they're not building individual brands. Because if you can be thinking someone's a business partner or combined, they're obviously not individualized enough. And then what they're like, what most coaches like, if you apply this to actual fitness, because I see loads of fitness coaches like this, is they're like, yeah, you'll never find anyone like it. It's like the Buzz Lightyear meme where there's like shelves and shelves of the exact same coach. And then all the people that want the fitness coaching end up like this. And this is what the coach is like. He's like telling them about this grand program that he has, and they're just shitting themselves, just trying to think like, get me the fuck away from this, right? Where what we want to do for new creators is clearly show their face. So Alex is actually one of my mates, but I just think his profile photo is very good. Like if you look at my profile photo as well, it's very clean, like it's obvious to see. And now it's positioned more to work with business owners for fitness and for actual business owners in general that want to build a fitness business. But it's clean. You can see a bit of my personality. I'm happy. I've got green in the background. It's relatively light, and it kind of just shows that I'm just this like a happy guy, but I've got like a shirt on, so it adds a bit of like seriousness to it, right? Yeah. And it's the same with Alex. Alex is like proper on his, like zoom to his face, but if you zoom out a bit, it's very easy to still see him. like, if you zoom out, you can see these guys really easy, but it's like not something you want to be involved in. Where with Alex, it seems way more genuine, yet it's really easy to spot. And another thing is, so I would suggest this massively, like having a profile, one, if it's on a camera, great, vibrant background, amazing, that's another tick. But also have your shoulders and your head in it, and that's it. Because then it's really close up to you. Yeah, it's far away enough where it doesn't look creepy. If you just have your head in it, it's way too much. It's like too much in people's respects. The next thing is make your profile match your audience, right? Because if you make your profile match your audience, then they'll be more inclined to follow you. So when I was doing more fitness coaching, I had me with my six pack out, still smiling. This note thing's covering it, but I'm just smiling. I'm in Marbella. I've got paddle courts in the background. It aligns massively. Like even the background is aligned with what my content's about, because it wasn't just about getting big. It's about being in great shape, having good energy, all these things. Where like now, because it's more about business, I have a new profile that like aligns with my new direction going forward.
Yeah.
So do you have any questions on that?
No, I think it's it's the first point of call that someone's going to have when they see your Instagram profile, right?
Yeah.
So at the same time, you want to put your best foot forward when it comes to that. So if you've got a profile picture that just isn't enticing anybody to come over, or they can't feel your personality through that, then you're actually shutting the door on a lot of potential people that you could get in. So definitely a worthwhile thing to change and to consider when you are moving yourself online.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll look at actually how we can improve your profile photo and what photo I would do instead for you, so that we can actually like revamp your cat as we go along that. So the second thing is the username, right? Like this is your username at the moment. Mitch J. Connolly 92, Mitch Connolly Rebuilt to Last. And Rebuilt to Last is your like branding, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like what I offer people, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says. And the best thing you can do is get your full name with no numbers, no symbols, no underscores, no filler words, and no dots and dashes. Like if you look at Iman Ganti's, his is perfect. It's literally just his name.
Yeah.
Nothing else, right? And then close to perfect is using underscores as original is taken. So I kind of fucked myself. The 2013 version of me took the Ned Sainsbury Plaice without this underscore. And now it just has, if you go search it up, it's just a photo of me holding a snake. I can't log into the account. So now I've got like Ned underscore Sainsbury Plaice, right? But this is still RenKit. Yeah. And the underscore is between my first name and my last name. So it's okay. And then if you can't get that, a bit like Chai Johnson, I was showing you earlier, his username is really good, like Chai Johnson Fitness. It's very clear, right, what he does. So it's just his name with fitness. So what you can do is just add a word at the end. What you don't want is stuff like the 92 or, other than that, other than the 92, it's completely fine.
Maybe I try to check the J out or something.
Yeah. So you could just put like Mitch J. Connolly, and then if you need an underscore, for example, or fitness or whatever. But you want to have, for example, I put these things. So I put examples Mitch could use. Mitch Connolly, Mitch underscore Connolly, Mitch Top Connolly, all of these ones. I wouldn't do Mitch UK. But you could do Mitch Fitness, Mitch Training. I would avoid stuff like PT as well, because it feels salesy, but I put them in there in case you really wanted them. And then the other thing is like, don't do anything built based on your branding. Because like, don't do Rebuilt to Last as your fitness account. Those people, they have their personal profile, and then like, I'm going to build a fitness profile. I'm going to name it the brand of my fitness business that nobody knows about, nobody's connected to, and has no relevance at all. And then they just shoot themselves in the foot. They got to do way more effort. They have to spend way more time building a representation to this business when they could just make it about themselves, make it a personal brand in the first place, right? And that's what's going to be best for them. So if you are going to do two profiles, have your second profile just as your fitness account, but still name it you. So like you might have like Mitch J. Connolly, and then
I've got a Coaching with Connolly page as well.
Exactly, Coaching with Connolly. That's perfect. So like, ideally you want more of your name in there, but Coaching with Connolly works really well as well. Yeah. So you can just leave it at that, but you don't want like Coaching with Rebuilt to Last or Rebuilt to Last or something like that. So that's the first thing I check. So the second thing is the name. So this second part of the account. And I know we kind of ran over this a little bit, but who knows what Rebuilt to Last means? Like that could mean you rebuild houses that last fucking a long time. It could mean you rebuild outdated systems so they've got obsolete. Like, it can literally mean so many things, in tech and whatever. Maybe you, I don't know, rebuild toys so that they last while whilst kids like play with them. I don't know. I said it, but it's a really bad example, but do you know what I mean?
It's very kind of could be anything. It doesn't actually pinpoint what I'm offering.
Yeah, because what's the aim with it as well?
What's the aim with being rebuilt to last? It's like it's going to be like this, like rebuilt sustainably. Do you know what I mean? Something that you're going to be able to sustain for a long period of time. And because I'm normally targeting people that have tried and perhaps not succeeded before, you're rebuilding yourself to last. So that was the concept behind it. But again, because I've put so much thought into it, it makes sense to me. But just people in general would read that. I'd be like you say, like, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, and people most likely related to fitness, right? Then unlikely to relate it to you rebuild houses based on your content.
Yeah.
But rebuilt to last, I get what you're saying with it. It means like you help someone get in shape in a way that lasts them for a lifetime.
Yeah.
So it's get in shape once and not have to do it again.
Yeah.
That's almost like a part of a USP.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
You could do, because that could include habits and nutrition frameworks and stuff that's easy to follow.
Yeah.
But rebuilt to last doesn't blend that in. Because that could be like you help people rebuild even their joints and their flexibility so that they can like last longer. It could mean, even in the fitness terms, it could mean so many things.
It's very
where it doesn't necessarily mean like get in shape, lose weight and keep the weight off.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It could mean stuff about joints, where you build muscle, like so many things, so many things. Maybe like live longer, like all these sorts of stuff. Where instead I would put it as like Mitch Conley weight loss coach, or Mitch Conley weight loss transformation coach. You don't have to necessarily do weight loss. I do this quick example, because what happens is it becomes searchable. So your Instagram is actually like a searchable asset. Yeah. When I searched in weight loss, all of these coaches came up because they had weight loss in their second name.
Well, look at those backgrounds.
You see look at that background. That is such a good point.
Yeah.
Blending straight in. And now on. It's actually so bad. And because of this, what happens is they now become searchable for people looking for weight loss. So all of these people, I've never seen their accounts before. I've never consumed any of their content. This person only has 11k followers. Like, it's not crazy. I'm sure some of these other people, like from the look of his profile, I don't know, maybe he does, but don't have crazy amount of followers. And what it does, like that says 3.38,000 and that's got no dash. So unless that's 38,000, that could be 3,800 followers, right? So what happens is, however many followers you have, you can still show up in the search algorithm. So people can actually use the Instagram a bit like a Google. So just by having a keyword within your name, so weight loss coach, you can have your full name clearly, like they've done. Most of these people have done it really well. Gabe Smith, weight loss coach. I like that a lot. Or like Sophie Hamsphere, however you say it. But I would have put the online because it's not necessary. It doesn't add any addition to that.
Well, you're already online when you're searching it.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't add any addition. Like, it doesn't give you any more context on how they're going to help you, right? And for example, this is perfect. Like, she's literally got her name, PT, and then her name, weight loss coach. And this is why this account has 178k followers. It's typical. The biggest account has it set up the best, right? Literally exactly how I've told you today, with the blue tick there as well. And then basically it makes it searchable. So you might gain a few extra people come through just from the SEO of it. So then the next thing is the bio link. Like right now, your bio says helping men 28 to 40, rebuild strength standards, all this stuff. And then you have two CTAs. One, start your rebuild here. And then two is the DM rebuild. One, the start your rebuild here looks like you're telling them to DM rebuild. And then two, you say DM rebuild. But like, I don't know, is it like DM rebuild? Because you said rebuild to last. Am I DMing about rebuild, or am I DMing rebuild? So if you were going to do a DM about rebuild, you'd be like, oh, what? That's got massive. You'd go DM rebuild in like a little quotation. So it's quite obvious what they would DM. But in general, these DM things, they don't work anymore. I'll explain why. So what I would change this to is first the YouTube link. I clicked on it and it's not a deep link. So it doesn't let me instantly subscribe, and it's super long. Like, it looks unprofessional in your bio. But if you look at mine, it's short. And the main thing with mine is it actually has that deep link feature, right? So as soon as you click it, It's short, it's concise, it looks professional because it's a lot shorter than yours. Like yours takes up all the way to the edge, right?
Yeah.
And when you click it, it takes you straight to the YouTube app if you have the YouTube app downloaded. If you don't have the YouTube app downloaded, it tries to take you to whatever site is going to mean you're going to be logged in already. So it means for you to subscribe, you click subscribe and you're done. For you, on yours to subscribe, I have to sign into my YouTube through Safari to subscribe. Well, then that's just going to put more people off from subscribing because they're going to have to do more.
Or to actually get video. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to do more to subscribe. This is exactly that, right? And then the big thing is as well, mine says steal my system. It's really obvious that I'm talking about the link. Yours is less obvious you're talking about the link. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the actual what's said itself. So I changed the helping men 28 to 40 into helping dads lose fat, rebuild strength, and raise their energy. I didn't know when I was redoing this that you don't necessarily target dads specifically. And then instead of rebuild strength and standards, that doesn't have a massive thing. So I just put that all in one place. Like helping dads covers this already. Like it covers men and the age bracket. And lose fat was a bit more targeted because it doesn't have any actual outcome. Build strength, rebuild strength and standards. Like what does standards even mean? Like standards in your dating life, standards in your gym. So then I put help dads lose fat, rebuild strength and raise their energy. Never skip dessert. You don't have to put something like that, but it's just like humor, showing as well that you're not going to put them on a crazy strict diet.
No, I do that a lot, yeah.
Yeah, instead of saying like without restricted diets, which you see from loads of coaches, which kind of makes you again kind of like one of these types of coaches where everyone looks the same, or even like one of these types of coaches where everyone looks the same, right? You then start to like have a slightly different profile, which makes you stand out more. And then I put exactly how I lost 3 to 4 kg in 4 weeks and put the link below. If you had a different transformation or if you had someone else's transformation, you could do that. And then here would be your VSL. And obviously here would also be the deep link, which would be a lot shorter. Do you see why? Like out of this too, like which ones are you more likely to click the link on?
Yeah, the one that's got a bit more humour to it, the one that's a little bit more humour. To be honest, yeah, the other one just seems very generic, like what I had previously before. So yeah, it's a lot more personable and a lot more relatable. And I think that's ultimately you're trying to build trust with people. We were talking about trust and value. And you know, that bio is so important because again, the profile picture is important, but equally just as important is the bio that you've got, because you want it to be as easy and as simple for somebody to follow, subscribe off the link, and also get to know exactly what you can offer them without actually having to get on a call with them.
Yeah, 100%. Like people know as well what they're getting out of this link. When you put start your rebuild here, they don't know if I click on this link, what am I getting? What does start my rebuild mean? Like, what am I getting out of this?
It's one of those dodgy links, isn't it? Actually, it's like...
Yeah, like what does start my rebuild mean? Like when I see this link, it's really obvious that by clicking here, I'm going to learn exactly how you lost 3 kg in 4 weeks, which I'm thinking, okay, well, that can relate to me. It's worth me spending the time to click that link, right? So then in terms of the highlights, right now you have nothing. So that just like reduces trust and also reduces nurture because people can't get to know you if they want to. So what I have is I have a bunch of highlights. There's a specific way you can go about highlights. Like the main ones you can have is my story. You can have wins, results, testimonials. This is important. Your unique mechanism highlight in there, Q&As, lifestyle and places you've been, etc. Like that will all be in obviously the lifestyle one. Like for me, I focus it very much on like results and story based. So like I have my story early up on here, but then also loads of results because we had a lot of results. This was my fitness coaching page before I changed it. Obviously didn't have 155, 115k followers. But this is like how I was planning it before. And the reason why I post so many results is because I just have loads. So the results in my story built all the trust around me instead of me showing lifestyle because I showed enough lifestyle, as you can see, through my content. Like even here, like you can see I'm in a nice place. So I showed loads of lifestyle through my content. So the main thing I needed to show was results and allow people to see my story in like a unique sequence so they could follow the story all the way from before and after. So then I like went onto your page. We're going to go into like the pin post and pin reel section, but from what I could access, I went onto your page and changed it around. So instead of having this like long link, this thing, this profile, I changed it to this. So one thing you would have as well is you'd have the Mitch Connolly up at the top here.
Yeah.
But you'd have like Mitch. Oh, you have Coach by Mitch, right?
Coach O'Connor, but that's on the fitness account.
Yeah, so you could have Coach O'Connor. Yeah. And then you'd have your name, weight loss coach, so you're searchable. Still have this fitness coaching thing. I actually think this good, fitness trainer. That's a setting you can put on in the Instagram. And it's good because it categorizes you in there, which allows Meta to know you're in that position. I then changed the profile photo to this photo of you. So instead of being this photo which someone else you've taken yourself, it's now this really high quality photo that someone else has taken of you. You can see your full face. You can see you're absolutely jacked, which like increases your authority. It shows like your whole body and your face so people like can connect with you a bit more, but it's like not super close. You could make it a bit closer by zooming in, but I think with this one, you're perfectly fine with that. It shows you're super gym bro. You've been in it for a while. You look a bit older in it. And like not many people are in this physique, so it's going to intrigue people with it. We then changed the bio, shortened the link, and added the highlights. So in your highlights, you have life here, like you're living your life, like just a really casual photo, nothing to do with fitness. 90-day method, which is your unique mechanism. Wins, and ideally you'd want this photo to be like you with clients or like a photo of clients. Q&A, so like your Q&A ones, like this is a cool photo because it gives like a David Late vibe. And then the My Story, which is a photo of you winning your competition, which increases intrigue because people want to go see the My Story of someone that's done something like that. In terms of the way that I would structure the pin post, is I'd have a lifestyle post, I would have a My Story / recap post, and a testimonial post. Like I'll show you a lifestyle post, we'll have a look at one of each. If I can open it. So this is like a lifestyle post for me in Norway, just literally just enjoying Norway, showing me abroad, like it buys people more into the lifestyle of like being in shape is a whole thing, right? And like this just buys people more, not that first, just what I made, but you can get a bit more random with it. Like the first photo is of me in great shape.
Yeah.
So like sets the standards, me in great shape, the lighting's good, like I look good, I look healthy, like I fit out a t-shirt, wow. And then it just looks like I'm enjoying this time. Again, me in shape in an aesthetic place. It just like doubles down this whole thing about being in shape in the lifestyle it brings, right? And then in terms of My Story, I think I did this maybe of someone else. Oh, the My Story carousel post is literally just images of before and after, and then images of just stuff I've done, like boxing matches, runs, Spartan races, and then like a little mindset thing at the end. And then at the side, I've walked through my whole journey. Ever since I was a teenager, I knew I wanted more out of life. Like boom, 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 my whole journey. So then people can see this post and read through it. And it's got 600 likes. And at the time, I had a bit less followers then. That was in March 2025, right? And then the next one is a testimonial post. So if you go to here, it's literally just a testimonial post with tons of testimonials, like back to back, right? And then talking about those testimonials a bit and having a CTA for a free value document. And that's what I'd have pinned at the top of my pinned post. And then the pinned reels I'd have, you want a My Story again, but in video format, a mixed testimonial in video format, and an in-depth testimonial in video format. The reason why you have the mixed testimonial, in-depth testimonial, this testimonial here is multiple testimonials clipped into one. And this just shows you have so many testimonials, you can just push them out there. If you don't have this, then you can basically gap this in with a different type of My Story.
Yeah.
We can go in that more detail in another video or something. And if you don't have the in-depth testimonial, what you can do is you can basically, again, do your My Story in a different way, but show an area of your life that you came over that relates the most to your audience. Let's say you were really fat for a bit and you did a cut over 4 months.
Yep.
You show that specific part of your life, where this bit, you do more of an overview of your whole life.
Yeah.
Of like where you started, why you got into fitness, all this stuff, so people can really buy into your journey. But if you have enough testimonials, what you want to do is a mixed testimonial, just for warning, like this mixed testimonial is when I'm training young entrepreneurs.
Yep.
So it talks about money and fitness, because their goals was to earn more money, was to be in shape, and was to get more girls. So the mixed testimonial is literally based around that.
Yeah.
Did a 100K deal, was double the cash flow I've had in this space. It's useful. I had success in business, but I did feel confident in myself. I get more out of life. Me accountable, not just to get fit, but to actually be the best version of myself. With girls, I'm becoming much more confident. That's the big thing. It's hard to learn myself 40 on all my lifts. I made new records. I went from 10 to 22 cash this year. Right now, I'm working out less and I'm getting so much more muscle. I'm getting jacked and I'm eating better and I'm feeling better.
So basically, it just keeps going. I'm actually friends with a lot of these people now, which is crazy. Because of actually training them, I end up becoming friends. A more in-depth testimonial is like this Rory one, for example. I'm one of the guys that I train Rory. The story time. One of the guys that I trained, Rory, he came to me and said, I think I want to get in shape. I think I want to start working out like it's something that could suit us. Now, he's absolutely dialed, in crazy shape, and wanting to work out more and more and more. Before you take action, you never really know where it's going to lead you. Like, before I actually started trying to run the business, going into a bit about shit, I didn't know that it... Because at that point, I had a few less testimonials. I still had a lot of testimonials, but what you could also do is one kind of like this. Another coach did this, but I think it's structured.
I lost 15 kilos in just 20 weeks whilst traveling. 6 months ago, when Beck came to me, he didn't feel bad, but he just knew he could look sharper. So what is exactly? I just want to trim down a bit, bro. Here's the thing. We don't do a bit around here, mate. Or if we're doing this, fuck you're doing this. Not just a fat loss phase, full transformation. We did it whilst he moved to America, fat capital of the world. New environments, new foods, new routine, new stress. Every temptation around him, another excuse. Ben, he's a fucking G. So we dial in his training, he nailed his nutrition, and he stuck to the plan no matter what. And week by week, fat dropped off to basically now. His confidence, that's skyrocketed. And in 20 weeks, 86 kg, all the way down to 71 kg. 15 weeks, 15 kilos gone. Unrecognized. Top trainer. And most people said, I can't do this right.
So basically that just builds even more like social proof because it has a story. It gives relatability through the way he's speaking, and it kind of builds a story around him as a coach as well. So it's a really good way to do an in-depth testimonial. In terms of my story, you basically, this is from Gabriel, that same guy I showed you before, is you want another thing going over. It's my story's not as good, but I thought I'd show more stuff than just my own stuff, just to mix it up. I'm not trying to hype my own boat too much. It basically just goes through like waves out, and you can have it this simple. You don't have to have your my story doesn't need to be like talking, but basically he now has a my story like an actual post where people can read it, and then he's also got a reel where people can watch it. Yeah. And he's just putting in different formats, one to double down, but also to allow people to consume it in the way that works for them best. And in the next part, we're going to get over the different types of content, but I think we'll finish up here. Cool. Okay, so picking up where we left off, you've got 3 different types of content now. Moving on to content, you've got your profile set up. You have all the pinned reels, the pinned posts. Like, it looks attractive, it can convert, people follow easily, it like targets a specific person, it easily brings people to YouTube, you got the highlights, all of those things. So now it's like actually creating the content to bring the people in, and obviously without the content, there's no point optimizing your profile. You have 3 different types of content, right? You got C1, the C2, and then C3. And all this essentially means is the top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel. And the way you want to think about it is top of funnel brings people in, bottom of funnel converts people to sign clients. The example of this is bottom of funnel might be getting someone to watch your VSL, which will go into how to create a VSL. And then when they watch the VSL, they then book a call. Or the bottom of funnel might be for them to opt in for a free lead magnet, like Sam is doing. And then from that, you then are in the DMs and you book a call with it. Right? Like Sam booked, I don't know, he's his appointment setter, because he's now got so many DMs. He had 602 days, like inbound comments for his lead magnet. His setter's now booking the calls, and he signed 3 cards yesterday because of that. And that's because the content he has now is just like bottom of funnel content, or just people opting in for free lead magnet. It's a cookbook. And then he knows that everyone that opts in for the cookbook, they are definitely going to have stuff going on with nutrition, or they're going to be in a position where they want to make a change, right? Like, you don't opt in for a cookbook if you're dialed in with your diet and don't get any help, right? The better lead magnet, the easier this is. But bottom of funnel is when you're trying to convert people, right? Middle of funnel brings more people in to your Instagram, but it also brings people on the journey of like your, I don't know what I'm writing there, but your story, right? Top of funnel, it's just basically any relatable video that applies to anyone really within your niche, and it can like be a bit more wide. It doesn't have to be as targeted, and it can be like quite outlandish and stuff like that. So a few examples, I'll just click on one. These are very old examples for me as well, some of these. But like these videos, I posted this 4 times. Like, that is the most top of funnel video because it applies to so many people.
Yep.
At the time, back then, I wasn't training business owners or anything. Like 84k likes, for example, 883 comments. I posted this 4 times. It's got over 1 million views every time and got me like 1,000 followers each time. And this is just like super top of funnel. And what it was doing is, one, building my account, but it was bringing a lot of like younger guys in, which is what I was targeting at the time because I was only charging around 150 a month as like 3-month programs. And it would just bring them in, and then I would do more like middle of funnel, which was the C2 content, which was stuff like this about my bodybuilding competition, for example. Stuff like that. Stuff like this about my transformation. And the reason why I'm showing you these videos about the bodybuilding is because you've done a bodybuilding competition.
Yeah.
So like you can literally do the before and after. If you don't have a bodybuilding competition, you can also just do stuff like your just. Like this was a little bit deeper video because the people are partially lazy to this. Like that stuff was doing super well in my niche at the time because they were like younger guys that like were in that whole vibe of thing. Like they were like not confident in themselves, and they would always watch edits of people getting in better shape. So the easiest way you can get people to buy into your journey is like show those edits. So it gives them that dopamine, but then also show your journey within it. So like you're giving C2 is like more like your transformation relatable journey, but without like talking loads. Like you might do a talking video, but it's got to have like a lot of virality to it, where like your C1 can be super high level. Like this video was like, you're starting to get gym rat vision, got 5.1 million views. Like in every time I repost it, get above 1 million, like until it slowly went down. And what it was just me walking into a shop, being like rubbing my eyes, and then like it turns around and the camera's facing the food. And every time I pick up a food, it shows all the macros in it.
Oh, right.
As in like my vision is, I see everything in macros, right? And that blew up loads, but that can target anyone.
Yeah.
Like that could be a mum could see that and be like, that's what she sees when she sees food because she wants her kids to be healthy and her to be healthy. And she's getting like that gym rat vision, right? And like I had even celebrities and stuff reposting this because it like related to loads of people. But it just brought in loads of people. And then I would do the C2 content, which would still bring in new people, but it would mean everyone that came from the C1, like people would unfollow when they see the certain C2, and then I'd get more people buying in and commenting that saw the C1 if they actually related to it.
Yeah.
Because you don't want loads of people on your account that aren't like actually bought into your journey and your message, because then it just completely destroys your engagement. Like my engagement at the moment is lower because I'm posting more business content.
Yeah.
But over enough period of time, that traction will go back up, and then it will switch, right? C2 is what most people do. It's just like really quick stuff. And sometimes it will do well, sometimes it will do less well, and that's just content, right? And basically with C1, you're thinking, how many likes, views, and followers can I get? And the only difference between C1 and C2 is how many likes, how many views, likes, and followers can I get within my target audience. That's literally the difference.
Yep.
Where C3 is literally about giving direct advice, and it's not, you're not even necessarily thinking about views, likes, or followers. It's literally just nurture. So C1 is just anyone. You're basically just trying to bring as many people in as possible. C2 is like within your audience, and C3 is the audience that you know are good. You want to then nurture them. So have a look at. Oh. That's probably more. Yeah, that's like a mix between C2 and C3. If you look at it, it's a long video. It gives a lot of advice. It doesn't have, just because it's C3, it doesn't have to be talking. And it's still got 1.1k likes. I think it got like 80k views. But there's a lot of like that's very specific to, even though it's not me speaking about something, it's very specific, like only guys that are wanting to build a lot of muscle. are going to do a massive workout
Yeah.
like that. And they're going to like be interested in a video which starts with two guys like basically flexing and showing them that like in good shape. Another one is like even more direct advice. So like you literally speaking to the camera, like giving specific advice based on like mindset or any sort of problems. Like a really important thing to do, and I go into this with C3, is when you have that understanding of the different areas of them, is targeting those. So this, I would say, is probably more like C2, really. That's just like my bad fit. It's still a value-based video, so it could kind of land in between the two. And does this make sense?
Yeah, no, definitely. So like obviously the C1's more about like just reaching a wider audience, trying to pull more views and more kind of like traffic into your profile.
Yeah.
C2 is more about kind of still similar to that, still focusing on like trends and stuff like that to still get the most exposure, but also having a little bit more about your target audience in there. And then C3 is more like you say, the nurture content, where it could be more talking head, more just you giving the best advice to the clientele that you're trying to reach out to.
Yeah, because when you think that's exactly it, because when you think about it like this, it goes back to this, which looks horrible now, but you are building trust with them in the C1 and C2 by one, having more followers, two, by showing your transformation, showing like your relatability, by like casting statements that maybe bring those people in, but the people that like vibe with it, like are bought into you, and then you're giving the C3, which is the value, because then they actually take that value on board.
Yeah.
When if you try and give that value straight away without building the trust, it does nothing.
It's kind of like, who are you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So you see loads of people, they start their Instagram and they instantly start to post like loads of really direct value-based content. It's like you're going to struggle to get people in.
That reminds me of like, you know, look at the old boy in the gym that has been training for like 20 odd years coming in and just interrupting your workout, trying to give you their version of like the best workout.
That's actually
just literally jog on, bro. Like,
yeah, that's literally the perfect example. That's what's happening, because if you're trying to give value to someone that doesn't want to listen. Yeah. That's like the perfect example, actually. Like the old guy coming to you and telling you exactly how he used to do bench press and he used to do 300 kg. When you're like, did you ever do 300 kg?
exactly.
Yeah, that's literally exactly it. And an important thing is with the C3 content is that it's like really hyper specific to your audience. A way that I would do it is when you first start, I would spend between 7 and 14 days on literally the C1 content only. Like get, not amazing, it's not long enough to get amazing, but get an understanding of how to create C1 content. And I would do, if you're doing 7 days, I'll do 2 posts a day. If you're doing if you're going to do 1 post a day, do 14 days. If you do 14 days at 2 posts a day, that's obviously going to be better. You're just going to get way better at that C1 content. I would then, let's say you do 14 days, you post twice a day. So you do 28 videos. And that's all with C1 content, like content that goes more viral. I would then spend another 7 days of just doing the C2 content. So that would be 14 pieces, right? And then once you've done that, I would just do like 3 days to 7 days straight of the C3 content, which is just going to give you anywhere between like 6 and 14 pieces. And then what I'd go to, and I'll go to this at the end, is I would do 3 C1, 2 C2, and 2 C3 a week.
Cool.
So especially at the beginning, you focus on bringing loads of people in and then moving them all the way to the end. Cool. Right? You don't need tons of followers, but this is if you start with literally 0 followers, right? You got to give Meta an understanding of who you're targeting, right? And you have to have enough people follow you. And when you start to get people in for gym content, at least Meta knows you're doing gym content, right? And then you start posting the C2 content, and then the Meta starts to understand the sort of people you're targeting with the C2 content, because even though it's viral, it's vague, it's still a bit more targeted.
Yeah.
And then when you do the C3 content, you show Meta who you're really going for, because then those people will interact, and at least it sets the algorithm up as well. So that's the way that I would do it. That's the way I've always done it myself. And then in terms of like what makes a good C3 video is like building recurring pillar types and nurture trust. So like when I say that, it's like you could have like some pillars that you show people to do. So you can have like, for example, this, I've got like 6 pillars, right? And that builds trust because you give people a really clear approach to do things. And you make that really based on them, like educational, how-to checklist, testimonial, and proof. So like you can weave in the testimonial and proof into value. But C3 isn't just value. Like a testimonial video is a C3 piece of content.
Yeah.
That's not going to go like unlikely to go super viral. That's more for people who are like more interested. And if you think about testimonial, it's actually insight. It's value in the fact that it's insight that when you see someone else that's in a similar position to you do it, it gives you the insight that it's possible for you and the confidence to do it. And then also story videos are C3 and demonstration videos are C3. Most people just literally post 7 C3 videos a week. And it's just like super hard to build audience of that. It's very slow. And then in terms of C3, that's where you have to look more at your scripting as well. So basically hooks that grab attention. So you want to spend 80% of your time thinking about the hook. The main part of the video is actually quite simple. So really what you could write to think about what videos you want to create is you could look on loads of accounts, figure out like what videos on the accounts have gone more viral than the other accounts that the other posts that the accounts has posted, and then basically just like get loads of different hooks and video concepts from that, and then write like the ones that you like the most or that have done the best within those, and then create them, and then all the winners that you have, like create them again.
Yeah.
And you're basically, what you're trying to do there is make the content that's not really viral as viral as it possibly can be. Like I've said, I've actually reposted content that's done better than the original. So I've reposted content that's performed better the second time, the exact same post as it first.
So you haven't changed anything on it. It's literally just the same post, just repurposed.
Repurposed, yeah, exact same post. So how to create C1 content. I didn't really actually build this out, but I'll show you anyway. So C1 content is the more viral stuff. So what you want to do, kind of like I said, is let's say you want to go to Instagram. So what you'd want to do is like you have your account right, you want to create content. Let's say you're targeting busy dads. I'm going to go for, I've literally just got this guy here, so I'm going to go for the sake of it. For this guy, he targets guys to lose weight, actually a very similar niche to you. He targets guys anywhere between like mid-20s to 40s. So this guy's perfect for you. What I would do is go through his content and just see what just popped the most. One thing you've got to be careful of is things might be follower ads and they might be boosted. So you don't want to copy those. Like I'd click on this.
Stop doing dumbbell bicep curls and cable bicep curls, as you'll always have skinny arms. If you want to double the size of your biceps, you need to stop training them.
Because he's got
Stop doing dumbbell bicep curls
on
and
a
cable
daily free workouts, that makes me partially think
doing shoulder press.
he's got it on everything.
You
That it might be an ad. I'm not 100% too
stop
sure,
doing dumbbell bicep curl.
but you have to be a little bit careful. So what you
Stop
can
doing
do,
dumbbell
if you're not 100% too sure whether something's an ad, is you
No
can
bicep
go to Meta Ads Library. Search Meta Ads Library. Not Romania, that's where I'm at the moment. Big up Romania. And then you would search Ollie.
and cable bicep curls, as you'll always have skinny arms. If you want to double the size of your
Ollie.
biceps, you need to stop.
Well, and then you can click his account. Oh, and active ads, clear filters. Doesn't look like he's got any active ads. He might have some boost posts, but like right now, this
Stop training them, you know.
might be an old ad, but you know at least it's not active. So it's worth checking that because sometimes it will show you which ones are the ads, so that you can make sure that you don't copy the wrong ones.
Yeah.
And like the outlier ones aren't the ones that have been boosted, right? But if they're not running anymore, it won't show you them as ads. But I would say like every single one seems to be absolutely crushing it. Like even this one's 72k. Like these less good arm ones is still doing well.
Stop doing biceps and back.
See, that one has back in it.
If you see someone doing this in the gym, this is called an incline curl, which is the best.
His arm ones seem to do the best, right? If you keep going and just have a look, 538k.
If you see someone doing this in the gym, this is called an incline curl.
So yeah, what I would do is go through this, like save his like 3 to 5 best arm ones that you see have got the most views, I would replicate that exactly as it is. And then what I would do is I would continue to post them. So post at least 3 to 5 of them. Whichever one does the best, replicate that yourself. So do 3 to 5 of them. Whichever one does the best out of those 3 to 5, replicate it exactly yourself, so that you can then start copying your own content that does well and not just other people's content that does well. So yeah, and then what happens is when you start recreating your own content, you start recreating the content that you've created that works in your style.
Yeah.
Because like, even though you copy what he says, you might copy what he says and you create 3 to 5 of his videos again. But you saying one of the things he says, for example, he might have a video that gets 70k views and have another video that gets 300. And his 300k video might get 10k for you. His 70 might get 150.
Yeah.
Because the way you speak and the way that you look resonates more with people on that second script.
Yeah.
So then you start to realize what people relate to with you, because your looks, your size, like the gym you're in does change how well the script will perform.
100%.
And then it might mean that one version of the script performs way better for you than the other. Yeah. So then you can then just copy that version again. So that's super important. And then I would just think about what else he's done maybe to do this. He's got loads of value-based stuff. Like if you think about it, it's all him speaking, but really the stuff where it's him like really giving value and like doing the proper see-through like connection content is like in this stuff.
94%, this is a mental stat, 98% of people who lose the weight end up putting it all back on and more within the first year, because all they're having is chicken and rice. A lot of people do keto with it, low in energy.
So it's much more in depth. He's speaking a lot more. He's giving loads of his like facts and opinions within these videos if you watch them. And what that is no one's going to listen to that unless they've watched these other videos, which are more like, they're not C1, I would say, but they're more like C2, yeah. Right? But like he's posted so much C2 now that he's at the point where he can just keep doing that. And he runs ads for follows as well. So yeah, that's what I would basically do to figure out what sort of C2 and viral content you want to create. Another way to create the C1 is basically when you're going through your feed, if a video is popped, go onto the account, see when they posted it. If it's really recent, just like try and search up the video on Instagram because it might come up and you might see everyone post it. Click on the sound, because if you click on the sound, it will show other videos that have been posted with the same.
If you start to that instant,
You can't, let's say.
if you start to that,
Yeah, so if I click on original audio, he's made this audio, so it's only one. But sometimes it'll show loads of different videos.
Yeah.
So if you see a video that goes viral, click the sound, check that if it's had other videos posted, check when those other videos have been posted. And if they're within the day, just recreate that video, because most likely that's popping off. Cool. And that will be like really good C1 content. There's a bunch of other ways to do this, but like really don't want to overcomplicate it. C3, you can get a little bit more like creative with it because it's more personal, right? Like it's more to yourself.
Yeah.
The way that I would do C3 is once you've identified your audience, the reason why I get everyone in transitional life to do this, meshing data, know the thing in the Notion, right? Is because you can understand more deeply about your audience. So when you understand the complaints, the unwanted feelings, like all of these aspiring identity, the Hell Island, Heaven Island, all of these things like to detail. And one of the ways you can get this is if you had calls with people, obviously you don't want to share any data, but you had loads of calls with people. Maybe you just ask people and do free calls with them.
Yeah.
So you might ask 3 to 5 mates that would be roughly in your target demographic. Do calls with them, ask them those questions, transcribe all of them, put them in a big document. And then once you have this big document, put that into ChatGPT with these prompts, and it will give you all their different like specific feelings, which in the future can massively help you with ads.
Yeah.
But in the short term can allow you to call them out more specifically. Because then you'll know the specific things about them, not just like basic, they want to lose weight,
Yeah.
for example, because everyone knows that.
In like 3 or 5 people that I know that are in a similar sort of demographic as what my target audience would be. Where am I then putting that information into? Was it just ChatGPT?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So you do the calls with them, right?
Yeah.
And then you ask them specific based questions. So you want to know like, why do you want to get into the gym? Like you basically just have a long in-depth chat with them. Ideally, if you do it for like a whole hour,
Yeah.
amazing. And just keep pushing to understand why they want to do what they want to do, what situation they are in life, like as much as you can about them. You don't have to be too specific with it because AI will scrape it, right? Once you've done it. You then transcribe the calls, and you can use loads of different things to transcribe it. You can even use this thing called Clipto. And if you have Clipto, you can add the file into, so like add the video file into Clipto, or you can use Fathom to record the call. Either way, like both are fine. And basically what you then go and do from there is once you've got the transcription, so you've got the call basically in text format, you then go put all of those, all those transcriptions into one Google document. So all those transcriptions in one Google document, you export that Google document. And then once you've exported that Google document, you then put these prompts. So you wouldn't have this bit with it, like these wouldn't show, right? You would literally just, this is in the Notion as well. You would literally just have the complaints, the unwanted feelings, the aspiring density. And then you ask ChatGPT to put like quotes from the calls under each step so you could understand it. If that makes sense. So you say, put quotes and like feelings or whatever under these things. So you then just want to prompt ChatGPT. So you'll then put the Google Doc in ChatGPT of all the transcriptions.
Yep.
You'll then put this in ChatGPT as well of like each different point. So real needs, things they see, secret fears, private problems. And what you're saying is like, hey ChatGPT, I've put in a Google document from calls I've had with my ideal target audience for my fitness coaching business. I want to understand my target audience more deeply so I can help them out as much as I can and use it for marketing purposes. Here are the things I want to understand about my target audience. Using the transcripts that I've given you, extract quotes and feelings and what their needs and stuff are that match each different prompt I've given. And then when you do that, it will literally like outline all of these things about them. Like I don't have time to cook, like really specific, I need to feel attractive again. Like just really specific things. Like even this, not just like a dad. Like this is like quite basic, but you'll literally get some stuff that you just never even think of doing. And it means when you create a video about that, they're like not used to that level of depth,
yeah.
and they're not used to that level of relatability.
Yeah.
Because yours is going to be so on point of what they're feeling. It's like they're never getting called out that hard.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And then you provide the solution to those micro problems. So let's say you go into like private problems, which is like a section of it, or you go into Heaven Island of like, what's the perfect position for them? Like these are basic, plays with the kids without gasping for air. Like that's quite basic. I don't think these are actual real ones. I think this is based off, like it's just an example. This is, but let's say you go to Heaven Island and you have a specific thing. You would then go to it. You wouldn't go to the Heaven Island in general. You'd go to one of the specific points underneath it. So you have to go to like one of them and target that. And then you would create a video around that. You want to focus massively on the hook. Like I said, again, 80% of the time spent on the hook. This isn't a great example. Again, I made it quickly. So most of the time spent on the hook. And then you want to just solve that problem. And the only other thing that you might do is within the hook is show why they should trust you. So maybe just like put something about how many people you've helped. Basically, why should they listen to you? Is the only thing. And the reason why you have time to do that is this is really nurture content. This is people that have already bought in from your more viral-based C1, C2. They already know roughly about your journey. They've seen those of your content. They recognize your face. They trust you. And now they give you a little bit more target there.
Yeah.
And then you're just backing up why they should trust you and solving that. And do it through your narrative. Otherwise, it ends up being facts, which everyone has access to.
Yeah.
So if you say facts, everyone has access to facts, right? If you say like weight loss makes you healthier, everyone has access to that.
Yeah.
When you say weight loss did this for my life, then you differentiate yourself because only you can tell it through that narrative.
Yeah, because it's your lens that you've seen it through.
Yeah, and it's your story, right? So the more you tell it through your narrative, the more you differentiate yourself. And that's super important thing to do. So easy tips to increase view quality as well on these things, because like you want to massively, applies to all content, but see what C3 content can do quite low views if you're not careful, is like an aesthetic background, a good microphone, and the natural light on your fence. So you don't need to buy a crazy lighting setup. We don't have one now. But like if you've got natural light on your face, for example, we even move those lights there, right?
Yeah.
So we've actually spent the time to change the positioning of the natural lights, like the actual just lights that we have in this room, to face us so that it looks better. So that's just a few simple things.
Those small details that make the biggest difference, though, right? It's like
100%. So, for example, this might be like a C3 that's targeted. An unconfident kid who hated the way he looked and had no self-belief and just got 0 girls as well. To where I am now, being in amazing shape, having a business online and having a beautiful girlfriend. All you need to do is follow these 3 simple steps. The last one is the hardest and the first one is the easiest. However, the last one would have the most impact on your life. And then honestly, they are basic. You probably know these, but I need to... One thing that I'm doing is just speaking too much here. So I wouldn't do that again. And the quickest way to do that is just improving your dress sense. This is going to get you more attraction from girls. It's going to get you more respect from guys. And you're just going to feel better about yourself when you go out. And then as you get more confidence from better dress sense. So basically the main issue I had with the people that I was working with was they just actually wanted to be more confident outside the business. They were young guys that didn't get enough girls, but were earning a lot of money.
Yeah.
So they might be earning 15, 20, 30, 50k online a month, but they weren't really getting it. You need a good source of income. You need to start earning above and beyond. And it's easier to say than do. And I'm still in the process of building my... Well, that's a bit of an unusual ending. I can't remember why I did that. But I had reasons to do that. But basically, I was targeting mainly people. That was probably because they could then relate to that at the end. Basically, I was showing to people that if they've got the income and they're in that like good position, then they need to operate while outside the business as well. Where like here, much earlier days on, I was targeting more like general. Like, bodybuilder that gets invited to a random philosopher's class in Hong Kong. This is more like a mix between C2 and C3, because like I'm showing lifestyle, but it's a really in-depth video of me talking. So it allowed people to like get to know me. I think it got like I got 8k likes, so it must have got how many views? Like a lot of views, yeah. But it's like a really long video as well. So you can do C3 that's lifestyle, but it's just not going to have the same impact.
Yeah.
And the way that you do C3 that's lifestyle, the only reason that it makes it C3 is that you put your story or like your personality a lot within it, or something about your journey, or you give advice along the way.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And then that makes it more C3. So I put targeted soft C3. I wonder what this is. I can't remember. What are you doing? He's just ready to go shooting, man. What do you mean? If you're not getting the 10k steps in a day, you're basically just missing out on the chance to actually see your abs. But everyone tells you to do your steps, but no one tells you what. And the secret is doing steps, especially uphill, helps you burn calories, but not burn any muscle. And when you're burning calories, but no muscle, guess what happens? You start to lose the fat. It's the most basic, like, video. Like, it's not even exactly how it works, but it's like how you'll explain it. And the reason why this is a soft C3 as well is because I'm not being like hyper aggressive at targeting the person.
Yeah.
But I'm still just giving like quite in-depth advice. Because then I'm like talking about it loads and loads and loads.
It's more soft, isn't it?
Yeah, where like if I was making a C2, I'd make it more funny.
Yeah.
And I'd make it a lot shorter.
Yeah.
Right? But this like is just a bit longer, so it gets people to buy it to me a bit more. But it's super soft because it's not super targeted, for example. So I would do these quite often because they're quite easy to do as well, if that makes sense. And then the next thing is, does that make sense, by the way? I know this bit can be a little bit confusing because like why I do sort it's not C3 if it's soft, but it's like basically, it's all just basically on a scale.
Yeah.
Really. You're on this scale between like super basic C1 content to like much more in-depth C3 content. And like you just position stuff on the scale.
Yeah.
So it might be in between like C2 and the C3.
Because people are just going to resonate with different styles of delivery like that. Like, you know, some people might go for the harder stuff. Some people might prefer the softer stuff. So again, it's one of those things like, you know, you're trying to appeal to the biggest audience possible, right? I'm trying to get as much people in there.
Yeah, exactly. And then you'll start figuring out what works.
Yeah.
So that changes as well, depending on what you do. So next thing is like, I call it N1, N2, N3. Like that's just exactly again with C1, C2, C3. It's just literally the concept of it. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but this is just like the nurture one, like how you nurture people through it. So firstly is stories, YouTube, lead magnets, and then DMs. Like the final part is the DMs. Like you might close people through YouTube, like they just book in straight below. Often people watch a YouTube video that might have a call to action to book a call, but then you'll actually end up converting them in the DMs anyway. Like for example, this is a call booking, like I'll be free later, let's say works, cool. This guy joined, I think he worked for me for like over a year, which is like 12 months, right? It was quite a while. And then YouTube's that seed magnet. So like a YouTube thing that I might send in the DMs or post on my story is like intermittent fasting day in the life. So targeting someone that wants to get into fasting and they've thought about it, or they want to lose weight, or they want to be more shredded, I can send that out as a lead magnet itself. So instead of like a PDF, technically if you're giving like value and you're giving advice, that is a lead magnet. That's giving free value to someone, even if it is posted on YouTube publicly. And then you have the other version, which is like, for example, a workout plan. And this is like 1 page out of a 67 page document. This is what I'm going to make customizable within Transition Online. It's not going to be within the free school community, but within Transition Online, this 67 page document, it cost me a lot of money to make as well. Basically, it'll be customizable, so you can put your own face on it. You can put your own like details on it, your own logos on it, and then just use the exact document. And then you can send out, because it goes over like training, it goes over supplements, it goes over like mindset goals. It even has like shopping lists, like meals and everything in it. So it's like super high value. And when someone receives it, they're just thinking like, what's in the page? Like, if I work with this guy one-on-one, what's he going to do? So the way that it works is you use your short stories to get attention. So for example, like I don't go out often, but last week I had a big one. This is what I ate to get back on track. DM me rough reset and I'll send you over my recipe. That's probably not great call to action, but it's not too bad. And basically you create like a sequence that leads up to the call to action. For example, my story sequence that I have, like, look how many things there are before I do this call to action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no, way above 10. And then I get to the call to action, DM me saying change if you want a guarantee process to getting in amazing shape in the next 90 days. And I had quite a lot of people pop up to this as well. And I still get people message me from this. So this is like, don't get hung up on this basically. So like this is like a typical funnel, but it doesn't have to work perfectly like this. It might be that someone goes straight from a piece of content and then they don't see your story, but they come straight to your DMs and you end up converting them there. Yeah. But most of the time what happens is someone sees a good story because you're posting 2 to 3 stories a day. And then you're also posting wins, you're posting your story, you're posting stuff about yourself. That then convinces them to go watch like a YouTube video or opt in for a lead magnet, which you might have on your story. Like you might have loads of content about this and that, and you're not posting much like CTAs in your content. But on your stories, you say something like, message me. Basically, I just created what I think is the best workout to shredded. Doesn't really make sense. You want to make it better than this. DM me, shred, and I'll send it over. You might say something like that on your story. And it's a photo of you looking shredded. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
And then all of this just makes it way easier in the DMs because people are way more boring.
And they know more about you, they know like everything that you offer, and yeah, potentially pull it into you before you've even had to sell to them properly.
Yeah. And the reason why we do stories to push the CTA instead of just in the content, you can do in the content like Sam's doing, for example, but like Jack, Dylan, like even Matty, even though Matty's doing Facebook, but like Jack, Dylan, basically most of the guy, even Josue as well, a lot of them are using their stories more to book calls because then you bring everyone in the content, right? And then you then use the stories for the people that are actually engaging in the content to take them through where they become a client. But if you're putting loads of CTAs in your content, it might be hitting people that don't know you at all.
Yeah.
So you're literally just trying to close cold leads. Where with the stories, you're warming people up and then you're trying to fit warm leads.
Yeah.
So it makes it a bit easier. People are more often going to reply to a CTA when they trust you. Like I said, goes back to the original thing. So that means that the stories tend to get more pop-ups than if you just put it in a reel, for example. Yeah. So that's basically how you do that. Do you have any questions?
No, not at all.
And the next stage is YouTube. And the way that I think of YouTube as well, in terms of how to build a video, is you want to kind of think about it as the value creation. So like, what are you changing? Like, for example, this, I was reviewing it for a mate, is biggest hacks to boost productivity, right? Instead of biggest hacks to boost productivity, you could have he helps gym owners build their business basically. You can have the 5-minute productivity hack that 2x gym owners can't. And there's more reason to watch that. It's more specific, it's targeting someone, and it actually gives an end result. And then the dream outcome is 2x gym owners client. The perceived likelihood achievement is like if you had a background photo of increased clients, like starting with a 4-week period, like let's say you had like a some sort of, I don't know, maybe graph, but it actually showed something more specifically about gym owners clients instead of this, because this is so like, it looks like it's been off Google, right? You had something to show that like an actual statistic, maybe like, maybe it could even be a Stripe thing to show like money or whatever. And like the way you can apply this to fitness is you can have a screenshot of something saying like minus 11.3 kg, for example. And that might be one of your clients have lost like 11.3 kg, and you put that in the YouTube thumbnail in the background and you pointing to it to show what happens when you follow this. And then that just increases the perceived likelihood achievement. And then the 5-minute makes it, and I would just have 5-minute. The 5-minute reduces the effort and sacrifice. And then the time delay, again, can be done within the thumbnail. So it could say minus 11.3 kg in bread. And then it could say like in 30 days. For example, you can use the thumbnail to help you. But every YouTube video, you want to think about the value, correct? If they watch this YouTube video, what value they're going to get out of it. And you can go much more specific into how to structure a YouTube video. We're not going to do that now because it's going to take a while. What I'd say for most people is they just need to post more nurture assets. And like a good way to do that to start with YouTube is post more of just like value. So don't overthink exactly how to do it. In terms of YouTube, there is a bit of a process. So and we'll go into that. You have this hook, this is the main part, which you first have proof, promise, pain, plan, and picture. Super important. It makes the video a lot more viral, but because then it buys people in straight away at the beginning. But really, what I would say for YouTube when you're first starting is just pull a camera out when you're training maybe and talk about whatever you're doing. So let's say you're going to do a day fasting, fast for the day and explain what you're doing in the day. So people can just watch it and just like get as much out there as possible. Post like 1 YouTube video a week of value that you can give, and don't overly worry about the videos going viral. Don't worry about having the perfect structure, the perfect hooks, just make it as best as possible and focus on like the virality and bringing as many leads in with the Instagram. The YouTube, especially at the beginning, is literally just going to be there so that the people that are interested but not fully bought in can get even more value, can trust you more, they can get over the line. So don't worry about videos going super viral. And the reason why you do this is it just helps bring people through the 4 stages of awareness with the YouTube, basically. So you got stage 1. I've spoken about the 4 stages of awareness like a few times, so I might as well cover this actually. You got stage 1, which is unaware. So they don't realize they have a problem or they don't think it matters. And like messaging that can work to help people with this is call out a pattern they're probably experiencing without blaming them. So you can literally say, I used to XYZ, but it would be something that they do. And then they're like, oh damn, I did that. And then it makes them realize. And then the next thing you do is create curiosity with a counterintuitive truth, which I'm sure you guys know what that means. And then make them think, wait, that's me. So basically, counterintuitive truth just makes them think about what they currently think about. So something that's opposite maybe to what they think about. Really? And then problem aware is they feel the pain, but they don't know what the real solution is. So they've already become aware. They now know that they have a problem. They know they're out of shape, but they know that they're not on the like level of health or fitness where they could be. And then the next thing is like actually getting them to realize that there is a solution. So name the problem cleanly so that it reminds them of that problem, and then not the real not the like surface level problem, the real problem. So like that's why you understand them, like the actual problem, not just like the surface level thing. There's loads of things that you might think the problem is, but if you actually look deeply, it's more than that. Because the more you can call it out, the more specific it is, the more it will hit them hard. It'll get that emotion on them. Exactly. And it'll make them just watch the full video more. And then show them their current attempts and why they keep looping. So another way to like help people in the problem aware stage, like figure out the solution and take them to stage 3, is show them why what they're currently doing isn't creating a solution. show them like what it is that they're doing wrong, right? And then the next thing is just like give them a simple like this causes that, or like how to do this, because they might come across the how to, which is kind of like solution aware in a way. And then that how to makes them like more solution aware, if that makes sense. But no one's going to search up how to do X, Y, Z unless they're like solution aware.
Yeah.
That they know that there's a solution to this problem. So yeah, stage 3 is that they're solution aware. They know the type of solution. Get a coach, like a fitness coach, watch a course on how to do stuff, like buy a plan online, maybe even watch more YouTube videos. But it basically the solution is like, it's not yours yet. You're not the solution, right? So the message that works is teach the criteria for what actually works, provide value that's like actually actionable at this point, not just insight. Contrast common solutions versus effective solutions. So like, why is your mechanism, like we spoke about before, the way for people to go? And then introduce a framework that they can evaluate themselves with. So like, I don't know, some sort of framework which they can understand the position they're in even more. And if you help them get even more understanding, at this rate, they're becoming super solution aware. So once you could just give them more understanding about their problem, like the solutions that they could attempt and like basically where they're at with everything, the more that they have clarity on like where they want to go to fix it, and you'll likely become more of the individual that has that like position. So you see a lot of things like doing like quizzes basically. So like if you go to V-Shred, and this is like the biggest fitness coaching company there is, they're a bit of a scam, but there's like loads of them. They'll literally ask you a quiz and it'll basically allow you to become more solution aware. And at the end, it will show you basically what position you're in and give you the solution and give you the product that they have for it. So it's targeting people that are like in this 2 and 3 section. And then product aware, they know about you, your offer, but haven't decided yet. So they are aware of the problem, they're aware of the solution, like between these two. They know that the solution is going to be out of certain things. And now they're starting to believe that you're the solution, but they're not 100% decided that they want to do it. So they reduce perceived risk and uncertainty. So basically what this now comes to is the actual offer you have, because you're not trying to convince them more on whether a coach is good or this and that. You're just trying to bring them over to the line. They want to work with you in a way, but they just have these barriers which are stopping them. You just want to reduce that. So this is like the risk, the perceived likelihood of achievement. If it's high, they'll work with you. And the uncertainty, make the process feel specific and predictable. Like they know where they're going to get to at what stage, and show proof just to get them over the line. Again, to like increase the perceived likelihood of achievement. A lot of this comes down to perceived likelihood of achievement. Because really, if they know they're going to do it, they're willing to pay more as well. So price becomes less of an issue. And then this, it just comes down to your offers, like mini details at this point, and what you're like on the call or DMs and stuff with that. Because at this point, they want to work with you. Yeah. It's just they're looking for reasons not to. So as long as you don't give them reasons not to, they will work with you. So the action steps going forward. So for YouTube, it's going to be create the VSL, create nurture assets, repost short form to YouTube, and optimize YouTube Lab. And then Instagram is optimize the IG account, follow the posting schedule. It's in Fitbit's Launchpad, but basically you want to post a minimum of 7 times a day. You want to have 2 to 3 stories a day, and you want to mix up between reels, carousels, and collaboration posts. And then split the content into C1, C2, C3, like I mentioned before, 3 times C1, 2 times C2, 2 times C3, and then post 1 to 2 story sequences a week. So like a story sequence is, for example, this is a VSL story sequence, like a set of stories that all lead to one thing, which is everyone watches the VSL. For example, on my story, it takes them through all these different things, like maybe what's been happening within the community. Everyone's followed this free training, and then now like people are getting crazy results. If you want to watch it, here it is. And then like basically convince people to go click it. In terms of the VSL, you have 2 types of VSL. You have a proven driven VSL, which is like you do the hook, which is a proof, promise, paying plan, pitch. You do that every time. And then basically you just go from question to question, and then you just do a CT at the end. So let's say their biggest question is, but I don't have much time. This is a really basic one. How would I do it? You go into what they think. So like, if you don't have much time, X, Y, Z, why it's wrong. This is wrong because X client, or like my situation, whatever. what's right. This is how you can do it. To do this, and this, and then more proof. I was in a position where X, Y, Z did this, just to back it up. And you do that again and again, about like maybe 2 to 3 times, about different questions that they have that stops them from taking action. And at the end, they're like, fuck, wow, like, is this guy solved all my problems? How do I actually take action on this? Not just understand it. And then you have your CTA at the end of like you pitching the call or like pitching the free value or whatever else you're going to do. The other VS app is like you do the hook, so the proof. And the proof in this scenario isn't like I did this, this and that. What is the video title? What is it promised? You want to prove that you're going to deliver on that promise. Mm-hmm. So if it says how to lose 10 kg in 3 weeks, you want to actually start the video of like, this is exactly what I would do to lose 10 kg in 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. So then you're showing that it's going to be what you actually said it was about. The promise is like basically backing that up. So, and then the promise in this scenario is like, if you don't have 6-pack abs by the time if this video doesn't get you 6-pack abs, then X, Y, Z. And then the pain is like anything that, you know, is not enjoyable. And like, for example, because if you were like me and you look in the mirror and think, what am I doing? Then X, Y, Z, like this is a bad example. And then the plan is like the 3 different core pillars, including X, Y, and Z that allow me to get here in 90 decks. So now they know a bit about what it's going to be and the picture. And by the end of the time you do this, you'll be looking like James Bond.
But it gives them that visualization of where they could be. And that's what they're buying into.
Yeah, and you do that all within the hook. So this is going to be like 30 seconds maximum.
Yeah.
And it's just like, like, fuck, this guy's going to deliver on what he said. This is going to get me here. It's going to get me away from that. Like, he's clearly structured in the way he's going about it. That like makes it easier for me to follow. And they know that they're going to go into a video that's easy to follow. And then it's like, the picture's like, wow, that sounds so good. This is definitely worth watching. Because you've got to sell them on why it's worth spending their time and not clicking off. And then you do an intro. So who you are, why listen to you, build the trust. And then you go into one of the problems. So you can do it in the same way as this video, where basically the one I have here is identify the root problem. And then you want to like build tension, like build the pain points. Like if you're in this position, this is, and then go into resolution. So what is the pillar? Like what's the name of the thing you're going to help them with? What's the name of the mechanism? Like explain the mechanism and then give an example. You're giving insight, not actionable steps. You haven't got time to give actionable steps. And really the only way they can get actionable steps that suit to them is if they get a coach. And then the other only way they get actionable steps suited to them is if either they message you and have a long conversation with you, or you have some really in-depth free value that you can send them. And then the free value, the reason why it's so in-depth is because what you sell is the accountability on that value, basically. Depends how you want to go about it. And then you basically do the same thing again and again. You do a soft CTA if you want to in the middle. So you might say something like, if you want my XYZ thing, there's DM me. Yeah. And the reason why you do it soft is instead of being like, if you're in this position, do it. What you do is you just blend it in with the video.
Yeah, just make it seem like natural, just like you're having a chat with your mate. Like, and if you do want to have a little look into any of this, then there's a little link below that you can go into. It's kind of like trying to go under the radar of their defenses.
Yeah, exactly that. So let's say you did the explanation of the pillar and why it did this, and then you said like, and this is exactly what Jason did to go from this shape to this shape without spending loads of time. And if you're like Jason, you actually want a bit of help to get in the best shape of your life over the next 90 days, then you can either DM me or just book a call below. Awesome. And it just like blends in loads. And then you go into another step again, and then you go into like a more of a mindset switch. So getting them in the future pacing, basically. Yeah. Positively and negatively. Like if you do this and do that, then you'll be like in this amazing position. But if you keep doing what you're doing now, where will you be? And just get them in the position of like being a bit hyped up to take action, and then do like a major like grand payoff like CTA, like summarize the steps, go into like where they could be again, and then do a big CTA of like click the below, boom, 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 like, and let's get moving. And then you can have an outro for watching. I always like to do an outro because if you say to people at the end of the video, like, thank you so much for watching, like, I appreciate your time, this and that, it makes people feel good about it. And it's like shown like loads of big YouTubers do it. It's shown that they will more likely watch more videos and subscribe to you. Yeah. Don't do another CTA at the end. If it's additional CTA, but the only reason you do additional CTA is, let's say you say like, thanks so much for watching. And to show my appreciation, if you join the call and you've watched this YouTube video with someone that's been through this, on the roadmap call, what I'll give you is this.
Yeah.
Just to show more appreciation. But it's like a super soft CTO. So, and then you want nurture assets, and this will like help people go from cold to warm, because cold will never buy from you in that stage. Like, why would they? They don't trust you. And then like the warm is like, they know, like, and trust you. There's stage 4. You are solution, and they are aware of their problem and what needs to happen to get there. So you want to post at least 3 nurture assets on your YouTube. Don't overcomplicate this. Repost all the short form from your Instagram to your YouTube Shorts, just to get more people following you, and optimize the layout of your YouTube to maximize conversion. So have your VSL video as this one, and then have it so that for returning subscribers, it automatically shows them your My Story video. So you can do this in the settings of YouTube. Gone into more detail about that in other videos and stuff. But basically, if you go into YouTube, I could do it now, and you go into settings of your page, view channel, and then you go customize channel. Then you have like your banner image, your picture, your name here, your handle. Again, like Instagram, keep your name simple, keep your handle simple. Just if you can just do your name, that's ideal. Keep your profile picture a clear photo of you, and do the banner as some sort of text that explains what you do. So a bit like your bio, do the exact same thing in your banner. And then on your home tab, you can add this. So you can add a channel trailer for people who haven't subscribed yet. And then basically that will be the first thing that people see. I have it switched around, but for fitness coaching, I did it the other way and it works better. So with the channel trainer, this is my story. And with the VSL, that's for returning people. So what I would do for you is have the VSL, because that's most likely what they're going to click your bio for. You remember we changed your bio.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
So they're going to click below to see exactly how you lost the weight in this example. So you want a VSL that shows them how to do that. And then if they come back, then it will automatically show them your My Story, which is why you want to use a deep link so they subscribe as well. So when they come back and they go on your page, you'll automatically play the My Story. Did you see how my YouTube just started playing? Straight away, and I had to pause it. And the way you add this stuff is you click add section, and then you can add it in here. Like it will say, mine doesn't say on here because I have them thingy, but it will literally say, look, channel trailer, spotlight. Cool. Can you see it says here?
Yeah.
And then the next thing you want to do is you want to have one playlist of how someone can do really well. So for you could have like how to get a 6-pack in 90 days, and you have the top videos, to put the top 5 videos of your channel that relate to that topic in there. And that playlist will constantly be changed just with the top videos. And then underneath that, I have a whole nother YouTube channel because I've had so many testimonials now we're getting for Transition Online that I didn't want to just put it on the same YouTube, otherwise it would just be spammed with testimonials. Sometimes we do like 2 a day. And then, so what I'm doing instead is I have a YouTube channel for the testimonials, so I just post loads on. But what you would want to do is have another playlist about testimonials.
Yeah.
So then the way this ends up looking is you have your whole account here. You have your main video, your VSL or your My Story. You have your playlist about videos to give value. And you have another playlist on your results and testimonials, right? And that's way better than having it like this. And a good example of how to not structure the playlist, for example, like if you go to mine, it's like that. But then if you go to these guys, Empire Blueprint, they do the exact same thing as me. It's like they just have loads of videos like this. And you don't know which ones to go and watch. Like when you jump on, you're just like, what? So what would happen is they've all both got big Instagram followings, so they'll push each YouTube video on the Instagram following. So then people will come and watch. And people also naturally, organically come and watch them as well. But like if you go onto their YouTube, it's going to be hard for you to find testimonials about them. It's going to be hard for you to find specific YouTube videos for your like problem, or like, let's say you're a coach, they have people most likely starting out. It's like, you should just have a playlist showing people from 0 to X on how to get in like, on how to build a bigger business, right? Because this gives value, it nurtures people. It doesn't actually help people.
Yeah.
Right? So the clearer and more laid out you can give it, the more you actually help someone. So like this is just so much here that like, I don't know what to start with or like what to click on. Where if you see all the good YouTubers, then have it very laid out on exactly like what and where they want you. So that's really easy to follow. For example, Alex or Mosey would be a bit more, or like Diary of the CEO, they'll probably have more stuff, but it will still be laid out. So like new episodes, our members. So like even if you look at Alex or Mosey, for example, his isn't going to be the same because he's got a much bigger audience. He's trying to push different audiences in different directions. So he needs more. Like he can't have a VSL here because he doesn't have one specific thing that he's trying to optimize for. He helps small people buy his books and his lower ticket items. And then he has bigger people work with him one-on-one and actually acquire some of their business. So where he's trying to push people is difficult. So what he has instead is a For You, because then that means because he's got so many videos, YouTube will more likely know what I'm going to want to watch. So then by putting For You, it means because he's optimizing for so many different people, he can then let YouTube try and target it the way that YouTube wants to target it. Right, so that he can target those different people, but you're not, and we're not.
No,
we're very specific because we've got smaller audiences. He's got 4 million subscribers nearly on YouTube, right? And he has tons of ad spend he can put. So you want to just have like your My Story VSL here, but he's doing the same concept with that. And then popular videos, again, he's doing the exact same concept. So because he's going wider, he's having to have popular videos so that he can nurture us with YouTube taking charge of what they think is going to keep us on YouTube for the longest period of time. Because YouTube wants to optimize to keep everyone on for a really long period of time. But then he's got practical money making advice for business owners. So this works for anyone. It's a super vague way of saying it. And he basically has like a course. And this is what you're trying to do. But instead of like making it vague, because you're targeting one niche, you can be specific with it. So instead of having like a For You, you can have your VSL and My Story, because that's going to resonate with your audience the most anyway, because you're already bringing in those people. And then you don't need the popular videos because all your videos are going to be around one audience.
Yeah.
So it's just going to end up showing the popular videos, the same ones to everyone. So you might as well just have the course straight away there. And then it's the exact same thing. And at the bottom, he has like collaborations and stuff because he's done loads of them. He's got posts because people actually look at his posts. You want to do posts, but you don't want it on your YouTube. Because people are very unlikely to go through your posts when they're more likely to go through Alex's. So what you want to have is just it's so clean because people aren't going to spend the time that they spend on Alex's YouTube than yours because you don't have the trust as much. Yours is to build the trust.
Yeah.
So what you want to have yours is like really clean. Like you want to do posts, but don't show it. Just think about what you want people to watch the most. You want people to watch certain videos that relate to them, that are going to help them the most, and then testimonials. So you just want 2 playlists to do that. Alex is optimizing for a lot of different things, but it's the exact same concept. Just to try and give you an example. Basically, that's what you want to do with the YouTube. And then in terms of the Instagram is you want to, I've been over that already. So yeah, we'll go over that. So that's the next pillar. The third pillar, or I'm pretty sure it's the third pillar, is the lead flow ecosystem. This is how I build the IG ecosystem with YouTube involved. And yeah, basically that was the next one.
Cool.
So now for pillar 4, this is basically getting people in to the position where they want to buy, and pillar 4 is to actually put them in a position where they do buy. So it's the acquisition engine. Super important part because obviously you can have these first 3, but if you don't have the 4th one, then it's not going to matter. And the reason why I've gone over so much stuff already, and I haven't even gone into fulfillment, is because most coaches, they do everything but the things to get clients, right? They know how to train people really well. They get everyone that they do work with in amazing shape. They create more PDFs, more workouts, videos of them training themselves so that when they have a client, they have like the most things. But then they don't have enough people. And then if you don't have enough people on board within your online coaching, what happens is you don't have as much time to put into it. So you're spending the spare time you have from your job or your in-person coaching to work on more on fulfillment, where really, if you focus on getting more clients as well, you'll be able to quit the in-person coaching like Matt, he quits 9 to 5, and like Jack and stuff, and Sam, for example, quit the in-person, and then you have so much more time to put into the online, so it just builds up and up and up and up. So you're better off at the beginning, focus more on the acquisition in a way than the actual fulfillment, because fulfillment, which we will go into in like one of the future pillars, basically is more of a time thing at the beginning. You have enough time when you only have 2 to 3 clients to apply to them quickly, to jump on calls with them, and to like guide them through stuff. So you don't need that many systems and stuff in place to help them. Well, I can see loads of coaches putting all the systems and stuff in place to help people and give the best results before they even have many clients. The main core things you need at the beginning when you're helping clients, and we'll go into this and how to scale it up, is you need a really good software to train them through, which I can show you. And you need really good like communication, like systems and stuff put in place of how you're going to communicate with them to help them. That's really it at the beginning. And then as you scale it out, you can add more and more things to it. But at the beginning, the reason why I've gone through these things is I tend to find coaches are really good at the training. Most of the people are really good at the training, even if they've only been working out for a year. The main thing you provide with online coaching is a lot of accountability.
Yeah.
So people are happy to jump on calls with people that want to get a better shape because it's enjoyable for them. Like Semley, she was saying to me yesterday, he actually loves the coaching. Same with like Dylan. So Dylan does in-person coaching, so he still does a bit. But he really likes the online and he enjoys it a lot. I mean, he's got a lot of clients now. He got his first 2 clients in like 3 days, but he really likes the online coaching. So he finds the fulfillment like all the other guys really easily. But I had to push him more to do these things because he had basically spent 2 years doing none of this and like working loads on the business but getting nowhere. It's the exact same with Archie. Archie was spending 6 months. He's telling me he's working all the time after his job, like smashing stuff out. And he was really nervous to invest in himself or like put more effort into the business. And 6 months is a crazy amount of time if you actually think about that. That's loads of time. And when he came on, he had fulfillment was like good. Like he had like spent loads of time on that already. And the reason why he spent loads of time on that already is because it's what he knew and understood, right? So he's just staying with what he's comfortable with. So we just did all these things and this last one, because Pillar 5 is obviously about fulfillment. And then he just absolutely started smashing it, right? And the thing is, even if you don't know, because Lois didn't know about fulfillment, she got her first client in her first like 4 days and she was really nervous about fulfillment. We were able to teach her it really quickly because it is simple.
Yeah.
She'd be training for a year and a half. She's in really good shape. She's not qualified, but she knows a lot about like nutrition and stuff like that from just like coaching herself really. And having, I think she's had a coach before. And then that meant that we were able to ramp up fulfillment really quickly. But these things, they take a bit more time. So the main time you focus on fulfillment is when you start to get clients in. Like you could sign a client, sign them on the basis that you're going to put loads of effort into them, but they're your new coach. Like we did the same with you with Leo. And then you build the fulfillment out after you have the client. You have the basics already there and they'll be completely fine with that. Because as long as they know you're going to put loads of effort into them, they'll be completely fine. And overly stressing about fulfillment too early on and not doing any of this stuff will hold you back because you'll be thinking about what can go wrong when you have someone on before you even know what it's like to train someone online. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I see loads of coaches doing this as well because you're thinking about everything that you need to train someone. The only way you can generally know what you need to train someone is by having someone that can give you feedback on what's good, what's bad, like what they enjoy, what's actually moving them forward and what's not. And then you can build up really good fulfillment. But yeah, so to go on to acquisition engine, this is something I've invested a lot into as well in terms of like actual finances. I've spent way over 10K at least minimum just learning a lot about acquisition and sales. So about 10K and that's 10K pounds, right? But the first thing is you have your DM version flow. What this looks like is like you need to get like SOPs and stuff from this. So this is like one we have for Transition Online, for example. Is like we usually a lot of the people we coach are men. We have like quite a few girls as well, but mainly men. People that are ambitious. The people that we don't look for is like they're lazy in all areas of life and stuff like that. And you want to be clear on the like character traits so that you can identify them in the DMs. But the main thing you're doing with the DM setting flow is you're qualifying them. Make sure that they are in a region that you can help people. I mean, you're unlikely to be the best fit for someone that lives in India because they can just get an online coach in India that's going to be 4 times less the price of you, but might be offering as much as you. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're better or not, because sometimes you'll do the same amount of work, charge more and get better results than the person that does the same amount of work charges less. Even though you deliver the same thing, but if they're from India, they're not going to be able to afford something when it's like maybe their whole monthly salary. Does that make sense? So it doesn't necessarily mean they're completely disqualified at all. Like I've worked with people from India and stuff like that before that have been qualified, but you want to qualify them based on certain things. You then want to understand their current situation. So where they're at now, what position they're in, where their goal is, where they want to go to, how long it's been since they've been in this situation or they wanted to get to that goal, the struggles they're having in terms of getting there. And then you want to do this 3-pitch process to actually get them booked in on a call. Cool. Right? And what this looks like is we also have like SOPs for this, and SOPs means standard operating procedure. It's like the standard way you go about it. You have to stick to it, but having it laid out for yourself and makes it a lot easier. Like Sam, for example, because he had so many DMs, he already has like SOPs stuff he's following, but it means now he has someone on board doing the DMs for him. For example, Sam, he had an SOP, right? But he's now got a setter, so books calls for him automatically, and he just gives them that SOP for them to run with because it's built about how he makes the calls. So it's also really good to have an SOP so that you can scale. You want like a good setting flow, basically. And inside the SOP has the setting flow of exactly how to set with your specific niche and exactly what they respond to well, so that you can make improvements. Like most people, I'm not going to go into tracking here because it's less important to get to the 5 or 10. It is important in the long term, but the reason why I teach tracking and I give those sheets in Transition Online is because you need to track to know what to improve on. And if you don't track, then you don't know what to improve on, right? So basically the way that you want to do it is the main things you want to get is the current situation, the North Star, the struggles, and the timeline. These are so important. Like there's loads of different ones you can get. You can get the North Star, the expansion, dream outcome, the timeline, the struggle, the time. So I don't know why it says timeline again, like the challenge, the urgency, the micro commitment, and then you could do the pitch process. But really the main one you need is the North Star, which is basically like what their goal is, but it's like what is their situation they're specifically trying to get into now. Like they want to lose weight, they want to do this, and they want to lose this much weight. For example, North Star could be time, freedom, like money, and quit their 9 to 5.
Yeah, so firstly, what you want to do is just like open up with their current situation. A really easy message you can start with is like, where are you based? It's like really easy for people to do. In terms of reaching out to people, what you want to do is instead of like reaching out and saying like, hey, saw you dropped a follow, ... which we all get so many messages of, is if they post a story, like pop up to that story. If they have got something cool on their Instagram post, like send the post to them and make a comment about the post. Whatever you do, just make sure it's tailored. Like there's so much untailored stuff right now, and basically people haven't got enough messages for them to not make it tailored. Even Sem, who gets 600 comments, made it tailored. Now he has it done for him. We put someone in place to do it for him. But it's so important to make it tailored, otherwise you just like blend in. Like we all get messages which says like, hey, saw you dropped a follow, are you here for the coaching or do you just like fitness? It's so basic. Like, no one wants to, no one wants to respond to that anymore because they're just so used to it. So maybe ask them if you want to qualify them. Like let's say you have so many people following you and your big issue is that you're getting loads of people that aren't in the area that you want to train. Like they're not in a European country or something like that, and let's say you specifically target that, or you specifically target the US and you want them to be in the US, right? And then that means you can qualify them based on that. Or it might be that you have loads of people that are coming in that are qualified, you don't get as many followers, and what you want to do is when you pop up, is just like basically message them from their story or whatever. I like pop up to people's stories anyway, even when I'm not DM setting, because like if I think something cool, I'll just pop up to it. And then it also makes it, when you do that enough, it makes it really easy for when you actually are properly popping up. Yeah. So like, if someone's in really good shape and they've posted something cool, or like they've got an insane transformation, I'll just pop up to that because it will just be like, I'll respect it, right? But then I'll also pop up to stuff like with the purpose of actually getting them like going in the DMs and like, eventually converting them, right? Yeah. So what you could do is just like, let's say someone on their story, I don't know, even they live near you, right? And then you could even say like, love this place, been going since I was a kid, you based nearby, ? And it's just like such a tailored message. And you could even say you based nearby, ? Jack. You based nearby, Jack, ? And it's so tailored, relates so much to the place there's no reason for them to really not respond to you. What you want is a 60+% reply rate, ideally. That's what you want to aim for. If you're tracking it, you know. If you don't track it, you won't know. But once you've opened up, you want to then start going into their goal situation. So this is more about business, but basically you want to go into like, out of curiosity, what makes you, let's say you put something to them going to the gym, like you got any goals, it's January 2026, like what was your New Year's resolution? Out of curiosity. Like something like that. Anything to open it up, and they're going to tell you their goals, right? Because of that. You want to keep it casual. Again, you want to keep it tailored. The way I think about it is if you can send a message to anyone, then it's not tailored enough.
Yeah.
If you can literally copy and paste the message to anyone else and change the name, it's not tailored enough.
Yeah.
It has to have other tiny specific details that make it more tailored. And then once you've got that, you can start going into struggles. So a big thing is once you understand their goal, don't just leave it there. You need to pull the thread on it, right? So let's say their January New Year's resolution is to train 3 times a week. Okay, it's like, oh, that's awesome. Like hype them up. The way you want to do it is you follow the ACA framework, ACA. And what this means is acknowledge, compliment, and ask. So you acknowledge what they say, you acknowledge the thing that they put down, you compliment it, and then you ask. So let's say someone said, oh, my New Year's resolution is to train 3 times a week. I'll type this out. I'm going to train 3 times a week. Let's move this over somewhere. Right? That's what they say. You first acknowledge that. So, you don't want to be weird about it, but like, good to hear. This is such a basic way of doing it. You want to do it better than this, but like, good to hear, Jack. And then you acknowledge, you compliment. So then amazing to see you're setting a resolution around as a gym helper. And then you could put like a winky face. That would be a winky face. You wouldn't type winky. And you'd send these as separate messages. So you wouldn't send this as a big paragraph. That would be a message. Straight underneath it, you would send that as a message. Yeah. And then straight underneath it, you would ask a question. So like, do you have any goal in mind with it? More weight loss or muscle building focused? Question mark. You can think of a better question than that. Depends on the situation. And then you acknowledge it, so he knows, feels like you've listened to what he says. You compliment it, so it further acknowledges it, but it also bites him back in, so you're not just asking question over question. And then you actually ask a question that moves it forward, so you can understand his goal. You want to understand the goal to the full picture, not that they just want to train 3 times a week. That doesn't mean anything. What's the actual goal? I want to be in better shape. In what way do you want to be in better shape? And then you want to get it down to something like, I want to lose 5 kg and just look more confident in the mirror. If you don't get to that, that's fine. If you literally just get I want to lose 3 kg, that's enough in the DM process for you to get them on a call. If you want to close them in the DMs, you need to get a lot more depth.
Yeah.
The more you want to do in the DMs, so if you're trying to book a really in-depth call, you want to get more out of them. You want to understand their goals more, where they want to go more, all these things. If you literally just want to get their WhatsApp to give them a quick phone call to then maybe book them in the call that way, you don't need as much because they'll answer the phone. I would then kind of get an understanding of their struggles. So what it is that's held them back, how long it's been. For example, let's go back to the text. Let's say they responded that. This is what their response is, right? So now you know quite a bit about their situation. You know they're looking to lose 3 kg, they're doing it to go on holiday, and they want to do it over the next few months. So you don't need that much more about their goals, right? So what you do is you acknowledge it again. So 3 kg, 3 kg is definitely doable. Good to hear, good to see you've got a strong goal in mind. And then the question could be something about their struggle, what's stopped you from losing the weight so far? Something like that. Or because you don't know a timeline of whether they've tried before, you could say, but if you knew they're older, then you can ask that question, what do you feel struggling or finding the most difficult / confusing about the process? and then they're going to give you some answer about where they're at and everything like that. So like they might say something like, just not sure what to do really. I get confused in the gym. Let's say they send something like that, which is you'll get that sort of message quite vague with it, right? What you can then do is you start to understand their struggles at this point. You want to then, before you go into reaffirm and pitching help and stuff, you can then go into like a solution base with their struggles. So, like, got you, just not really knowing what to do. And then better to be going than not though. So, right up that. Probably wouldn't say that, but that one sentence has both the acknowledgement and the compliment in it. And then the question I'd ask is like, I can send over a document, or you could replace it with a YouTube video on exactly the workout split I do to get XYZ. Want me to send that? Question mark. Don't just send it, ask permission to send it. Get them to buy in and like confirm that they want it. And then you could send it to them, and then they're actually going to look at it and actually going to like apply. 100%. If you force stuff down people's throats without them to get buying into it, they're not going to watch it, right? They're not going to like use it or implement it. So you do that, and then you can do the reaffirm, which is basically like, do you feel confident that if you know exactly what to do, you'll be able to get in shape? Like, yeah. And then you can then go into the 3-pitch process. So the 3-pitch process is like this. First, you pitch help. Then you pitch cool, and then you pitch link or / request details. So sometimes you can do it as a 2-pitch process, but I mainly do the 3. And this is what we've seen works best. So pitch help is they say like to this, for example, like, yeah, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. I just really struggle with knowing how to do the exercises as well. Another spelling mistake. How to do the lifts, I'm going to say, because I can't spell exercises. So let's say they say that, right? That now means that they don't just struggle with like what to do, they struggle with actually how to do it, right? Like, I've watched, and then they might even say, I've watched YouTubes on it, but I'm still confused and feel I might be, and think I'm doing it wrong. Right, so it's obviously their like lack of confidence there as well, because they feel nervous that they're doing it wrong. So that's what they said. I'm going to just move this up. I'll show you how you can apply the 3-pitch process to this to actually get them on a call with you. Firstly, acknowledge that. Like, yeah, that makes full sense. Yeah, it makes full sense. Keep it really like simple as well. I don't even put a capital at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, I make sure to like have it that casual. Yeah, it makes full sense. I was the same. And then like a laughing face emoji, like ha 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 or ha ha ha, and then you can be like, because that's not actually acknowledgement, it's kind of basic. So then you then want to do an acknowledgement and compliment. So be like, the best ways I was strong and know what to do. I mean, it's great to see you're watching YouTube vids on it. I've popped the document I promised below for you. So, I mean, it's great to see you're watching YouTube vids. I popped the document I promised below. So now you've said, yeah, it makes full sense. I was in the same, related a little bit, maybe say even something more specific about your position. And then you've put, I mean, it's great to see you've watched the YouTube vids on it. I've popped the document below I promised for you. Most people, they send the value and they wait for someone to consume it. Just keep the convo going. Like, if you can book people in within one day, that's what you want to do. Like, you don't need to extend it out over loads of days. Like, you want it to be as quick as you can possibly get it. So then what I would say is like something to do with pitching help. Like, I could give you some advice and tips on what I've done myself and with clients to get XYZ or whatever. Maybe relate it back to their goal a bit, if you feel that would help. Question mark. Be like, they'll just say something really simple like, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be good. They won't go into too much detail normally. And then what you then want to apply to that is you then want to pitch the call. So, for example, here, I've got my non-fitness one, which was a bit stupid of me, but here I've got pitch call. We can jump on a quick call sometime to go into proper context and I point you in the right direction. That work for you. So this is a really basic one. But for example, the pitch help I built, I understand, man, it's complex. I used to be the same when I started out. I'm happy to share how I overcame it if you're open-minded to it. So if I go into the transition online one, so if we relate this to the fitness coaching side of things, I should have got my fitness coaching SOP, but I didn't anyway, so we're going to run over this. That would look like this for you. So you want to say, yeah, no problem, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to do the lifts can make it way less enjoyable. So it becomes a lot easier when you're confident in it. Because up here, they mentioned just being like confused and stuff like that, which is most likely when people feel confused and they feel like they're doing it wrong, shows a lack of confidence. So I want to bring this back up here because then what that's doing is like re-relating to their situation even more and making them feel even more acknowledged.
Yeah.
So not knowing what to do and how to live can make it way less enjoyable, this and that. Then I'd say what I can do is put 20 mins aside this week and we can have a quick chat to run over everything. And then just be like, will be a lot easier than doing it all through the DMs. So yeah, you're just going to put, what I can do is put 20 mins aside this week and we can have a quick chat to run over everything. Will be a lot easier than doing it all through the DMs. And then underneath that, as another message, let me know if that works for you. For simplicity, let's say they just say, sounds good, which they'll most likely say, sounds good. We would then reply with something like, okay, and then you're going to just say, okay, perfect. Does Wednesday in the evening or Thursday in the morning work best for you? And then they're going to say Wednesday evening. Okay, I can do 5:30 or 7:30. Don't ask them when are you free, because then they have to use their brain capacity and they have to do all that stuff. Give them 2 options of days and times within those days, and then 2 options of the exact times to go for. Yeah, then basically where you're going to go from there is then you're going to say, and we can run through X, Y, Z. It's going to be a lot easier on the DMs. What you can do is if you pop me over, like once they confirm a time that works for them, 7:30 on Thursday sounds great. Okay, if you pop me over your email, I'll send you an invite just from my personal calendar so we can make sure we put the time aside. And then they'll send you their email. Be like, okay, perfect, and pop over your WhatsApp as well. Get one thing at a time. Pop over your WhatsApp as well. So I'll message you just to remind you of the call, or I can just give you a call on WhatsApp as well. Cool. And then basically you get those 2 things, and then just confirm the call. And then when you have the call, keep the convo going. It doesn't have to be as intense as it was before, but keep like getting them to consume value. For example, like we don't just stop the convo once it's done. So core convo, for example, core principles, continue convo after sending nudge assets. After sending an asset, tie the next reply back into the previous struggle or whatever the convo relates to. Otherwise, kills the convo completely, right? So keep going, continue to the convo after you send the nudge assets, as I mentioned before, right? And it's the same thing here. After you've confirmed the call, keep the convo going so that you can warm them up and nurture them more and more nudge assets. Inbound message into requests. So all the inbound message in requests, like reply to question just in case they want coaching, etc. Oh, so basically if someone messaged you and they're in the request section and the question's a bit random, just answer the question anyway, because it might be that they're just trying to say something just to get basically a conversation going with you because they want coaching. And then always pitch nice access before sending. Like it's less friction. You're not trying to shove YouTube down the throat, and you need every message to move the convo forward. Like you don't want to be sending messages that doesn't actually move the convo forward, because that's just pointless. Okay, and there's basically, and that comes down to the fact that there's 2 main ways that you book calls. You have depth and then you have volume. So like depth is where you like, this is the main one you want to do. The deeper you can dig, the easier it will be to book the call and the higher chance they'll show up rate will be. Every single time someone sends you a message, ask yourself, is there more depth I can get this? When they ask you, tell you about a goal, I want to lose weight, what's the more depth you can get?
Like just continually asking like how much, have you tried it before, those kind of things.
Yeah.
Just to extract more information out of them and go deeper into their emotional kind of mindset as to, you know, why it's important to them to do this.
Yeah, how much weight do you want to lose? Stuff like that. Like understand more about the situation. Like why do you want to lose the weight? Like those sort of things. If the answer is yes, then go for the more depth. If you can't, then go for volume, meaning move to a different topic. So some people will be really cold. And in the case that they're cold and you can't get more depth, just go to the next topic. So once you can't go more depth, go for volume. Just ask different questions from your process. Remember, the goal is to book a call, not sell the program. You're not trying to sell your coaching, unless you're trying to actually sell the coaching in the DMs, which some people do if they don't like sales calls, which is also fine. And we need the MED, so the minimum effective dose. You want to minimize the amount of messages that has to be sent to book them in. You want it as low as possible to save time for you and for them. Like you're just trying to help them out as much as you can by providing them value in the DMs, and then also help them out by giving the option to work with you if it suits them. So even if someone is going to give you a very superficial replies and not giving depth, you can still build leverage by going for volume. Remember, you want to match their energy, so if they're not opening up a ton on depth, just go for volume and don't be stubborn trying to dig deep for more pain, since that will turn a lot of people off on the DMs, and they'll stop replying to you. So basically, if they're not someone that is willing to open up, you can ask more basic questions so that over the period of all the volume, you actually have quite a lot of context and they feel more connected to you. You want to start with depth and see if you can get depth, and if you can't, get volume. That's how you want to position it and go for it. So once you've done the sales thing, you've booked them in, and I would have a setting review doc and a setting review calls. So just basically, when setting review calls, that's just because if I have a setter in and I have calls that I've done with them that reviews their setting, then that's what they are. But I would have your own setting review doc, because you can only get better if you continue to look at the map. If you're going to Spain, for example, and you put loads of resources on your boat, you like have the best boat there is, and you look at the map and you're like, Spain is this way, right? And this is, let's say, your boat. It doesn't really look like a boat. That is a really bad boat. But this triangle, it's the wrong way round. This triangle is your boat. If you know that this leads to Spain, then you might travel to here, right, in your boat, and then start going off track this way. And you're going to end up in a completely different country. So you need to check your map every now and then so you can realign yourself to the direction. The way to check your map is to review your stuff. Make sure you're following the principles that you know to do. Make sure you're using the frameworks you know you should be following, and that you're actually doing stuff in the way that you know how to do. Because a lot of people, they start doing the things and they stop following the ACA method, for example, or they stop actually going more in depth on the goals, or they only find out the goals and then they try and pitch the call without understanding the struggles. So you need to look over your DMs and see what you've been missing out, which is causing you to not book calls. Like, you can build a lot of systems for setting, but the main thing I want for everyone that wants to earn their first few thousand online with fitness coaching, or they even want to just quit their job and go full time on this, is you need a really strong understanding on how to do it yourself and just like basically apply the work to it. Once you've done that, you can start to put systems in where it's easy. If I followed this and did it this way without the systems, it'd be impossible for me because there'd be too much. But in the early days, to get to 2 to 3K, this is what I did.
Cool.
And to understand, and you can even scale to 10 with this, but to understand setting is more important than to apply the systems. People try and apply systems, processes basically, because systems and processes are the same thing, without ever actually having done the process. And it's so hard for you to create a process and apply the process and understand if a system is operating the way it should before you've done it yourself manually. So that's why I'm just teaching it like this. But basically, one really important thing as well is to have the right intentions around stuff. With the setting, it's not just like leads. You're generally trying to help people. Like, you're trying to, number one, actually understand people so you can put them in a better position. Give them free value to actually help them for free as well before they necessarily come with you. But also put them in a position where if it's the best option, they can work with you. You don't have to hard close, you don't have to really push them. Like, but they can jump on a call with you, and if it's not the right thing for them, fine, it's not. But if they jump on a call with you, you give them value, you give them some steps, and they're like, actually, I just want to do this with you, then perfect. Then they can do it with you. And at least someone then has the option to make the best decision for themselves. So the next section is the belief-based conversion formula. So this is basically when you have someone and you're on a call with them and they know that it's the right fit for them, right? But they basically have loads of fear and stuff holding them back from taking action. So the way that I would do this is when you're on a closing call and you feel like someone really needs it, maybe they've spoken to you in the DMs that they want coaching, but they're just really nervous about like actually going through with it. Or you know that this person's going to do really well, they just have a lot of stuff that is mentally stopping them. You want to start with the level 2. And what the level 1, 2 and 3 is like level 3 is like deep emotions. Level 1 is like really surface level stuff. So this is like key metrics basically. So it's important to know this as well. But this might be like, I want to lose 5 kg. It's like specific things. It's logistics, right? Level 2 is like why they want logistics, energy, confidence, for example. And then the level 3 would be the deeper emotions of that. So like, in what way are they not confident? How does that affect their lifestyle? And this gives you a really good understanding of them. So an example of a level 3 is how much do you weigh? That's a question, not level 3. An example of a level 1 question would be like, how much do you weigh? And then you're going to get like a weight-based thing. You're going to get a actual statistic, right? The example of a level 2 would be what's the main driving force behind getting into the best shape of your life and having that positive impact. That's going to give you an understanding of what goals they want, right? Which is an emotional thing, but it's not really, really deep tied to them. Yeah. It is going to be super important. It is going to be tailored to them, but they're not going to instantly tell you from that like, oh, I need to do this because this isn't this with my kids happen, it's been making me feel like this isn't this. They're most likely going to say, like, I just don't feel like myself, like I lack confidence, I want more energy or whatever, all those sort of things. And then the level 3 is like, what internally has held you back from getting into X, Y, Z shape? So like, what is it about their emotions or their current mentality that stopped them, basically? So for example, with level 2, they might say, I want to have more energy and I want to look like someone that's healthy. So firstly, you would challenge that. Like, what does someone that's healthy look like to you? What does someone that's healthy look like to you?
Somebody that has a healthy range of body fat, somebody that's not like excessive in terms of size and whatever else. Yeah, that's kind of what I'd imagine as being healthy. Somebody that goes out running, does a bit of exercise, that kind of thing.
Okay, and what do they look like, do you feel like?
What do they look like? Well, not overweight, not fat, not obese.
Okay, and like not being overweight, not being fat, not being obese, does that mean you're healthy?
Healthier than somebody that was.
Okay, yeah, so healthier, of course, but what does someone that's generally healthy? What does a healthy man look like to you?
Somebody that has a well-rounded understanding of their own health and fitness, somebody that is able to, look after themselves physically, look after themselves nutritionally.
You're thinking of it on like a coaching standpoint.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just think of this. The thing is you're in really good shape, so it's not something you've thought about.
No.
But normally, okay, let me ask you like this. Like, what does a successful businessman look like to you?
Successful businessman, somebody that, just in terms of their appearance? Or
yeah,
just
when you think of that sort of person, what comes to mind?
Someone that's prim and proper, someone that's takes care of themselves, looks after the way that they look, somebody that has nice things typically, that kind of thing. Is that
okay.
Not quite what you were looking for?
No, that's fine. Like I'm not ever trying to look for something specific. So you're saying like a businessman, he has nice things, so you're going to think like any stuff like nice clothes, for example, nice watches. Like when you say nice things, what I would do is I would say like, what do you mean by nice things? Yeah. And you would say all those things, and you start to detail what that looks like. He would dress proper, he would look after himself. So when you say that, it's like he's well groomed, like he's wearing nice clothing, like those sort of things. Like maybe he's in a suit. And it's the same thing with fitness coaching. So like, what does someone that's healthy look like to you? That would be like, they might then say like they have abs because they've thought about this. This is in their mind. They I don't know, have good skin, all of these things. And what this then does is this is super overview. Healthy could be different for everyone.
Yeah.
Someone that looks healthy could literally look completely different to anyone and have different things to everyone. Where when you ask them, like, what does a healthy guy look like to you? You're then getting the specifics of what they feel like their version of healthy is.
Right.
So now you know exactly what their goal is in a bit more depth. And then you could ask them from that, and in terms of like having abs, really good skin, and actually feeling like that healthy sort of person, what is it about that is important to you? And then, like, that's not an amazing way of asking the question, but they're going to say why that's important to them. Like, oh, I just know I need to, like, basically be in better shape. Like, I want to feel more confident in myself. And then, like, I just know that being healthy is important. So you've said 3 things. I want to be in better shape. It means nothing. Of course you do. You wouldn't be on the call.
Yeah.
I want to feel a little bit more confident in myself. I think it would make, or they might say, I think it'll make me feel a bit more confident in themselves. And then at the end, they said, like, and I know that being healthy is important. Loads of coaches will then just attack the last thing. Yeah, being healthy is super important. Of course it is, this and that. That means nothing. They've given you 2 smoke screens and 1 real, actual valuable point, which was the lack of confidence. So then what you would do is you could ask him, what way do you feel like it made you feel more confident? Because of this, and this. And then what way do you not feel as confident as you could be now? And then if you keep asking questions on the what way do you not feel as confident as you could be now, you'll start to get into the level 3. And level 3 is where people make decisions to change. Because once you understand why you put yourself in this situation and what sort of situation you're actually in, you can then actually make a decision whether it's worth it for you to step out your comfort to actually put yourself in a better position. Because, like, that's what they're essentially doing. By getting coached and getting in shape, they're stepping out their comfort of what they've always done, eating bad food or whatever, into a different, more difficult position where they're going to have to train, they're going to have to be accountable, they're going to have to eat well. And, like, they've got to understand what it is mentally that's causing them to do this. Because also, if you don't do this call, might not be your sales call. Like, if I don't go through this process with someone on the sales call, I'll do it on the onboarding call.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Because I want to understand their mindset behind everything so that we're both really crystal clear and they have the right mindset going into the program.
Yeah.
Because then they'll get way better results because they'll know really deep down internally why it is that they need to take action.
I remember you doing those questions with me on the call that we had as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, exactly. And I'll do that, like, so let's say we do transition online, because I did a really technical call with you as well with transition online. We did 2 calls, right?
Yeah.
Let's say I do a really technical call with someone. They invest because they're like, I could do this myself, but I actually just want someone to, like, help guide me through this and tell me exactly what to do at each step.
Yeah.
I'll then do an onboarding call, and then I'll book a second call, and that will be to go through all the mindset stuff as if it was a sales call. Because I want them committed. Like, that's why the community is so ramped up. Because everyone has, like, a better mindset now, because they've actually, like, really looked at why they want to make the change in their life. Like, why is it that they want to make more money? Like, why is it that they don't just want to do their 9 to 5? Who is it that they want to help? What position do they want to be in? What is that going to do for their life when they're in that position? All those things. So yeah, basically their biggest motivator. The way I would start the call though is like, hey, I say how are you or where are you from. I don't use how are you. I think it lowers the frame.
Yeah.
If you're new to coaching, the only reason I put it in there is you can ask it, because what I see with loads of coaches, they're like really stiff and nervous.
Yeah.
So when you ask how are you, it helps them relax a bit, gives them a bit of time. But how are you normally gets the other person to dip into automated responses.
Yeah.
Because people are asked how are you all the time and they just say good, or yeah, I'm doing all right. Like, yeah, I'm not bad. And they're automated responses. It means nothing.
No, yeah, because it's like they get asked that question like 100 times a day, right? But just different random people.
So we had to fly Mitch home. It was great to have him in Romania. We've so far covered self-actualization, blue ocean market, lead flow ecosystem, and even the acquisition engine. So we're going to go on to the 5th pillar now. So the 5th pillar is the fulfillment protocols, right? And fulfillment is an essential part to making sure your coaching is very good. If you cannot maintain a client, you will not get referrals and you will not get renewals. And what this means is you go in this constant cycle of trying to get new people on every single month, otherwise the business doesn't grow. For my business, 1 client equals multiple clients, because one client not only will renew to stay with me for longer, but they'll also refer other people. So often for us, every one client often refers 1 to 2 people because our delivery is so good. The better your delivery, the better your service, the bigger your business will be. And remembering this is one of the most important parts of fitness coaching, because if you don't have all this other stuff in place, right? If you don't have a good burgeoning market, you haven't got an actual way of acquiring clients, you haven't got a way of getting them over the line to actually work with you, then you won't have a business. Like, your business won't exist. And most trainers get stuck there. But then often I see trainers that actually start making loads of money, they start to get too obsessed with the financial side of things, and then they stop treating people like people, right? But if you actually maintain a high level of fulfillment quality, like super, super high, way above average, then people will come back, your brand reputation will stay aligned, right? So there's the foundation, the maintain / growth phase, and then the renewal / offboarding plan. So first thing is like, they say yes. After the sales call, you process the payment, you get the contract done, you get them to download Kahootnas, you add them to the WhatsApp group. So basically, after you sign someone, you want to book a call with them, a one-to-one, as soon as possible. This is an ASAP thing. You don't want someone joining your program and then just being left, like just left. And they don't know what to do, they don't know who to speak to. It needs to be super clear. It needs to be that they join here, it's like a straight line, boom, for the life that they want. This is the life they want, it's just a straight line. They don't have to go, well, what do I do now? What am I meant to? Oh, up here, because they already do that. That's the life they already live. When they go onto your program, they take that uncomfortable step to join. You're then supporting them. You're then holding their hand. So it should feel super, super clean, and it needs to be a super straightforward process, right? So you add them to the WhatsApp group. You send them a link so that they can book in a one-to-one as soon as possible. You set expectations with them. You prepare for the call by like reviewing the call you had with them initially. You send them the master vision, and what we do with the master vision is it outlines the 1.0 version of themselves and the 2.0 version of themselves. If you want the master vision, then what you can do is you can go into the school community that will be below, and you can actually access that resource. But what the master vision is going to do is allow people to actually see where they want to go. And if you haven't done the master vision yourself, you can't recommend it to other people. You have to be in line with like woo shit, basically, like the like mindset bullshit that people don't believe in order to get other people to do it. Because the mindset that people have going into things will be the actions that they take on it. That's why if you invest in yourself, whether or not the fulfillment is good, you will get better results. Because when you don't care about something, you don't take action on it. As soon as you do something like invest in yourself, you care about it more, so you do better from it. I invested like 5,000 into Alex Hormozi's books and stuff. The actual books that I invested 5,000 in, I don't know how much better they are. But because I invested that amount of money, I've taken them much more seriously, so I've applied much more. And all it's done is just level up my commitment to business and to helping people, right? So then you start to get small accountability systems. You start to get like small photos of like maybe their gym, like you set initial accountability things. So like you want to build this up. Loads of people, when it comes to the training, they instantly go like, I want this from the person. I want you to do this for nutrition, follow this program, this, and the client's like, whoa. Or they'll be like really hyped, like yes, but then they just won't do it. So then you get someone that isn't actually following what you set them, and then that puts them off. Because the more someone can win, the more action they'll take, right? So you've got to make it as easy as possible for someone to win. Even in Transition Online, we make it as easy as possible for people to win. Most people sign their first like 1 to 3 clients, even if they've never done online coaching before or been trying for ages, in their first week. And the reason why we do that is because people can then see the momentum, see the reality, and see what's possible for themselves, right? And you want to make this, and you want to replicate this for fitness coaching. You're not necessarily going to get them to like lose 5 kg in a week, but you might get them to see they're more consistent with the gym because you focused on one thing, not tons of things, and then they see their progress in that one thing that you focused on like very, very quickly. Obviously, this does depend on the client. You then deliver the workout plan, deliver the macro plan, and encourage them to share whatever win they get in the community, because you're going to have this community, and this helps your business be more self-sustaining and actually increases the value, because in this community everyone gets to basically hype each other up, be involved in something bigger, and be surrounded by A players or people that want to move forward with their life, right? Whether it's in fitness or like even their mindset and all these things. Like if I go to the Transition Online community, everyone is very, very hyped up. Like even if I go to the school community, people are posting the wins, right? So then we go to Transition Online School Community, 1.4k cash collected. DM setter on board, so SEM's, well, we actually onboarded someone for SEM to make the calls automatic. 2 times 595. Piff, I think SEM's done over a K every day for the last 3 days. Jack is 499 in a 30-minute call. Owen, 2 back-to-back closes for 6 months. I think he's done over 2k in the last 10 days. New client from Dylan, all these things. So people see all the wins, right? And then those wins just motivate all the other people to do more. And when you're posting wins, it also motivates you to go do more. So you start building this self-sustaining community where people are getting more and more motivated without you personally having to keep them accountable. And if I go into the Transition Online WhatsApp community, it's the exact same. For example, Toby joined today and all these people are welcoming him. They're saying, if you ain't scared, you're not dreaming big enough, because it is scary. Like, he invested in himself to do it. He joined Transition Online, and everyone's saying basically, top man, proud of you for jumping. Toby, take balls to invest and commit. It's scary. Welcome to the team, bro. Get ready for online steroids. Yeah, basically people say Transition Online is like building the online fitness coaching business, but when it's on steroids. So Owen's put, if you ain't scared, then you ain't dreaming big enough. Welcome to the A side, bro. All these sort of things. Jack's even put a voice note.
We've all been there, I promise you now. It's fucking terrifying, but you will not regret it at all. Like, it's literally the best place you can be. Honestly, journal about the fact how you feel right now, because you're going to look back on this and be like, holy shit, like, I actually did that. So fucking proud. Especially when all the boys are hyping you up, saying that they're proud of you as well when you get your first piss and your first win. It's weird because it might not feel real until you actually hit it, but you've done the hardest bit, bro. Fucking well done. Proud of you. Making that step to becoming the person you want to be, Toby. So fucking good, man. Let's absolutely smash it.
See, stuff like that. That's not me doing anything. Yet Toby's joining and he's getting reinforced that it's a great decision. That just makes him feel more comfortable. It delivers a better service. And I'm not doing anything here. That's the important thing. This is just my community from delivering a great service is doing it for me, right? And I have the same thing for Founders Physique. So if we go back to this, you've then added them to the community, right? And then you do the first weekly check-in after you've done the call with them. You review the data, you actively listen. I see so many coaches not actively listening. They're talking so much about the nutrition plan, the workout plan, all these things. They're not actually listening to how the person's feeling. And it's so important that you actively listen and ask open-ended questions. What was the hardest part of this week? What felt easier than expected? And let the person speak and genuinely understand their situation. Don't just try and push more of your stuff on them. It's not about forcing stuff down someone's throat. It's about giving them the best possible solution to what they're actually finding is hard. So make one adjustment. So find one thing to tweak. Don't overwhelm them. This is so important. Like, I see so many coaches, because they're doing it in their life, they're training loads in their life, they think that everyone's the same. But it's not true. You're in your first few weeks right now. It's about stacking wins and getting someone moving forward and getting momentum. So the next one is the main growth. It's like the maintain growth one. So you want to keep building serious momentum at this point, and you can start taking stuff up some stages. So review compliance on Kahunas, which is the training app I'll show you. I'll go into that in a second. So you want to review how they've been actually complying. Like, what have they been logging and what haven't? Review what's been going well and what's not. Like, so review and like adjust depending on how stuff's been going. So have a look at their macros, the energy balance. It'll allow you to track how they've been feeling, how they've been sleeping, what their weight is, what their lifts are, have they gone up in volume, like all of these different things. And you want to review that and actually give them a technical review as well. And this is why you can charge more, because you're actually dialed in with the fulfillment, right? And this is why you can go from £50 a month, which so many coaches feel like they're worth, which is just crazy, or even £100, to actually charging, well, for me, 3.4k for fitness coaching. So after their first win on milestone, ask them if they know someone that could benefit from your services. I know this seems early, but you don't want to wait for years to get referrals. You actually want to start tapping into referrals early on when they're actually doing really well. Because if you wait right to the end to get referrals, it's less likely that they're going to do that, because they've already been through the experience, they've been through the hype, but now they're in the position they want to be in. They're in the relaxation stage, right? Where if they can refer someone that's actually going to do it with them, then that means it's going to help them get better results, right? So it's a super important thing. And keep all your documents, like client payment tracker template, up to date to ensure finances are in order. So whatever document you have to track your clients' finances, like let's say you've got someone paying monthly, or you have someone that did half up front and half later, just make sure you're keeping track of that, because you don't want to lose out on revenue, and you don't want it to be fair on one person and unfair on the other. Like, someone's actually done the full amount and then other people get away with not doing the full amount, because that would be biased, right? And you want to keep stuff non-biased. So weeks, keep them on track. So at weeks 9 to 12, you want to reflect, You want to go over their vision, what their pains are, what their new goals or current progress are. You basically want to do a call that goes over their mindset, where they're looking to go, and what they want to do, because their reality will change. Like Alvo, for example, when he first started, just wanted to get a few clients online. A few weeks in, he then wanted to move country, and then a week or so after that, he had moved country. So his goals changed as he made more progress, right? And it's the same thing with fitness coaching. Like, they might start off by wanting to be more consistent in the gym, and there'll be deeper reasons to that, which you would have figured out and found out with them. But when they start getting in better shape, their goals might get bigger, and you want to reevaluate them so you can always be on track with where they're at. So you want to do a deep one-to-one call to reflect on the transformation so far and troubleshoot any like plateaus or what's stopping them, and then use WhatsApp to keep them accountable. So weeks 13 to 16, they're pretty like understanding right now. They like have a good level of knowledge. They've got a good bit of consistency. They're making good progress. You now want to educate them with looms and like guidelines, for example, nutrition guidelines. And Loom videos, I'll go into exactly how you can use Loom for your coaching. And it basically helps you deliver really good results, but without actually having to jump on a call with someone every time you want to like guide them in a certain direction, but you can still send them videos very, very quickly. The gap analysis. So check in, like review their progress against their master vision, where they wanted to go basically, because at the beginning of their training, you'll understand in loads of detail where it is they want to get to. And because you understand in loads of detail where it is they want to get to, you can then make sure that you're doing everything you can to help them get there, not just in their fitness side, but in their personal life. Like it might be that they want a better mindset with certain stuff. They want to feel more energy, all of these sort of things. And that affects not just their fitness side, but their personal life. And then the gap analysis. So review against the master vision, like I mentioned before, and just see, oh, this is both the same thing, but just see like where they're at really. So then you go to the like renewal / offboarding plan. So get a testimonial, basically ask them for permission, ask them for feedback, look at the full transformation, review, and present the continuation offer, and then congratulate them for what they've achieved. You want to do this as you do the continuation offer. So you basically have an offer which is specifically for people that have already been in your program but want to continue. It's so important that you have a really good continuation offer as well. It should feel like a complete no-brainer, right? And this is where you want to ask for the continuation offer. So to be clear, week 17 to 20, continuation offer. Week 5 to 8 is referral, right? It seems early for referral here. You don't want to do continuation here, but you do want to do referral. And in the later stages, you don't want to do referral as much. You want to more do continuation, right? And one thing you don't want to do is wait right until the end to ask for like a renewal, a continuation, right? Because that's at the end. That's when they're thinking of like ending. Where realistically, for most people, it might be sometimes that's not the case, but for 90% of people, it's going to make most sense for them in their personal life to stay on. So organize the renewal call at least a month before client contract expires. Definitely avoid last minute. Re-anchor the pay in the old self and the vision of their new selves. And then present the continuation offer as a logical next step. So you want to re-anchor where they wanted to go on the master vision, where they're at now, and any like gap that still needs to be filled for them to get there, whilst congratulating them on the progress they've made so far. Hyping them up for where they've gone, but also showing them where else they can get to. Review their full transformation on the call whilst you're doing these two things, and actually show them the progress they've made and what is possible if you keep going. If you offboard them, if they do offboard, this is important, thank them. Give them maybe a resource to continue with, so you don't just leave them in the dark, and then actually ask them for a referral. Because this is like a last minute thing. You ask them for a referral because otherwise they're gonna go off anyway. You might as well at that point ask them for a referral. I see so many coaches not do this purely out of fear. But if you don't ask them for a referral, you're basically wasting all that potential you had from getting that person to get you a new client that you can help, that you can change their life of. If they refer you, you've done a good service. They're not going to refer you if they hate your product. So if they hate your coaching, they won't refer you. So if they love your coaching, they refer you. All you're going to do is deliver that same great result to another person, helping more people, changing more lives. So ask for that referral at the end. If they renew and continue, set up the new program, set new goals, celebrate their commitment to the community, and actually post that in the community to show to the community that other people are renewing. And that will actually in turn make more people renew, because people follow what other people do. That's a really important thing. And when you get loads of renewals, it's the best feeling ever because you know people are loving your service. You get to work with people for a long time. For example, my client JJ, he stayed with me for way over 2 years. He's somewhere over here. Here he is. This is JJ if it loads. Boom, look at that, 210 days. I mean, I know that's less than a year, but this was his transformation between 210 days. Look at that. He was a different person. It changed how he was with his family, how he was with his kids. Like, I'm actually still in good contact with JJ just because we worked together for so long. We almost became like very close friends. So this is the same thing, just broken down in even more stages. So you've got the milestones, the coaching actions, the touch points, the resources and tools, and the renewal checkpoints. And these are the different parts of it you're doing each. So the foundation, first week, is onboard them, clear goals, tracking, workouts, nutrition, experience first 1 to 2 week wins, weight shifts, energy, habit streak. It is unbelievably essential that in the first month they get wins. So important. And then the coach actions would be deep onboarding session. So actually understand their mindset properly and where they're at. Build the personalized plan out on Kahunas with training, nutrition and habits. Doing the weekly check-ins and following up / checking in with them. Especially if they miss a check-in, make sure you're holding them accountable to doing it again and make sure you're actually keeping track of it. So if they miss it, you almost tell them off so they don't continuously do it. So level 3 is actually get some touch points in with some emotion. So why now? What's the state? What happens if nothing changes in the next 6 months? So understand where they're at all times, right? Understand where their mindset is and keep them motivated by showing them what's possible if they stay acting as this higher version of themselves. So the tools and resources you'll use at this point is the Kahunas app, MyFitnessPal, and any welcome documents that you have. And the renewal checkpoints won't be in place yet. This comes in week 9 to 12. So this will be the midpoint reflection, review, vision, pain, and new goals. And then that's when you start to get the renewal. So even at the end, if they haven't renewed or anything and it has gone to the last minute, then what you want to do at that point is again just review the full transformation and then present the continuation offer. And that is if at worst case scenario you haven't renewed them by right at the end, the last 21 to 24 weeks, and you basically have to then present the renewal then. But you should be presenting the renewal at week 9 to 12 and then also again at week 21 to 24. I know this seems so early to do the renewal, but basically what you do is you give them a special discount, a special offer for renewing early so that you can plan out the next extra 6 months that they have or the next extra 3 months that they have. And then you want to do the referrals earlier on. So the next stage of it within the client milestones is get them to get more momentum, consistency, hitting metrics, get specific with it. So you tell them how cooperative they've been with everything, get them to be stronger with extra things like sleep, lifestyle steps, and food tracking. And then it's no longer to try and get fit. You're gonna take it to the next stage. This depends on the person you have. And then you'll start noticing an identity shift with someone, as in they'll actually be a different type of person. And then you've got mastery, leadership, and expansion. So what happens then is this person will start answering questions for the community. In week 13 to 16, we see this person almost becoming a master within the community and they start answering other client questions, right? And then basically great commitment and just keeps going. So you get really clear on the before and after. You make sure that you set next goals and all that stuff. Even at the end, I would say, if they're not going to stay with you, help them set their next goals. You want to be doing this also to actually deliver a good service and help people. So in week 5 to 8, in terms of what the coach needs to do, they need to be reviewing the compliance with Kahunas, conducting one-to-one calls with them, most weeks still at this point. They want to go over the wins, barriers, adjustments, and action steps that they need to do, and then they need to review and adjust everything. You also need to update the tracker and make sure basically most people at this point should have done the full amount. So they should have done the full amount of the whole program by now, because it might have been in the first week they didn't have the full finances, but by weeks 5 to 8, they should have got them together by now, depending on what your program investment is. But if your investment's high, you're most likely going to be working with higher level individuals. So then during the weeks 9 to 12, you want some deep calls. So really go over the transformation so far, troubleshoot plateaus, and then basically go into the client story a bit and how they're finding the journey between where they're at and where they've now got to, and a bit about the emotional side basically of it, just to make sure that they're aligned still with where they want to go. And then you want to go again into a bit more stuff like identity, autonomy, and then mindset. So just make sure all the minor problems. And in weeks 13 to 16, you'll notice the client comes a little bit more self-sufficient. At this point, they're really normally destroying it. They're doing super well. So they'll start solving their own minor problems instead of asking for help. And they'll start saying things like, I'm the type of person who doesn't eat X, or I'm the type of person that goes to the gym and eats X. And like, this is really good. And this normally comes down to the fact that you've done the technical side and you've done the more in-depth side. And then by the time you get to like the mastery, the shift coaching calls towards like leadership mindset, and then like encouraging them to post more wins publicly. So you literally towards the end want to like push them to post more wins. That's meant to be an hour, because that's then going to support the people in the earlier stages, right? And you want to support those people in the early stages. And what happens is when these people in the later stages post more wins, it just makes them win more, because they start putting themselves more in this leadership mindset of like, I am really good at what I do. Like, I am really good at like smashing the gym, like getting my nutrition solid and all this sort of stuff. And what I find this does is it actually increases the accountability that person has, because they're posting so many wins and they feel like a leader in the community and they like answering questions and stuff. They push even more to like keep that place. And then at the end, you've got a final review, feedback system training, and then Google Form setup. So like, you want it at the end as well, whether a client's staying or not, to get an understanding of like how everything was, so that you can make changes within the business. So again, as said, like at this end stage, the coach will do the final renewal call as well, and then also feedback the system training. So questions that reveal the truth, like understanding basically of everything. And you can often do this by having like a Google form, and then basically you want to get a really strong understanding of what needs to happen to make your service better. So by week 5 to 8 as well, in terms of the touch points, you want to be asking questions like who else benefits from these changes, because this is where you're trying to get the referral, because this is where like the hype is at the highest. They've just started stacking so many wins, but they'll be stacking wins the whole time. The difference is in week 5 to 8 is they're not used to stacking those levels of wins. So emotionally, they're at like a high point, because they've never had these many wins. They've never been moving this fast with progress, like whether it's within Transition Line and people are getting all these clients, they've never had that before. Or it's with Founders of Zeke and someone's like losing weight, being really consistent with the gym and smashing their diet, and they've never felt this much energy before. That's when they're most likely to refer someone, because they want to bring someone along this journey with them. And then when you get to week 9 to 12, it's like more like, how do you see yourself? Again, for example, we're doing this deep call. What would happen if you stop now and slip back? So you're just reminding them of why they started. And then you get to 13 and 16, and it's like, who are you becoming that you're most proud of? And also stuff like, now you've achieved that, what do you think is possible in the next 3 months? So what you're doing is prepping it for renewal, for one, but also you're just helping them expand their mind so that they can keep making progression. Because you want to put people in the best possible position, and that's by not letting people get too comfortable. So you want people to feel like there's still loads more progress to go. And then by week 17 to 20, mastery, it's like looking back at your day one self, what's the most important piece of advice you give them? So this is also where you're lining up to get like really long, in-depth testimonials. So you could film this as like a YouTube video, for example. But also you just want to do these one-to-one calls with them privately, just to help them understand like what taking action has done for their life. You want people to understand that, because it's just going to help them all around in their life. And it's going to show them what they can possibly do with their life. And when it comes to coaching, they will associate that back to you. Like so many of the guys in the community with Transition Line Fans Physique, they still message me that I'm not even working with, just thanking me for what they've done, because they know that as well, the way that I approached it and the way that I questioned them and made sure to hold them to a higher standard hasn't just helped them build the business or get in better shape, but helped them just live a better life. And then in terms of week 21 to 24, what would it mean to stop now knowing you come this far? So you're pushing for the last renewal if needed, or if they stay on, what's the next version of yourself we need to unlock? If that's continuity, if they're going to stay on, these sort of questions. So in terms of the tools and resources, by week 5 to 8, you want to use Loom recaps, nutrition guides, WhatsApp, accountability for support. You want a transformation story doc, collect testimonial data. So at this point, you're going to start getting more like wins and stuff. So you want to actually start collecting that in a document, and then actually making sure you're keeping track of their visual progress as well. In terms of week 17 to 20, this is where you can start using education modules. For example, in the Notion, we have modules where we can just send to people straight away as they're becoming more modern. For example, in our Notion, we have modules that we can just send to people straight away as they're For example, in our Notion, we have modules that we can just send to people straight away, and we have a full community for this for Founders Physique as they're becoming more knowledgeable. Because at this point, at the point where it's all the way like week 17 to 20, and you've helped them, they've stacked loads of wins, they feel confident, and they have way more knowledge of what to do. So at this point, you can have a bit of resources that you can send them because they need a little bit less one-to-one support, but they need to make sure they're still making loads of progress. So for example, we'll send them videos like in more depth on how to progressively overload. Like this video will be going over that.
Hi guys, welcome back. So in this video, what I'm going to do is just go over progressive overload, how it works, and just make sure you guys are doing it correctly. I noticed some of you guys, especially when you guys first come on, even the people that have had coaches before, don't seem to be doing progressive overload. And if you've had a coach before and you haven't actually done progressive overload correctly, or you've been training for a while and you haven't progressive overload correctly.
Anyway, I basically just go into real big depth about progressive overload, even though we would have covered that already with them. And then in the final weeks, you go over the recap again, photos, stats, quotes they may have said, and then you do the continuity offer. You try and renew them again, and you use the continuity offer stack, the deck that you've built, most likely in either beautiful.ai or within presentation, or maybe you just got a doc of it and you just present it yourself, or you just speak it, but you want to make sure you're using those tools as well. So that's basically what the timeline looks like. We have loads of different resources for this. So we have onboarding resources, nutrition calculators and resources, supplement resources, loads of marketing resources we do for these different parts, but they're basically what we just plug and play. But going over this, you can create all your own versions. So, and they're basically there because we just allow people in transition online to just plug and play what we have. But basically you can implement these yourself, and at any point you can just pause the screen and read these bits I'm going over. The next important thing is to remove buyer's remorse. So buyer's remorse prevention and damage control. Purpose: handle the emotional dip that happens after payment. So often after someone invests, they're at this like major high, right? They feel nervous, but they're very happy because they've made a positive change. And then all these feelings of like anxiety basically kick in because, and the only reason is the old self, that 1.0 self, like is speaking to them. And what this does is it brings people down, right? But the thing is, it only brings them down because of the way they're thinking. And what you want to do is reduce how much they go down. Because I've had it. Like I've invested in loads of mentors, spent over 50,000 on myself, and I've felt it before. I know though that this is just a natural feeling as I'm making progress, because you don't make progress without being uncomfortable. So what you need to do is just think about how you can reduce this for people to make it a more enjoyable experience, right? So one of the ways you can handle this is understanding buyer's remorse psychology. So why it happens to good clients, like often really good clients get like that fear, that discomfort of actually stepping forward and investing in themselves, and they become the best clients because they're so committed, right? They're so committed because they've taken a massive action they didn't want to take, and not the bad ones. So in terms of not the bad ones, like you will rarely get bad clients that invest into you. If you get a client on for 25, 50 pounds, 100 pounds, maybe even 150 pounds, they're probably not going to be that committed. But if someone invests into you, you very rarely get a bad client. But like, why do people get this, right? And why do people get this that end up doing extremely well? And then the decision, doubt, and justification cycle. So this is a cycle that people go through that do stay on and don't make some like crazy decision and just like back out. So they make a decision, it comes to here, they then start going down with the doubt, and then they go to justification, and they come back round to confirming that this was a good decision. So the cycle is the decision, this down bit here is the doubt, and then you kind of flatline for a second, and then you start to justify actually why you made that decision, and then you're happy. So you want to help people justify it even more, because most likely they're going to go through a small down stage whether you like it or not. So prevention scripts, what to say on the sales call before they pay, what to send immediately after they pay, video message templates that eliminate regret, and then a 48-hour new member experience. So timeline of messages, what coaches must do, what to not do. So you need to have some sort of messages that you normally send people to keep them accountable and relaxed in the first 48 hours so they feel like they've made the best decision, because they are going to have made a really good decision, but they need to feel like it as well. So what you want to do is you could even have modules that they go through that already start showing them what's going to happen over the next few months. You can even, which what we do a full roadmap of exactly what's going to happen over the next 3 to 6 months with the client, so they know exactly what they're going into. They know now that they've made the investment and we have it all under control. Like we literally have laid it out step by step like this for them. And and we send it over to them, it just massively reduces buyer's remorse. So the next thing is like handling buyer's remorse messages, like have some sort of like saved scripts and templates for this, not for you to necessarily copy and paste to make it quicker, but because otherwise you'll end up accidentally maybe reacting based on emotion, because sometimes you'll be really excited to work with someone, they get buyer's remorse, they're actually going to carry on working with you, but you react to it wrong and it causes a whole issue, and then the whole training process becomes less enjoyable. Where if you just have like scripts that protect your boundaries, that also mean that clients can confidently continue, it makes it so much easier for you to still work with a client, not get your own head in the way, and actually treat everyone the same. So there's two main parts where you're going to keep accountability. One is in group calls, and one is in one-to-one calls, and then you're also going to have a WhatsApp. And most fitness coaches don't do group calls, and I'm not too sure why. I think it's a fear that the group calls won't have any actual major. I believe it comes from the fear that the group calls won't have any major impact, and I had that fear. So it might not be that you have that, and maybe you just not thought about it, but I used to think that there was no point doing group calls because it doesn't relate to everyone. But the group calls brings up the energy, allows you to answer frequently asked questions, and it just gets the overall vibe with the community super hyped because people become connected that way. And often someone will ask a question on the group call and it will relate to everyone else, just like with Transition Online. One business owner asks a question and then all the other business owners are like, whoa, that actually relates so much to me. That's a great question. And they find it really valuable that someone else has asked them. But in fitness coaching, someone might ask about calories or might have a tip about nutrition or the way that they do their like meal planning or whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. And another community member finds it valuable. So do group calls. It is super useful. So what makes a one-to-one great to start with? Empathy, problem solving, performance tracking, accountability, and identity. So empathy is like actually actively listen to them. Like empathy, problem solving is just about you actively listening and actually getting to the root cause and actually giving them a solution based on their actual issue, not just like half listening in, but just wanting to speed up the whole process, right? If you do this and you do it properly, you don't actually need to do as many one-to-one calls. Obviously, they're going to benefit more the more you do, but there becomes a point where they don't actually really need them because each one-to-one has such a big impact that you don't have to do as many. And then what coaches should focus on: ask questions before giving answers. Stop giving your answers, stop giving them tips before you understand where they're at. And then performance tracking is use the Kahuna's app, use the data and stuff you've got. We're going to go into how to set that up to actually get the performance, like to get the guidelines of what should happen next, what the technical next step should be. Always set clear next steps. So like finish the call with actionable steps, what they need to do, and then also identify who they're becoming in the process. Like what actions does a version of them they want to become. So the red flags that you need to avoid is like talking too much, that's an X, giving 10 changes at once, super confusing for them, getting technical instead of personal. You need to have both, right? Like most coaches just stay technical. If they just wanted technical, they'd use ChatGPT, even though it doesn't really give very good workout plans. And then focusing only on macros and training. Something in their belief system or their lifestyle or whatever their calendar looks like, something in their life is causing them to not do as well with their training and their macros. So don't just look at the small things, the inner things, look at the bigger picture of their life. And this makes you a great coach, not just a good coach. So how to host a great one-to-one coach call. Have a purpose of the one-to-one coaching call. Structure the one-to-one coaching call, so have a check-in overview to start with, review the last week, do a deep dive on any issues, rebuild the plan based on that, anchor in their identity, so like understand what it is, the identity that they're becoming and why it is that they're basically going towards there, and like what changes they've made to like start stepping into that identity, right? And then closing, like finish it off, clarify, like end with some positivity, like some wins, and also just like basically wishing them a good week and all those sort of things. So that's basically how you want to host a great one-to-one call. The next thing is how to set up your WhatsApp group chats, right? So the purpose of the WhatsApp group chat: create daily accountability, build community and culture, increase retention through connection so people stay longer, give clients a place to share wins, questions and progress, which also helps you with your marketing and your social proof, right? Because you can share these wins on your story, and remove isolation. No one wants to feel like they're doing it on their own. Make them feel like they're in a new norm. Their old norm might have been to be out of shape, but their new norm with all the new people they're involved with is to be in great shape. For example, Transition Online, their old norm might have been to work in person, and the person that goes fully online is like the like special one. Or like it might be that in their family everyone has 9-to-5 jobs, and like if you would build a 10K a month business online, you'd be like the amazing one, right? And you just have a new norm where everyone is an A player, so that, for example, within Transition Online, to be fully online is the norm, right? So then when new people come in, they just want to get to that norm because it's no longer overhyped, it's just the standard, right? So the step-by-step of creating the WhatsApp group is you do new group, add clients to it, give it a professional name, and add the logo you have. Like, I know on Instagram you don't add the logo, on the WhatsApp you do add the logo. Like, even if it's made in Canva, whatever, have a logo on that. So schedule weekly calls, and then welcome new clients into the group chat every time they join. You can use this welcome flow here. Welcome to group, everyone, you're now part of this and that. And basically this is what you can do when you start it. And then when you ask clients to introduce themselves, you can use this part. So drop your intro below so we'll know who's in the journey with us. And then everyone will be like, welcome Jack, like great to have you on board, best decision of my life, all these sort of things. And then how to manage the group chat, daily coaching actions, react to messages, like be active in there, answer questions, celebrate wins for people, redirect and educate if needed, keep energy positive. If you see within the Transition Online chat, I'll literally get up on my phone now, I'm in there all the time because I'm super hyped about the progress people are making. So if you go into here and you go up a little bit, even here, my client Mitch, I flew him out, we're talking about flying him out. These are all my messages, right? I'm sending voice notes in the chat in the mornings because people put so many messages in here. If I don't message in here, then nothing is of me, right? So I'll even put a voice note, like if I still go up, that is not me to be fair, but people put so many messages in there. I'll put like videos and stuff in there. As the owner of the community, you can go one step up. People will often not put videos in or voice notes in, so you can put some voice notes and videos in. And people are going to think of you as the only person that'll send voice notes and videos, and then they'll send like the messages to react back. Like there's 3 videos there because Oren got a Instagram post that got over 500k views, right? So you want to react to that and you want to show like appreciation for it, and you want to show and celebrate wins and show them what they need to do. And if someone has a question, you want to elaborate on it. Maybe someone's elaborated on the question even more, you want to take that even further. If someone is supporting people in the chat as well, you want to literally hype them up for supporting the person. So tone guidelines, you want to be warm, direct, supportive, short and clear, and never passive aggressive. Don't let your emotions get in the way of stuff. You should not feel any aggression towards your community. Even if someone brings up something to you that they want improved, amazing, that is perfect. If you don't thank people for telling you improvements that they want, then they will not tell you any future improvements. Jack Whitaker, one of the best clients in our community, which if you go on the community chat is so active. Jack Whitaker is the first person you see at the bottom welcoming Toby in, is also someone that messages me regularly for improvements that he would like. He is crushing it online and he always sends the improvements like, this is the best thing I've ever done, this and that, but it would be amazing if we had this. All that does is allow me to go and make the changes needed, because every single community, every single business is going to need to make changes to make it as best as possible for their clients, right? So you want to reward clients for coming to you with feedback. Even the best mentorships out there, all the mentorships I've been in, I know there's been improvements to be made. Like I've felt it, like I've been in there and think, oh, this would be great. So always be happy when someone gives you an improvement, because all that will do is it will mean they'll give you more, and then you just get this really quick feedback loop and you'll be able to improve everything so that everyone that joins just gets a 10x better experience, right? So the action steps from here is, firstly, make sure you're acting as you. So understand who you are, because you're going to be doing this for your marketing anyway. For example, I'm this white guy who went to uni, has ADHD, has done all these bodybuilding shows, owns a house in the UK, but hardly ever stays in it because I travel, because I do my dream job and stuff like that. And for Transition Online, this is an important thing. Like, this is a position quite a few of them want to be in. Maybe the white guy bit doesn't matter. I'm not 100% sure why I put that there, but like, it basically, it's just like my lifestyle, like a bit about me, right? And you want to be showing these parts of your lifestyle and stuff as well in the community. So I'll post when I'm in Bali and stuff like that. I'll mention things about like where I was at and where I've gone to now. I'll literally like show some small things about my house, because a lot of people want to buy a house, and actually doing what I've done has allowed me to do that. I'll show like and share things. For example, this year I'm going to do another boxing match. I'll share that sort of stuff in the community. The next thing you want to do, I don't want to zoom too much into this, but is actually set up kahunas. And kahunas, and I'll just type it out here, spelled like this, and it's spelled exactly like this, and it'll be a blue colored logo. If you want to use my discount code, basically what I'll do is I'll put it in the link below, and what that is it gets you 50% off for 12 months and a free trial. So it's a pretty insane discount code, because we have a lot of people that use Kahuna. So it's a pretty insane discount code because we have a lot of people that use Kahunas. And on Kahunas, you're going to have your nutrition plans, your training plans, your supplement plans, your habits, and all your tracking, right? And the reason I use Kahunas is because I get a massive discount. No, I've used Kahunas for absolutely ages now. I've tried Trainerize, I've tried so many fitness apps. Like probably the most known one, you know, is Trainerize, but I've tried like a bunch of other ones like Everyfit and all this stuff. And I just found Kahunas to be the most simple, easy to use, and just work the best for me. So it's what I know the most about, is what I teach. And it doesn't necessarily mean it is 100% the best. I would say it's 100% the best. The layout for the client is so easy. And if you set it up in the correct way, basically where you can get it, where it says here, this is like the workout bit, this is like nutrition bit, this is the people you have, this is like the calendar, this is the vault where you can add like videos and all this sort of stuff. But every single workout you can change the video to be a video of yourself doing it, but you don't really need to do that. That's not the most important thing. You even have this automation thing which can send emails and stuff. You have like this other thing that can get clients to sign like documents and stuff if you need, and you can even create your own personalized mobile app. So you get your own personalized mobile app with your own personalized interface, absolutely everything like that. So I find it really good. It might not be something we use forever, but for now, like, it's the most up-to-date one I found. So I would definitely recommend it a lot. And then the main thing is when you set up your workouts, right, you can set it up so you don't just set up each workout plan, but you set up the days. So let's say you have an arm day, and then you set up the workouts. And the way you can go about it is if you set up all the days first, so you have like loads of different arm days, loads of different leg days, loads of different cardio days, you can then use them to build the workouts. And that means you can build client workouts that are fully personalized really quickly. Because all you do is you add the arm day you want, you add the leg day you want, you add the shoulder day you want. I don't know how you'd split it up. I hope you're not doing shoulder day, maybe push day. Depends how you're doing it, I guess. Depends how you're doing the workouts, right? Or maybe you're doing like a high rocks, like sort of training, or running training, or anything like that. And maybe you even have like a mindset training, and you create your own exercises in there, because in Kahunas you can add your own exercises, and it might be revolving around watching a video to do with your mindset. Like, it can literally be anything. And you build those workouts, and then it means you can just add them to the plan. So you don't create the workout whole plan before you work with a client. What you do is you just create all the different workouts individually, and as you have new clients, you need different workouts. You make more of the days that you're going to put in the whole workouts, but you name them and keep it organized. And then when you sign a client on, you can just add all the different workouts, like boom, 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 into a plan, and you can create 5, 6, 3, 2-day plans in literally a minute. So it makes it really quick. The next thing is that you have the WhatsApp group. So not only do you have the WhatsApp community, that's a separate thing, but you also have a WhatsApp group with each client, even if it's just you. Right now, I have an assistant coach. Odysseus is the one in this WhatsApp group, right? But I have a few assistant coaches. So what I do with each client is I have one WhatsApp group, and it has me, the assistant coach, and anyone else that needs to be in there with the client. And it means we can have really quick support for them, because there's always going to be someone that can reply, right? And an important thing is even if you're on your own, you create a WhatsApp group, because what it allows to do is put your logo as the front cover of the community, which helps you keep it organized. Because at the beginning, you're going to have these groups on a personal phone. Eventually, you can get 2 phones, one for business and one for personal. But even if it is for personal, having it with the logo on it, so if you create a community, it can then start looking like this. So even if it's just you and the client, you can have it looking like this. And what we do is the gold is for like premium clients, and the white is for like less premium clients, just a different package. So we have different color logos for different packages, and when we're in the like DMs or we're in the WhatsApp, it's very clear for us to see like who is on what package, so who gets what support. Like, we need to know who's on what support package, because different people get different types of support, and we want to be fair and actually stick to what we said we were going to do, and often go over, but still be within what we kind of promised, right? So having different logos, depending if like once you set up the 3 tiers of your like actual service, you want to have different logos within each tier so that you know who's in different packages, right? And as well as this, for the client, it means it's really easy for them within all their like messages that they have from their family, their work, this and that, to find their training one. Because it's so simple. It has Founder's Physique on it. It's like boom, boom, bow. This was from today, this one with one of our clients, bro. And then basically people can put like stuff about their form and all these sort of things in there. And then what you want to use is Loom. So Loom is like a video software. If I go back to here, when I'm clicking this link, this is a Loom video. And what it means is I can record a video just like I'm doing now. This is a Loom video that I can easily share to anyone. It allows you to put your face in the corner of the screen. It allows you to be interactive and show where you're clicking. This isn't loading for some reason. And then that makes it really easy for people to like watch the video in their own time. And as well as that, the video can literally be you going over their Kahunas. So you could click on their Kahuna's account. I can't do that because I want to be like, this is one of the people's accounts. I don't show who it is in this.
Hi guys, welcome back. So in this video, what I want to do is just go over progressive overload, how it works, and just make sure you guys are doing it correctly.
So basically in that video, I'm literally going over the person's plan, how their progressive overload and how they could improve, but I'm making it like open so that it works for everyone, right? So then that Loom video can be sent to show like what needs to change. So let's say someone's struggling with deadlift. I could be watching the deadlift video whilst recording a Loom, and as I'm watching it and as they're doing different parts, I will literally be saying this and that. That's what's happened here. Odysseus has sent a Loom video, basically, last week's vids, right? Miles better from last week's vids, and he's literally sent a Loom video talking over exactly how to do the form, and they've sent another video showing their form, right? So I would literally be here with their video from WhatsApp, speaking over it so they can see my face and hear me, and they can even see themselves as I'm speaking. And it makes it really easy to instantly record videos, instantly send them as a link, not have to download them or anything, and just share them super easily at like a click of a button. So that's how you're going to do them. You can also use Loom to do check-ins. So you can either do one-on-one calls, or maybe someone's on a package and instead every single week you send them a Loom video of you speaking, right? The next thing and the last thing to really do, and it's the least important, but it becomes very important in the long term, is actually have a like company area where you can keep track of everything. So for example, we have all the expectations, like basic expectations to be an A player, company values, all of these sort of things, all in one area. We even have like the main tagline of the business, and then we have like a coaching resource with all the different coaching things we need. Like it even has things where we track client data and stuff. We have like the team guidelines for the different members of the team. We even have content pipelines to track the different content stages, for example, this one, and it just lets us see basically what's gone on and what still needs to be done. And this just allows us to stay super organized. But the main thing we use it for is the coaching, because we keep all our links in there. We make it super simple, and we could just make sure that we're keeping track of everyone for one. And any resources we want to send over, we have one hub where any coach, for example, at the beginning, it would just be you, but you have one hub where you can go and access it. You have one hub where you keep everything, all the information. For example, you might have information on different training types and all this stuff. You don't want to have to keep writing these pieces out, even if it's a message, or you don't want to have to keep filming the same Loom videos. So if you keep track of it all in one place and you have a actually CRM in place for your business, it makes the coaching and the fulfillment side so much easier, because sometimes you'll do something for one client and it just applies to all of them, and you can keep it and use it in the future. Another example of this is if you go to school, and if you're requesting access to the Transition Online, it is an invite only inner circle right now. You can apply to work with us, but we're quite limited on who we work with just because we're super focused on results, unlike a lot of other mentors, I feel like. So we don't really need masses of people on board. I also own quite a big fitness coaching business, so that makes it a lot easier for me. And yeah, if you're requesting access to Transition Online, like we have insane resources in here. We're very careful who gets access to them, because a lot of them are like plug and play systems. So we won't just give you access without speaking to you or actually letting you on. Everyone we've given access to, I've either personally had a conversation with or my business partner has. So yeah, like you need to speak to one of us first before you're ever going to get access. Fitbiz Launchpad, however, like you can get access to that without necessarily speaking to us, as long as you get confirmed that you are a fitness coach. You could join that for free. Like this video, we're just trying to give everyone the best start possible to get as far as they can. But what I was going to show you is my old classroom, which is Personal Growth Masterclass. It's got 430 members, but we had a section in here that was literally for Founders Physique. So you got the Founders Physique testimonials. That's just helpful for when new people join. It just reinforces that they're doing the right thing. But then you have the Adaptive Shred, the Execution Ecosystem, Perfect Your Form. So there's loads of videos on like how to do the right form for example, and you can put these in Kahunas, but sometimes it's nice to just have a bigger area where people can just access all of them, so they can literally just go through as many videos as they want. Some of them are so simple, just have to do little things like that. How to do a lat pull down, it's just literally a video of me doing it, because sometimes people do just want to like scroll through all the different exercises and go through them, not just the ones that they've been set personally. And then basically you have a load of other resources on things like the adaptive shred system we use and all of our specific basically ways of doing things, so that people, when they come on, they don't just have the mentorship from us, but they also have resources they can go through, because some people will come on wanting to learn. They don't just want to come on to get in amazing shape, but they want to learn all about training, they want to learn all about nutrition, and they're big like adapters, they're big like intakers, for example, and those people are really great to work with. So you just want to make sure you've given them enough resources for them to work with things. So you don't have to build that out straight away. In terms of order of priority, the first thing you need to do is get the WhatsApp set up. Super, super important. It's going to be where you give support, but it's also going to be where you build a community, and that community will massively help the motivation for everyone involved, and motivation and accountability is probably one of the key factors. The second thing you're going to get set up is Kahunas. This is also an essential part because it allows you to train people properly, actually like give them a plan and everything through an app, which is really nice for them to have. It's like a massive extra feature rather than just giving it them on like a PDF or a Google Sheet. And also it's going to allow you to track their progress really accurately, so it helps a lot with the check-ins. The second thing is Loom, so that you can easily send them videos, so you don't always have to do one-to-ones. This is going to save your time, but it's also going to be much nicer for the person that you're working with. The fourth thing is then going to be the school community, so that you actually can give them resources. You can also do this in the Kahunas Vault. I just think that having a school community specifically for resources and wins is a really nice thing to do. So you have the WhatsApp for any messages, like people will put messages in there throughout the whole day, and you like exclude the school community just for wins, so people only post their wins in there, and they can access all the resources in there as well. And then as the fifth thing, you set up your Notion dashboard, your CEO dashboard, to organize everything and make sure that you're keeping track of all your clients. So they're going to be the main things. In terms of Kahunas, it might be that you also use MyFitnessPal and you use that for the tracking as well as Kahunas. Kahunas has in-house like nutrition tracking and plans, but I find most people have MyFitnessPal, whether they're from the US or the UK, which is going to be most of the people you work with. Same with most places in Europe. MyFitnessPal tends to be the biggest one most people have used, and you want to just make it easy for the clients. It's not about how easy it is for you, how organized it can be for you. It's about first working from the client side, what's best for the client, and then working backwards, okay, how can I make this easier for myself? And it's so important that you work that way. You don't work the way in terms of how can I make this best for myself? What do I think the client wants? And then give it to them. You want to actually see what people want and then go back from there. For example, we use MyFitnessPal a lot because some people just prefer tracking on there. MyFitnessPal has the largest log of foods for people in the UK and most of the time for the US. So it makes it easier and quicker for people to track. So you want to basically put them in the position where being accountable is as easy as possible for them. So that's why I use MyFitnessPal. So that is the fulfillment protocols, absolutely smashed out. I feel like we destroyed that one. We're quite far through now, and we're going to head on to the last and final pillar. If by any chance you want to actually work with us so that you're not left on your own to like implement this all by yourself, and you actually want someone to take you to those big months, those 10K, 15, even 20K months, then what you can do, and this might be from you starting at zero, you might even only want to get to 5K a month. You might just want a bit more financial freedom, and I'm telling you, that is super, super doable. Even if you want to get to 3K months, like we've had a lot of the guys in the community, they just don't want to work the job they're working now. They just want to work online. They want to work with a few people one-to-one, and then they're happy there and they stay there and they just build the business more and more securely, and they keep going with that. So if that's you and that's the way you want to go about it, that's also awesome. All you need to do as well, if you want to work with us, is just click the little link below. It'll be at the top of the YouTube video, and you can basically apply to have a call with us. It's no obligation. It'll basically just be a call where we'll roadmap out exactly what needs to happen over the next 4 months for you to actually build a business that can crush it online, where you can actually start getting clients in and you can build something that's sustainable and scales. If at the end of the call it seems like the right fit for us to implement that together, we will, and we'll actually go into the investment side of things. If we don't feel like it is, or you don't feel like it is, it's no obligation. We'll just split ways. And what will happen is you get to keep that roadmap and implement it for yourself. and it'll be personalized to you. So if you want to access the free roadmap session, there is limited spots because we get so many people apply for them, because this is the free value that I give online. Imagine what it is like to actually have a one-to-one roadmap session with either me personally or my business partner. Then you can kind of imagine why so many people have been applying for them. So if there's no space, come back, check the link again, and just keep checking, because there should be one come up in the future. If there is a space, secure that, and we'll speak to you soon. And again, it's a no obligation call. It's just to see where you're at now, what would need to happen to get there, and if it feels like the right fit, potentially work together. I'm not that fussed whether you actually book that one-to-one or not. It's no obligation. As I said, we just kind of put them out there to make sure that people are getting the right support. If people do want to work with us, we're actually giving them the opportunity and access to do that. In terms of Transition Online, we only let a certain amount of people join every month, and we have quite a lot of people requesting to join. So again, it's completely no obligation. You don't have to book the call. And if you do book the call, the worst comes to worst, you'll be left with a complete roadmap of exactly what to do over the next 4 months to build the business, as tailored as it can be anyway, in the time that we'll speak to you for. We've now done the first 5 pillars. We're going to go into the 6th one. I had to change my shirt. I moved into a new apartment in Bucharest. So I randomly flew out to Romania after being in France. And this place, I do not know how to turn the heating off. In terms of the 6th pillar, what this is it's going to be AI automation. So artificial intelligence, and how you can use it so that once you have all of this in place, you have figured out what it is in your mind that's stopping you from taking action. You now have your offer and how exactly you're going to help people. You've generated the leads and got the actual demand for your coaching. You're now getting clients and actually signing them. You're delivering insane results, getting renewals, getting referrals. You now want to automate stuff a bit more so that you can scale, especially to get to the 10K months. It's not about doing 10K a month whilst working 100 hours a week, right? It's about doing 10K a month where you can work 3 to 4 hours a day. And if you want to get to larger months, maybe 20 or even 50, for example, maybe even want to get to the 100, then you can put more hours in using this system, but actually get more results back. But if you're someone that is happy at 10K a month, doing 3 to 4 hours of work a week, you need to have some automations. Otherwise, those 10K months are going to take you more like 7 hours of work a day. I meant 3 to 4 hours a day, by the way. Okay, so what this looks like to start with is actually having a really clear way that you do the check-ins. And it's important that you have a way of doing the check-ins that you can also implement. So you want to have it so you can actually feed ChatGPT, or would say ChatGPT is the best, or an AI data about the client, and it will give you a good response. What you can then do is rewrite that response, and then you can either film that as a video or you can send a message. And that's going to mean when you do regular check-ins, it's just going to speed up the process for you. So you can have a quick look at this, and there's a mobile friendly version as well. But having templates and ways that you do the check-ins is a really good way of doing this. I'm not going to go into this too much because it's not that complex, right? But it is important that you have some sort of format. So if you go into here, we have like a weekly check-in, but it is important that you have some sort of format and process of doing this. For example, now I've opened this up, you can see we have like a special weekly check-in analysis prompt. We have this all for Transition Online members if they want to use it, right? But you need to create your own prompt with this. You can have a look at that quickly, but that's not the whole prompt. There's like multiple pages. And when you make the prompt, basically what you're doing is to set ChatGPT up as like a high level nutritionist or a high level training expert, whatever you're doing the check-in based on. And then you want to feed all the data in from the client. Make sure you feed the same amount of data. Make sure ChatGPT asks you any questions that you need. And have a step-by-step process to your check-ins, because the more you know exactly how you do the check-in, the easier it is to automate some parts of it. And what you can also do is copy and paste stuff into Claude, which we're going to go over. And what Claude does is it's better at writing. It's a lot more personable. And instead of ChatGPT, which can sound super robotic, Claude is way better at like scripting and like doing stuff in a more human, normal, natural tone. So you also want data input templates and like prompts that you keep track of every week, and you can also implement into AI. But the main areas of AI I want to show you are the next few things. So we're going to look at a few tools. The first one is ChatGPT. And the reason why it's so important that you use ChatGPT is purely because this AI has loads of things that will help you with the logistics. One major thing you can do with this AI is create custom prompts. So if I go to ChatGPT and I go to the side here, we actually have Transition Online like master prompts. We have a Transition Online master AI, which is for a bunch of different activities. And this is built off thousands and thousands of hours of my personal data building my business and then everyone in Transition Online has access to it so they can use it for their business. I still answer all the questions myself personally in Transition Online. I still do all the modules and stuff personally in Transition Online. But if people don't just want questions answered, but they actually want a result that they can just put in their business, they can ask this, right? And then it's the same with like the story sequences, the funnels and the ads, right? And even like the long form SEO. So you can have different master GBTs for different use cases. In terms of how to create a master GBT, you're going to go to ChatGPT, and you need to make sure you're doing this through Google Chrome, and you're going to go to Explore GBTs, and then you're going to click create. One important thing is you need to have like the $22 subscription. It's not very expensive. It's not the super high level one. It's just a relatively basic one. And then what you do is you're going to name the GBT, you're going to give it a description, and you're going to give it instructions. And then you're even going to give it conversation starters and upload files that give it information and data. If I go onto one of our more basic GBTs like the YouTube Architect, and I go ahead and I click edit GBT, it's going to open up this editing section. And the reason why I'm doing this basic one, if I go onto the other ones, it will like release a lot of information that's taken a long time to build, right? And that information is very, very key to the actual GBTs itself. And I want that to be only for Transition Online members. But in here, there's a lot of stuff. So right now we don't have files uploaded for this because what this is acting like a prompt. The prompt is so in depth. If you look at it, it's like multiple pages long. When you actually spread this out, it's very, very long. That it means by simply using this GBT, you're almost putting in a prompt every time you're using it. So instead of creating a whole prompt every time you want one thing out, which in this case is it actually helps you write the YouTube titles, all you have to do is when you go on it, you literally click ask me the required questions before generating my YouTube titles. And then it will ask you all the required questions to give the best YouTube title, and then after it gives you the YouTube title, it's automatically prompted to give you the description, the SEO, and all the other things you need, so you can post to YouTube and get as most views as you possibly can without really putting in much extra work. And look, you can even see here, get our best model ChatGPT 5.2 Pro. I don't even have that yet. I will get that now that I see that, but you don't need the highest level to actually create these custom GPT. And what this is going to do is going to, one, save you loads of time, but the main thing you want to use it for is stuff about your funnel. So if I go back to here and I go on funnel optimization, it will then ask me questions, suggest improvements, diagnose my most drop off between call booked. And the main reason I suggest people to create custom GBTs is for their funnel. Once you have your funnel in place, for example, you've got a lead flow ecosystem, we have a custom GBT for Transition Online that allows people to analyze their funnel in depth and see which is stopping them from actually moving forward. But you can create one of these yourself, right? What you want to do is put all the details of your funnel in, any information you have about your funnel, anything that's worked, any tracking sheets that you've used with your funnel, and then you can click something like diagnose where most drop-offs happen between booking and call. I've put this in as a message, as a question that I can click to get an answer to. And what's it going to do is analyze this question, analyze all the information, the documents, the files, the prompts I've given it, and most likely ask me questions. So an example of this is like if you go to our funnel optimization one and you can click on one of the suggested questions, or you can just give it a question yourself. Diagnose where most drop-offs happen in fitness coaching's funnels using Instagram. Make this related to coaches under 5K. You would want questions very specific for your business. I just don't want to ask that because I don't want to give away personal information. So what happens is when you have one of these custom GBTs, we have them for Transition Online. And when you use them, it becomes customized to you. So even though we have one that's made for the whole Transition Online, because if I make it, I can give it so much more data. I can build it based on trying and testing loads of custom GBTs, so I can make it way better. But then when someone in our community starts using it, it performs way better because it starts specifically making it for them, because it will remember it based on their previous stuff within their GBT, right? So for you, you can make it, but make sure what you're focusing on is you're going to have less information to give it, but you can give it really good prompts, and you can build out prompts using ChatGPT, and we can actually go over that as well. So I'd ask it this question. It's going to probably think, read documents. Hopefully it doesn't give any too personal information, but what it's doing is reading over all the data I've given it. So like if you go to the back end of this where it says documents, it has loads. It put in so much personal data that I had to ask the question again, but I basically said don't include the personal data because it will give you all your KPIs, all your metrics like percentages, call books, leads, like absolutely everything if you give it the right documents and you feed it the right information. But it's now basically telling us where the biggest issue is. So the biggest issue is that the calls are booked but the show up rates are low, which is really common for fitness coaching. And it's something you really want to avoid. So it's now telling us exactly how to remove that by making sure that the calls you book, everyone shows up, right? And then it means I can use this to tweak my funnel and keep making improvements whilst making the most logistical decisions using this. What I would say is if you do have a coach or if you are working with someone, don't just use ChatGPT because it can be wrong. Actually use whoever you're with, whether it's me or someone else. This is only if you have a mentor to actually reconfirm any advice you have with ChatGPT. And the way I'd go about it is actually reverse. So I would go to your mentor, confirm it with ChatGPT, see what ChatGPT has to say, and then just check that's the right way to go about things. Because if you're going to implement something into your funnel, you want to make sure it's right because most likely you're going to have that there for quite a while because the funnel is something you implement and then you don't change too much. You just make tweaks to improve it. So that's the way I'd use your custom GPTs. In terms of how to actually create a good prompt, what you'd want to do, the simplest way to do it to start, obviously there's a lot more complex ways, but I'm not going to spend the next 3 hours explaining how to do the prompt because it's something I've invested into mentors to learn and I've spent hours and hours and hours learning these things. So that's why I just provide a lot. There's way more than this as well. This is just on this GPT. But that's why I actually provide the prompts for people because it takes so long for them to be created in the best way possible. But if you create them simply, they're still going to be super beneficial because it's going to save you time from rewriting the prompts. And instead of rewriting the same prompt, you can just spend more time improving the one you have. So let's say you wanted to create really good YouTube titles like I was talking about earlier. And the reason why we don't really use the YouTube title architect much anymore, even though we still do because it's a great prompt, it's got a lot of information, is we actually use a different AI. And I'm going to go into exactly that later. But let's say we did want to create it. You could write something like, help me build a prompt as an online fitness coach that writes the best YouTube concepts and titles for me to give my audience the best possible value, including VSLs, my story videos, and nudge assets. You would also want to give way more information. So give information such as the sort of fitness coaching business you have, even put in your offer docs. So if you click add here and you click add photos and files, you can add loads of files. Also click deep research if you want further research, but you don't need that for a prompt. Make sure you have it on thinking. So you can have it on extended for more complex questions, and that will take slightly longer. So when you're creating prompts, I would have it on extended. Make sure you have it on thinking mode though, because sometimes it will be on like the fast acting mode. To get it on thinking mode, you go to here, there's auto, instant, and thinking. Just click thinking on so it automatically goes to thinking and upload all the files that you offer, your funnel, absolutely everything that you have, and let it know that you've uploaded all the things. So the other thing I've put is I've uploaded loads of documents going over my business. Use them to inform you on creating the best prompts. Make sure the spelling is correct. It has spell checks, you can just do that. Another thing I would ask is I would always put ask me any questions needed to give best response possible. And the reason I'll do this is because it will give you a bunch of questions that it needs to give you the best possible response. But I didn't include that in this one because I just wanted to show you guys and get it done. And then it's going to give you this massive like thing. And then what I would then do is put this in what way can this be improved to give me the best YouTube titles like that. And then you also want to say something like that will go viral, build a cultured audience, and help me sign clients. And then it's going to give any improvements. And then what you want to do after you've done that, always do that first, because most likely the first time it gives you it, it's not going to be the best. It's going to literally tell you, and I would ask at the end of this, ask me any questions you need to do this, because then it's going to ask you even more questions, get even more detail out of you, because often you won't know what detail to give it, so then it'll give you the best possible answer. And eventually you'll come to this end result where you have this really good prompt. You want to click copy. Before you even start building out your custom GPT, you want to test the prompt. So just put it in, let it think. So it's based mine a little bit on data that I already have in here. This one I use more for Transition Online, this GPT, than I use for Founders Physique. I split them up because I have ChatGPT on the highest memory setting, so it remembers as much information as possible to give me the best answers. Right now I've given it no context. Probably in this thing it asks you to give it context. What I would do is, instead of assuming the context that is given, I would actually add to the prompt to ask me any questions of the context it needs, so that once you just type and put in the prompt, it will literally just ask you all the questions. And then when you make this into a custom GPT, instead of it like giving answers based on what it already knows, it will actually ask you any questions it needs to make it as best as possible. So it's now given me 10 high value concepts because that's what I wanted. And then it will also give me some actual YouTube titles for those concepts. So for example, a title it's given me is the 0 to 10K roadmap, no followers required. So that is basically exactly how you're going to create a custom GPT and why it's going to be useful for you if you need it. And I would say in the long term, this is going to be a super beneficial thing. The next thing you're going to use is Claude. I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because we just went over ChatGPT, but it works very similarly. You're not going to need to create a custom GPT as much on this one, even though in the long term, again, you can do that with Claude and it can be super useful. Similar process as well. But the main difference is you're going to use Claude for writing, so stuff like scripts and content. So you want to use Claude to understand things like the YouTube titles, which is why I said I'd show you a different software. So if you're trying to create new scripts, you want to use Claude to help you create those scripts. And what you want to do is create a massive document about you, who you are as a person, what your biggest fears are, what you like and all this stuff. A massive thing on all your stories, a big thing on all the testimonials you have. And then every time you create like a C3 video for nurture, you can put that into Claude and it'll help you write those scripts. You can also go to Clipto, click on Clipto, download any videos that you have. I don't know why it's giving me the Romanian version of this, but you go to Clipto, you can actually put in the Instagram links of other people you found that have viral videos that are C3 and that you want to copy, or maybe C2 that are talking head videos. You can then transcribe them in Clipto, and then you can use those transcripts to put them into Claude and then get Claude to recreate the transcripts based on your story, and you'll basically just give you viral scripts based off performing videos that you can then just film for yourself. And that means you can batch create so many reels so quickly because you haven't got a script them yourself, yet all the reels are going to be based off videos that perform well. And Claude is a really good AI writing tool, so it's going to actually give you scripts that are going to fucking crush it. The next thing you can use is this software called Opus Clip, and what this is going to do is cut up your long form content that you film on YouTube into short form content. As you can see, it's taking these long podcasts and cutting them into mini short form videos. And the reason why I use this is it means that you can create one video, one YouTube video, and let's say that YouTube video is 30 minutes, you might get 7 to 14 short form videos from that. So that means the 2 to 3 hours you spend to make the YouTube video actually ends up in one long form asset, which is essential, and 7 to 14 short form assets. So then you get the most leverage out the time you put in. And this is especially important for people that are super busy. And the thing is, with the AI, what I believe you should focus on is the marketing, using it for the marketing, the process of getting people on, and then in terms of the fulfillment, be more personal with it. Automate less on the fulfillment end, even though you can automate a lot, because when you're so personal, it makes it more worth it for people. AI is getting used more and more and more and more in fulfillment, and people don't always enjoy that. So if you can actually automate a lot of the marketing and actually automate less of the fulfillment, you can give a better experience while still signing clients and saving time in the marketing, doing the exact same thing, getting the exact same results, so you can spend more time on your clients. So I'd massively suggest using this. It doesn't always work, and some people, depending on how you create the YouTube video, it won't work for. If you create the YouTube video and you aim to do it with Opus Clip, you need to make sure the way you create the YouTube video, you structure it like mini short forms. So instead of it being this long YouTube video like this, you actually structure the YouTube video and script it so it's like a mix of these mini small short form videos. So the way you do it is you have rehooks, and many people like Mr. Beast consistently use rehooks in their videos anyway. And what that means, if you have many rehooks in the video, where it rehooks and does a hook in the video to get someone to keep watching the long form video, you can actually then cut that and turn that into a short form video. So that's how you're going to use Opus Clip. The next thing, we spoke about VSLs earlier, and a really good way to create VSLs, but in the easiest possible way, where you can just get them done super quickly but give really good value, really good insight, is use Beautiful AI. And what Beautiful AI does is it's actually a presentation software. So it allows you to create really nice presentations very, very quickly. And then what you can do is record a loom like I'm recording now. See, they're really cool. The presentations it makes are absolutely insane. And it's used by some really big brands as well. Obviously, it's going to cost a bit of money. All these AIs do. So you don't have to use them. You can do it manually if you want. But what it's going to do is create really nice presentations, which you can deliver the insight that you were making from the actual VSL that we spoke about earlier. So all these different points, and you can turn these different points into a presentation. So instead of having a camera where you're speaking, or maybe you're in the gym, you actually are just like on a loom video like I'm doing now, because the first part of this video I started on a camera, right? and you're actually showing people through a presentation whilst having your face in the corner of the screen and talking through it. This means you can get the VSL or any short form value videos done really quickly. You can film it as a Loom, download it, get all the titles and stuff done for it, and post it on YouTube, and it gives you a really quick feedback loop of actually getting stuff out there. These videos will work less well with Opus Pro, but they can still work well if you do it right. So in terms of the action steps of how to use AI, the first thing is to build your checking process to make it more automated while still providing great value and feedback. The second thing is to create custom GBT, assist with logistics within your business, or you can use ours depending whether you're in transition online or not. Make sure with the GBT you focus more on logistics with this and less on actual script writing and stuff, because that's where you use Claude. And the first thing you're going to use Claude with is to create the My Story video you're going to post on YouTube. And the reason why you want to do that is because Claude will help you write out your story in a linear way that's really easy to consume. But what you can give it is all the details about the things you've gone through in life, maybe the way that you got in shape, where you're at before, where you're at now, and Claude will basically present it in a way that's really easy for you to talk about, so someone can watch it and get really bought into you. So really good to create the My Story YouTube video, which I would recommend everyone has. And then also to create some of the in-depth testimonial videos. So instead of just posting a testimonial, this is Jack before and after. There's so many of those now. Share Jack's story, talk about Jack's story while showing photos of his testimonial and maybe little bits of him talking about that. And Claude will help you massively with that. I would focus, when you first use Claude, on making that long form My Story video. That will give you a really good understanding of how to use it, because the best way to learn with these things is just take action and start using them. And then from there, you can start using it to make the shorter form videos as well for your personal Instagram. And then the next thing is the first video you're going to post on YouTube is your VSL. So use Loom and Beautiful AI to actually get that VSL done as quickly as possible, because that way all you need is your laptop. You don't need mics, you need nothing but software basically. The first video you're going to post on your YouTube is your VSL. And by using Loom and Beautiful AI, it allows you to get the VSL out there as quickly as possible. So you can have something linked in your bio, you can give value, you can give that insight, and you can start getting people booking in calls, right? And to create a VSL using Loom and Beautiful AI, you just need the software, you need the Loom and the Beautiful AI. You can even, instead of Beautiful AI, if you don't want to use the AI, you can just use like presentation or like Google Slides. Google Slides is completely for free, so it makes it super accessible. I really like Google Slides. I just find this creates better presentations in a lot less time, if time is like a limitation for you. Because the thing is, like Matty, he doesn't have much time. He had 45 minutes a day because he was working 6 10-hour days throughout the whole week as a plumber. He has a daughter. We got up to 3K a month by literally cutting out all the things that took time so that he could put 45 minutes to an hour a day at maximum into his business, and he still got to 3K in 30 days because we did these things. So if you're low on time, that's when I'd especially use this. That'll allow you to get your videos posted in the easiest way, like I'm doing now. You just have to sit down with your laptop, record. I haven't got any mics on, I've not got any special camera, and you can just get it out there straight away to give the insight, give the value. As long as it's scripted well, that's what's important. And again, for the VSL, you can use Claude to help you script that, and you can even put all the information that I gave you over here straight into Claude, and then Claude is going to actually base it off this structure that I gave you. So that's going to be super, super helpful for you. Guys, I spent absolutely ages filming this video. So if you found it useful, the thing you could do that would massively help me is to actually take action on it, either book a call with me, because if you watch the end of this video, I appreciate you so much. If you watch the end, either message me on Instagram or book a call and let us know you've done that. Like if you've got all the way to the end of here, you must be committed by now. And if you're committed, I want to help you. They're the people I want to help the most. That's how we change lives, by me changing your life, me putting you in the position where you can help others, and you going away, actually putting the information I give you in, putting the roadmap that I give you on a one-to-one in, and actually having that impact. I've put so much effort in filming this, like I even flew Mitch out. So I seriously appreciate you watching to the end. I hope you found this useful. I know the information I gave is extremely valuable in here. So if you have watched right to the end, book the call in. And when you book the call, in the little notes section, just let us know you watched to the end. Because if you're someone that has watched the end, I want to know that you're that person, because I'm going to come to that call 10 times more prepared for you, because I want to give you the most value possible. I appreciate you putting your time in, so I'm going to put my time into you. I'll see you guys soon, and let's absolutely crush it.